Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome and a very good morning to you all. My name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor and a pleasure to welcome all of you to the inaugural edition of the Happiest Workplaces Summit and Awards 2022, presented by BW People and Happy Plus Consulting. Today, you will witness India's leading CHROs and subject experts sharing their valuable insights on how to make a workplace healthy and happy in the Indian ecosystem. BW People imparts the latest insights of erudite CEOs, corporate HRs, recruitment and staffing firms, HR tech providers, solution companies, government skilling organizations, and NGOs. The community caters to freshers, job seekers, employers, employees, policymakers, service providers, and each person related to the job market and the HR community. May I please request our BW team to play the community AV to give us a sneak peek into the world of BW People. Happy Plus Consulting is a technology-enabled happiness habit formation organization that measures happiness index along with the engagement of corporates in India and provides tools, techniques, and solutions to nurture happiness at workplaces. Happy Plus is your companion in breaking old unhappy habits and helps build new happy patterns bit by bit and provides a personalized blueprint to individual and organizations for success. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media Group is the fastest growing business media house in the country. With a network spanning across 70 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 70 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interactions between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bwpeople.in. Well, as we flag off today's event, I encourage everybody to join in the conversation and share the learnings from the day by using the hashtag Happiest Workplaces. That's hashtag Happiest Workplaces. May I now request our team to please show us today's event AV. And before we move forward, I would like to thank our partners for today. Our travel partner, joytravels.com, Our digital media partner, IWM Buzz. Our coffee partner, Beanley Coffee. Our fan partner, Fandrum. Our beverage partner, The Thick Shake Factory. Our media partner, Exchange for Media. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join me in welcoming our chairman and editor-in-chief, Dr. Anurag Batra, to deliver the opening address.
Morning. It's my honor and privilege to welcome you. This is the first edition of the Happiest Places Workplace Conference and Honors Initiatives. Now, let me welcome our partners, Ashish Ambasta and his team. Ashish came up with this idea and came to us little 1.5 years, maybe, can't say, but more than a year. And it's happening now. So really ideas do happen and ideas do grow. Second is Mr. Dwarkanath is here. I'd like to acknowledge his presence. My very good friend, Mr. Khurana, who's come from Chandigarh. All the leaders in the room, people who are responsible for growing their organizations, for making organizations a happier place, and making sure that work is part of life and not the other way around. Again, I'm not an expert on happiness or workplace happiness, but I've been an entrepreneur for 22 plus years. And I can say that in my personal capacity, I do try and make my colleagues happy and make our spaces happiest places to work. I just want to say that today we live in a very competitive world, very pressure-oriented world. We are always chasing deadlines. And, while we do events, it's customary to thank your colleagues at the end. But I want to thank some of the people who made this. First year is the toughest to get off the ground. Once you do the event in the first year, like children, events grow. Once they're born, they grow. So I want to thank Tali, Somaji, Devika, Ashish, everyone who's come. Of course, the Happy Places team, Ashish and his team. They've really worked to make this happen. There may be other colleagues of mine, but I know these people because, they interface with me. And I'm sure there are other colleagues. When it comes to event, Prashant, Mayank, the marketing team, Tanvi, and the whole marketing team that works with Tanvi, Prerna, Kartikeya, Moksha, there are many of them. So really, first of all is about acknowledgement. I watched this movie many years back, Mr. Dwarkanath, and I watched it, I think, last year or early this year again, called Devil's Advocate. And he says in the movie, life is about only two things, guilt and vanity. So we're living in a, why is social media so? Because, we feel good to showcase our good life or our knowledge or accomplishments or whatever we feel happy about sometimes in a genuine way. Gratitude is the most important, I would say. I wouldn't say vanity and guilt are important, yes. But if you start your life with gratitude towards your colleagues, I think you make them happy. As when I was seeing the parameters of on which we've judged and how to build a happy organization, I was preparing for today's session, it helped me immensely because it told me we have a long way to go. And as long as you know that you're on a journey to improve, it will always be work in progress, but you are improving day by day. And every organization's journey is unique. Every leader's journey is unique. Every individual's journey is unique. So we shouldn't compare organization even when we've done the analysis, we've tried to in some way normalize or equalize the factors. But every journey is unique. Every organization's journey is unique. As I said, I'm not an expert, but as an entrepreneur, as somebody who works with 350 people, let me say, in my view, what are the top 6 factors that lead to an organization being happy. First is organizational pride. And, pride can be a negative word, you know, feeling good about working with an organization, individual. That's the most important, in the era of technology, being able to work in a humanistic place, a place that you are proud of is important. Second is autonomy. It's freedom. If people have autonomy to do what they do, they have freedom, of course, within the preset boundaries. But that autonomy comes from trust. You have to trust your colleagues. You can't start with mistrust. Third, I talked about gratitude. I think feeling appreciated will always get you happy people, and that will build happy organizations. Fairness and respect. You may disagree with your colleagues on some things. You may have a different view, a different strategy, different path, but always be fair and respectful of ideas and respectful of the uniqueness of every individual and how they approach various things. Then is the sense of accomplishment in celebrating that. A lot of organizations celebrate success, especially last 28 months were tough. So any success that anyone celebrated in the midst of all the gloom and doom, and I'm mindful of the loss of lives and livelihoods. I think a sense of accomplishment and celebrating success is very important. And last but not the least, I personally experienced that is building positive workplace relationships. If your workplace feels like family, if you have healthy relationship with your colleagues, with your mentors, with your bosses, with your peers, I think it does create a happy environment. I just want to say that today's initiative is the first year. It will grow. We have a long way, but we have seeded the initiative. And because we started this in COVID, it took time for it to happen, but we'll make it an annual initiative and grow it to a scale that both of us have envisioned. I can only say that happiness in personal life or professional life depends on 2 more factors. One is, I keep saying the 3 C's of thieves of happiness are comparison, complaining, and criticizing, comparing. But we live in a world where we do compare. We are human, we will compare. But if you can minimizing comparing, it will, we will compare. We are human, so a little bit we will. But if you can minimize that, it will help individuals to be happy. Second is about expectations. I think we have expectations of individuals, our bosses, our organization. In personal life, we have expectations. And again, it is natural to have some expectations. I'm not a hermit saint to say there will be no expectations, but to understand that the other person, always believe that the other person in your organization is doing his or her best to be able to do whatever he or she has been assigned. If you start with that, I think you can deal with both comparison and expectations in a human way, which does not stress you. Again, I run a media company, we are doing this, but I also don't, while we will label, I believe even the organizations that haven't participated, I'm sure some of them are very happy workplaces. So it is a tool to be able to measure whatever you can measure, you can improve. So it's a tool for improvement. It's also, such initiatives also bring the focus on an external validation. So that's what it is. Rest as HR leaders, as business leaders, you know what you need to improve. And life is always work in progress. So do not worry about, but I read this book many, many years back. She's a coach on leadership. She's the world's leading researcher on vulnerability and on shame. Dr. Brené Brown. She wrote this book called The Gifts of Imperfection. So all of us I tried to be on time, but I'm 7-8 minutes late. It's not a good thing to be late, but it's okay. I forgive myself. I try harder next time. In spite of the schedules that I keep, all that doesn't matter. I got to be here on time. Uh, but we are imperfect as individuals. We're imperfect as organizations. The only thing perfect is Mother Earth. And because I'm Hindu, I'd say Lord Shiva. I respect every faith, and I'm a liberal. I go to Gurdwara, of course, I'm a Punjabi. I go to a mosque. But this is not about religious faith. The point I'm trying to make is that while we strive to be better, we must celebrate our imperfection. I keep telling this to some of my colleagues with whom I have deep conversations, that you are perfect the way you are. We all are perfect. If we need to improve something, we know internally what we need to improve. So I want to keep to my time, make sure that the initiatives on time. I wish you luck. I'm sure when Ashish will talk to you, you will understand how we've done the process and methodology. We pride on doing it the right way. We may have put a fee to it. That's a filter. You know, again, initiatives need funding, but that's really a filter. We discussed to do it free because really it doesn't add too much to the corpus. It adds something. Uh, and But I believe that there should be a filter which not necessarily is monetary, but some cases monetary, some cases non-monetary filters are important. I just want to say that we do many initiatives like this in many domains. For example, we partner with Dr. Minya Chatterjee at Sustain Labs Paris to do the India's most sustainable companies ranking. This is the third year. It has already become a benchmark in the domain. We are the only large business media platform that does that and of that scale. And our partner brings the expertise. So we believe in collaboration. Again, collaborations can be perfect as you spend more time, you develop the initiative, they become better. So I want to wish you luck in your endeavor to be happy as individuals, happy as organizations, and be forgiving of yourselves. Sometimes we don't forgive ourselves for small, we flagellate ourselves. My friend Dr. Nitin Arora is there. I only met him many 3-4 years back. What a positive person he is. He is always positive, always doing lots of work in the happiness area. So be happy. We will all have challenges. There'll be good days, bad days, and it's not easy to be happy. So be contented, be grateful to life, to God and the universe. I do believe in such things. And I want to end by telling you a small story which some of my colleagues have heard many times. Is when I was 12 years old, my mother would say, I have an older sister who's 4.5 years older to me, and her name is Sukirti, but her nickname is Bittu, and you can guess what my nickname would be. Is Anu. Anurag is my name. So, I must be 10, 12. I can't be 100% sure, but more than 10 and less than 15, somewhere in between. And my mother would say two things. One is, say thank you to God for your eyes, ears. I used to talk to my sister and say, Mom's crazy or what? Of course, we have our ears, eyes. And I think now in life, I thank God for every small thing. Sometimes it could be very, just being on time somewhere, just having a very peaceful day, just being able to do everything I planned. It doesn't mean, I've raised $20 million today, or, it doesn't have to be something. I'm just grateful to the God for being healthy, for being alive. I mean, after COVID, we know if we are alive, we can't take our life for granted. Everything is a bonus. We make less money, more money, and human beings are competitive. So you want to make more money, you want to look good, vanity aside. But I'm grateful for whatever we are doing. While we will grow this to, I'm grateful to Ashish and his team for partnering with us. Second is, my mother would say two more things to us. Time is money and health is wealth, more than 40 years back. And I think at a very later stage, Mr. Dwarkanath, I've realized that in life, time is money and health is wealth. And it's not about wealth or money. Fact is, it's important, it's the most important thing. So value your time, value everyone's time, value your health. These are things, if you are, I think you'll appreciate whatever organization you're part of, and you'll find reasons to be happy in that organization. It's up to you. I just want to end by saying that I keep saying my son will be 14 on Saturday. I wrote him a long mail last night. My daughter is studying in the US. That day she turned 18. I wrote her a long email that day. I met you on 27th August, right? Uh, I just want to say the four H's. I believe in that. One is hope. Tomorrow will be better than today. I really live with that. I celebrate today. I'm fully in. I try to do only one thing at a time. In fact, someone calls me too many times that I'm doing, including some of my colleagues in this room. I tell them I'm doing something. I can only do one thing at a time. So one is hope. Tomorrow will be better than today. Second is hard luck. There is no other way, whether it's Roger Federer, or Narendra Modi, or whoever you admire. There's no shortcut out of hard work. Third is humility. If you are humble, you put less pressure on yourself. Forget everybody. Of course, it will help you in more ways than one. Last but not the least is hustle. And hustle is about grind. I don't take hustle as every day we got to do something to be able to get to our goals, right? So I wish you luck. I'm sure organizations are becoming more compassionate. They're becoming deeper in their pursuit of making sure the workplaces are happy. I wish you luck in your endeavors, and I'm sure you are all are blessed to be able to have abundance in your life. And I wish you more abundance. Congratulations to all of you for being part of this initiative. And Ashish, your dream and our dream, Talis and Soumyaji, these two people have worked. I can see Sugandh, my editorial colleague here. A lot of them have worked. I forget names. So please enjoy the day, connect with people. I don't believe in networking. I'd rather meet two people and know a little bit about them rather than meet 20 people and just exchange cards and have no conversation. Of course, my younger self was a little different. We all evolve, we all learn. And we also unlearn. And again, ego comes, I am Anurag Batra, this, whatever, I have very little ego. I try and minimize it, but, I don't think of ego as a good. It works till a point. But I was reading, I don't go for a morning walk. I've been advised to go for a morning walk, and it's a struggle. Get up early in the morning and go, but I'll get there. But I was reading this post by a friend of mine who lives in Europe, lives between Denmark, Russia, Indian. He's been in Europe for a while. And he was talking about why walk are so important for individuals, apart from the health benefit. When you go for a walk, you're nobody. You're not. It doesn't matter to trees or the grass or the environment or the park or whatever track you walk on, who you are. It strips you of an ego. It doesn't matter. When you're walking in a park, it doesn't matter who you are. All of you are equal. It doesn't matter. So in organizations also, sometimes our egos come. We are this. We have a sense of expectation, which in work is fair. But if you can balance, life is about balance. You can balance being human with the goal achievement. I think you will build happy places. As a leader, my job is to be able to create a place where there is fairness, where you're appreciated, and more importantly, there's no fear. There's trust. And I try and might do that in my individual capacity and I'm sure we will be at some stage a happy place to work in a true, deep way. I don't believe in superficial work or superficial relationships. I believe in deep relationships. And don't try to be transactional. If you're not transactional, you'll anyway be happy. Thank you. God bless you. I'm sure you'll hear from Ashish, Mr. Dwarkanath, Mr. Kurana, Dr. Nitin Arora. Some of you I don't know. I'm sure I'll get to meet you. I wish you luck. Stay healthy, stay happy.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. I think one of the major factors that Dr. Batra mentioned out of the 6 ones, I couldn't remember all 6, of course, was celebrating success. And last night I was working on a script for a CFO, where another major component that he really wanted me to stress upon was celebrating success. I think so it's 10:30 in the morning. I see all the seats are full till the very end of this hall, and all of you are smiling. It's Happy Plus, it's PW. I think that in itself is a reason to celebrate. So how about let's give our own selves a good, nice, warm round of applause and smile, of course. Yes. Yeah, that's very important. Thank you. Moving forward, it's now time for the inaugural address on the bridge to know your people. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage the founder and CEO of Happy Plus Consulting, Dr. Ashish Ambassador.
First of all, good morning to everyone. I hope you all are happy being here. As Dr. Batra said, that you should start with gratitude. So my sincere gratitude to the entire BW team, all my clients, all people present here. I know a weekday morning time coming to this place can be tough, but you all have made it on time, and we are here to celebrate happiness as a concept. I personally am pretty happy, and the reason is twofold. The first reason is that I'm witnessing a movement which is going to start from now. And not only witnessing the movement, but I'm also part of this entire initiative as somebody who is seeing this seeded in the minds of all the business leaders across the country. And I can tell you why this is important. So I have been a consultant for the last 20 years at specializing in workplace engagement, culture, and stuff like this. Everywhere when we go and ask this question to employees, are you happy? And I think the data for last so many years have not changed. The proxy of it is, are you engaged? You will be surprised to know that in last 23 years, the number of people who are engaged, excited, and want to come to work hasn't improved. It's constant at around 12 to 13% people. And rest of the 88% people coming to work, they don't want to come, or they are dragging themselves. So it's not something which is very exciting. And I, from the sidelines, was watching this. And in the pandemic, in the midst of the pandemic, I decided this is enough. We need to bring happiness at workplaces, because most of your life, majority of your time, you spend at workplace. And if you're not happy, then it's a life which is wasted from my perspective. This entire initiative started from a perspective that a lot of data is there out there, which tells us survey after survey that we are living in a world which is not happy. And there are several data points around how happiness is something which is coming down. One of the data points from World Poll tells us that number of positive experiences has gone down dramatically. And last year was the year where we did not experience much of positive emotion on a day-to-day basis. In fact, not only this, but when it comes to unhappiness, probably 2021 was the year where we were the most unhappy people. Okay, there are so many circumstances which has changed around us, but the fact remains that we are living in a world which is not very happy. And I can tell you, this is my previous organization where I used to work around engagement and happiness. And whenever we used to go to companies and talk about, aren't you really serious about making your people happy? And the type of comments which we used to get from not only from HR leaders, but also from business leaders, do we really want to make our people happy? Because happy people may mean that you're looking for fun, frolic, and you might not be excited to do your work, right? So the perception was that people who are happy aren't working as much as they should. In fact, there were a lot of managers who used to tell me the ways in which I can create more stress, because the perception was, if you stress your people, they will give you more output. And I think COVID has taught us that that's not true. And people have started looking out their life beyond work. The great resignation and the silent quitting is part of the entire phenomena, which tells us that if we are not taking care of our people, if we are not making them happy, there are consequences. You may squeeze somebody and feel that person don't have much options, but after a point of time, you will realize that if people are not happy, they will be moving out. So that's something which caught my attention. And then we said a significant part of our life we are spending at workplace. With one estimate, it is like 90,000 hours of our life we are at our workplace. And just imagine if you are not happy with what you are doing. And I think I also asked this question from a lot of people whom I meet. If there is no constraint in your life, would you continue doing what you are doing today? If the answer is no, that means you should realize that you are compromising somewhere, right? So if you have spent 90,000 hours at a place where you didn't want it to be and you didn't enjoy what you are doing, then my simple question to you is that if you are not very happy, then why exactly we are even working around it? And one of the studies which we undertook when we got started in 2020 to measure how much stress people have right now. And one thing which we were very astonished to find that there are more than 50% people in the workplace who get stressed very often. And most importantly, 39% of those people needed immediate attention. Unfortunately, they did not know where to go. Organizations have got their EAP systems and their different processes, but nobody knew that how do you get help if you are feeling very stressed and depressed. Now, I will tell you that there is a journey which you take from being -1 to 0, that if you are unhappy, stressed, and if you are depressed, then there are consultants and psychologists and psychiatrists which can take you to become 0. And 0 for me is being normal. But there wasn't much focus on how do we carry somebody from 0 to 1, right? So 0 to 1 is where positive psychology comes in. We had assumed that if you are a normal person, you will be happy. But that's not the case. The way you have to take effort to come from -1 to 0. Similarly, a very concentrated effort which is required from your side to feel happier. In fact, research and data tells us that while we seek happiness, we never prioritize this in our life. And then when we realize that happiness is important, we find ourselves in a situation where much water has flown. So I think that's the concern. And that's where we said we need to change it. And my point of view was, if you aren't happy doing what we are doing, then why exactly we are doing it? Okay, there should be a change and there should be a new movement. And that's where we said we will come to existence. Happy Plus came to existence and said, we'll try to change this. We'll try to tell people that being happy is not very tough if we are bringing this to our priority area. And if there are tools and techniques which can help people build positive habits, we are what habits we build. If we have got positive habits being built, we will be there in terms of trying to add to the happiness quotient of people. And I think this can be done from 4 perspectives from our side. We firmly believe that number of people is not number. What happens is our brain tells us, generally you will see that HR heads telling you that I have got 1,500 people or 1,700 people. When you count people like this, then actually you are not getting into the, you are not touching the souls of people. Because every individual in your company is somebody's son, somebody's daughter, somebody's beloved one, right? So we need to understand that everyone walking in your company needs to find a place where they can express themselves, they can be happy, and they can enjoy what they are doing. So that's something which is very important. I have always seen that there has been a concept that employers will do everything and employees will sit back and say, have this hopelessness that what can I do to be happy? But our perspective is that while organizations can do something, as an employee, you also need to do a lot of things to build that mindset, to practice some of the points which Dr. Batra was talking about, and do your bit in terms of being happier at your workplace. Third is, Happy Plus is a firm believer that unless and until you decide to be happy, nobody can make you happy. So individual accountability becomes a key. And through our products, processes, and awards like this, we are encouraging people that don't let your happiness be in somebody else's hand. Let it be with you, and try to do things which brings your best self on a day-to-day basis. And the last thing is happiness and positivity can be cultivated. What we need to do, the way you build your mental muscle, your physical muscle, similarly, you need to start building your happiness muscle. And small exercises like your gratitude, practicing empathy, practicing kindness, practicing forgiveness. There are a lot of things, and science is telling us this. If those people who experience this on a day-to-day basis, who practice this continuously, are the people who not only are happier, but also make the environment in which they work pretty happy. So I think these are the 4 points which we thought will be important. And the happiest workplace is a step in this direction. I'm glad there are so many companies who believed in the vision which we had. We wanted to bring this seed of a hope in the minds of people, that we don't only talk about productivity, profitability, business outcomes. This will be there for sure. But what is important, that if we are doing this with a mindset where people are excited about doing this and they want to make a difference along with the organization which they are working with. So for happiest workplaces, there are 4 things which we want to bring. We want happiness to be a priority for organizations. We want companies to understand that happier people actually bring the best out of their people. And while companies can seek engagement, happiness is what is being sought by individuals, and there needs to be a marriage between these two. So that's the first point. Creating is, we wanted to create a platform where all the best companies come together, tell us what exactly they are doing, we learn from them. And that's what the entire day session will talk about, that what is best practices going on as far as happy workplaces is concerned. And then we are trying to create an ecosystem where we measure well-being along with profitability and and growth. And the last thing is that if we have got companies who have become happiest workplace, can they go and teach others that how exactly they do it and what's the impact it has made on their business? And if we are able to do that, then truly and surely we'll make a world where everybody is happy. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Doctor, for your address. Okay, first things first, let's set a common ground. Doctor, you had mentioned about how many people, if there was no constraint, would they still be doing that they would be doing at that present moment. Let's ask you, if given a chance, if there was no constraint, would you still be doing what you're doing today? Yes. I mean, I love to talk, so I would be doing this any day. I want to be paid for it, of course. Half of the hands don't go up. Some assuming, pressure mein kar rahe hain. But theek hai. Good. That's okay. Good enough for us. Thank you. Thank you so much, Doctor. Moving on for a keynote address on happiness at work, the role of leadership. Please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. P. Dwarkanath, a former chairman, GSK Consumer Healthcare Limited. We can be louder, everybody. This is all happiness. Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. Good morning. Thank you. At the outset, I wish to thank Dr. Batra, Mr. Rezvi, and the BW team for having invited me here. And I had the benefit of hearing the 2 excellent talks, both by Dr. Ashish and Dr. Batra. At the outset, I need to confess that I'm not an expert in happiness. I am also trying to understand, along with you, try to discover how happiness can help. But having said that, I think I need to want to make a statement. So I think the topic has been said, happiness, the role of leadership, which I selected it. For me, 3 things are important. If you want to be happy, as Dr. Ashish said, happiness is not just a fun and a frolic. Today's world, I think pandemic, as you said, rightly accelerated and brought more focus, is that happiness for any workplace, either it is an entrepreneurial or it's a corporate world or your own practice or your own life, has become integrated into part of your system. It's one of your DNAs. It is no longer a HR job. I need to say my background. I spent 52 years in the corporate world. And I have to say that I work different functions, but primarily in HR. It is not the role of HR. I think this is the mistake people commit. It is the role of leadership. For me, three aspects: the role of leadership, the culture, and the kind of people you have. That makes any organization of any kind, whether it's a two-man organization or 20,000 people organization, that makes a difference. And I have to say, if you realize that, it makes our job much easier. I think I've seen the flow of the program. It has been very well structured. Culture is important. People are important. But ultimately, the leadership plays an important role. Having spent this, just imagine myself. I think I want to bring that awareness. We start with some myths. Happiness means only a company where you have only young and energetic teenagers. They can make it fun. Thank God it's Friday. You have some pajama parties. You have a discourse. That is not just happiness. That is the myth people have created. At any time you can be happy, regardless of any gender or age. You see, out of my 52 years, 25, 26 years I have spent without any internet. Okay. And without a mobile phone, forget about without any social media. You see, after 25 years, I continue to work till recently. That I'm very fortunate, because my chairman said, Mr. Ananjit Singh, when I moved from JSK after my retirement, I was an advisor. Dwarka, you are happy because you are very well contented. I think the problem comes when you compare yourself with somebody, then all your happiness go. I just want to give you a very practical example. When you give a reward or a promotion or recognition to an employee, he feels very happy at that time. You got a promotion or you got 10% or 12%. The moment the peers, one of his batchmates gets 14%, all this happiness is. This is not what, don't compare your others, don't suffer from peer group syndromes and others. Then you're burning out. All the time you're looking what is X got, what Y got. If he got more than me, why he got more than me? That is not it. Compare yourself. You set your standards, set your goal, and then only you can achieve. If you start comparing, no records will stand forever. But I think you need to compare, you need to compete with yourself. And the second aspect I want to say is leader. When I started my management training scheme under DCM, Dr. Charatram, I think after confirmation, how small things brings a lot of happiness to you. And that's what I want to illustrate. Happiness doesn't come, you do big shows or recognized in front of 10,000 people. Sometimes you don't realize small things makes you feel very happy. You can never forget. This is an incident happened in 71. When I was confirmed as a management trainee, I used to work with Dr. Charatram. Most of you may not know who is Dr. Charatram, but he was a Dion of DCM group. He was the chairman and managing director. He gave me a confirmation letter. He said, I'm sending you a very tough assignment. I just want to repeat. I'm sending you a tough assignment to Lucknow. But if you do well, your luck starts now. Okay. You're sending you to Lucknow in a tough assignment. But if you do well, your luck starts now. What does it mean? After 52 years, I am relating to it. That has created a lot of impact on you. You feel better, you feel happier. So I think what I'm trying to say, without laboring on this, small things makes a difference. Everything needs to be done in a big group and with a bang. Show you can get the result outcome, how you touch the cards. And secondly, please don't think, I just go little bit a contrary view. I want to generate some debate later. Don't think everything you do well for a person makes that person happy. But even if you give a promotion, you give a reward, the way you convey to him, the way you deal with him, give it as a matter of course, you're walking, I'm going to the airport, just take your promotion letter. That doesn't give a happiness to him. I think even if it's a tough decision, I just want to relate to an instance. It is a person who worked with us in GSK for 30 years. He outlived his utility, and we need to make a conversation with him. When we made a very conversation, the way we converse with him, I think the outcome is not good. He will feel unhappy because he may not have the job after that. But the way it was presented and talked, he said, you give golden handshake and all that without getting into details. He said, we have to give 3 months notice. He said, can I make one request? Yes, please. He worked in a small town. He's a very senior guy there. I understand the reasons. I'm not surprised, though may not be happy. Can you give me 5 months? Don't worry about the compensation. I said, may I know the reason? He said, my daughter is getting married after 3 months. Okay. And, this is a small town. It will be stigma for me. I don't have a job at that time. What I'm trying to say is, Dr. Batra talked about the empathy or compassion. It is not that you break the rules, but, if you try to address the issues, the pulse of the people is what leaders should know. If you know the pulse of the people, you can address many things. There's a famous book on this, First Break All Rules. That means, when you have that ability, breaking rules means not breaching the rules. There is a way of framing the rules. And last but not the least, Dr. Atreya taught me as a leader, cash, K-A-S-H. I think you need to have a knowledge, you need to have a attitudes, you need to have a skills. Ultimately, what makes a person happier, healthier is when you have a good habits. I think we talk about knowledge, attitude, skills. We don't talk about the habits. Dr. Batra referred to about the walking. Many people walk. Everybody is equal. But I keep walking sometimes. The fellow is on phone all the time for 45 minutes. What is the fun in walking? You are occupied. I say, we'll set up the call. It doesn't make any sense to me. I think, don't take this excuse. I have to work 24/7. I worked for 25 years, 27 years without a mobile, and some of you maybe have done it without that. I think the whole idea is a leader is one who can cope up with change. Everybody said, how can you be? I will be 75 in next 1 week. Okay, but it's a question of whether you are young or old. The question is you are contextual. If you want to make it as a leader happier, you are able to interact or understand the youngsters, millennials versus the old time. Are you ability to manage from Mali to Malik? That should be the ability of that to bring that happiness, the environment. He talked about Mr. Ashish on the Dr. Ashish on the culture. That is how you build. Everybody should feel. GSK used to say one thing. I mean, he talked about it. I'll just take 2 more minutes. He said, when you want to, one of the measurements, he talked about engagement. I go one step further. One survey of GSK, our mission is to make people healthier, happier. And in doing so, one of the important thing is, are you proud to be associated with the company? That used to be the global 5 questions. That is the one question which you give a lot of importance. Why? Because it is not just keep giving some kudos or titles, it will help. You have to have a psychic income. He should come from within. Why should I should work for this company? I feel a sense of pride. I'm a GSK and I'm a Lever or a P&G or a Google or Microsoft, any company, or Aditya Birla Group or Tata's. Why? That sense of pride has to come. There's no point in just saying, please, engagement scores. Engagement scores can change. That score used to be always 90, more than 90. The year it has come down, the global board used to get worried. That means there is an issue. So you need to address issues somewhere else, not just to say how to make happy by just smiling one day. It has to come from within. So last thing my boss used to say is, the day you get up from in the morning and you think, oh my God, I need to go to office. I need to see my manager, or I need to work with my colleagues. That is the day you need to think quietly, reflect on it. There is something wrong with me, or something wrong with the organization or my leaders, or something wrong with both of us, and how I can address it. I think, that is more important. In this context, while concluding, I don't want to keep on repeating, but you see, one is the leadership, one is the culture of the organization. You see, now there is no work and there is life, everything is integrated. I'm not saying it's balance. I think it's a work-life integration. Nobody has given importance to happiness the way we are giving it. Wellness has become very important. Wellness leads to happiness. And secondly, it is not what you do at work. Now the boundaries have changed. It is the work, workers, gig workers, workplace, and well-being, the 4 Ws. But the most important thing to connect is the leader who makes things happen in this constantly changing world. No longer it is valid if you say that command and control are boundaries in working. That has gone. But don't give the excuse saying, there is a, how do you balance between the high tech and high touch? It can be done provided you have that intention to do it. This is the way leader has to create it. So one of the things I learned by reading one of the finest books on this is Joy of Leadership by Tal Ban. And I really borrow that and try to practice it. I'm not a perfect nor an expert. He used the word sharp. That means understand your strengths. If you want to become happy, focus on your strengths. Don't keep on worrying about too much. You should be conscious about your weaknesses. Then you talk about the, happiness will come when you have that sharp mentality, because, when you're talking about the absorption or relationships or a purpose in which you do, it is important that you need to focus on your strengths. Don't try to be, I will get an idea one day and I will deliver it. You keep on doing it. Try to do what you can do, you do well, then you will always succeed in that. So ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here. I don't know what it made any sense to me, but I have realized one thing, how small things can motivate and help people. Everything is not being a mega one. This is a journey, and it will continue to go. But I'm glad that business world, along with this happiness one, has started this initiative. And it is not just a HR role. This is a business role. It has to come from the leader with an inclusive culture, with a drive to achieve results, both for the person as well as for the organization. So to conclude, there are 4 kinds of people: people who watch things happening, people who do not know what's happening, people to whom things happen, but distinguished minority are those who makes things happen. I wish you all fall under the distinguished minority and be a leader for yourself and for your organization, and drive forward this happiness. Happiness doesn't lead to performance, but actually happiness leads to performance, not performance leads to happiness. Please remember, that is a myth people commit. For me, if you're happy, you can perform well. It is not that you perform well, you become happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, from addresses, it's time to move towards conversations. A conversation on past versus present versus the future. Where are we actually heading? Please join me in welcoming Mr. Omkar Pradhan, Associate Director, People, Culture and Talent, GoQuick, and Ms. Ruhi Bhavsar, Head Human Resources, iBasit.
Morning, everyone. Thanks, BW team and Happiest team for having us here.
Yeah, hello everyone, good morning. And without spending time a lot, I'm directly jumping on the subject. So Omkar, can you please tell us something about what is your perspective, what is your outlook um, from perspective of past, present, and the future workplace model? And what is your preference for the future workplace model?
Sure. I think if we talk about past, right, which was, let's say, pre-COVID era, we all, I mean, the organizations were kind of were working in a physical presence or an offline mode. Uh, 2.5 years back, I think COVID pushed the digital transformation accelerated digital transformation, right? Wherein in a short period of time, everyone was pushed to work remotely. And today, 2.5 years after COVID, when things are back on pre-COVID stage, organizations have opened up. Having said that, remote working or hybrid culture is here to stay. And for that matter, tech-enabled organizations or employees in that zone prefer working remotely or for that matter remote, right? So from a future perspective, if you really ask me, I think things will move remote slash hybrid more so. And some interesting insights around this, right? About 41% of organizations across the globe are offering remote first opportunities. Australia and US top the chart. And this number pre-COVID was about hovering in a 10-15%. So a jump of 20% in the 2 years talks a lot about the remote and hybrid of the work. Uh, Additionally to this, companies which are remote or hybrid, they save on overhead cost, and that overhead cost companies deploy towards employee engagement, employee learnings, which essentially increase the quotient of employee happiness per se. So if you ask me, on my personal opinion, I think future of work is going to be hybrid.
Absolutely right. So as you correctly said, there are lots of things has been changed in past and present scenarios, we can say, from in terms of employee life cycle. And in future, maybe people will look for hybrid, because previously the role was something like we can say the major and the focus was like 9 to 6, or policing conducting for the policies and procedures. But now people are more focusing on the productivity, more focusing on the outcome, and certainly maybe in future we will think about the hybrid.
So, Rui, one question to you from my end. How do you see talent landscape evolving in the future? And if you compare it to the past, present, and future, how do you see it evolving? What will change?
Okay, so really good. So in talent, specifically, there are so many things that are coming in the picture, but basically, I would like to focus on three very major things. One thing is the hiring, rewarding, and the onboarding. So when we are talking about the hiring, so there are lots of things that's been changed in the hiring too. Uh, Previously it was something like people used to work on the traditional hiring, and there was a demand was less, so because of that switching was also limited. And after that, but during the COVID period, because of job insecurities, people, they have so many candidates, they are open in the market for the job search. Addition to that, there are some US and Europe organization, they started offshoring business to India market, and because of that there are so many new job openings are coming up in the India job market, and it leads more demand and more job openings in the India. uh, and other side, with looking into this both scenarios of demand and supply, uh, employers, they have also changed their strategies. The one important thing is that previously they used to focus on the long-term hiring, but nowadays they are looking for the short-term hiring, then contract hiring, then they are giving up, they are outsourcing things to the startups. So now we can see there are lots of new job openings are coming from the startups too. And they are starting, previously we have seen that career 2.0 or lateral hiring was not that much welcome, but now these are very good initiatives and people are taking these initiatives, and it very more very we can say mostly accepted by almost all the organization. And with the looking into the of or we can say financial perspective, people are now focusing on fresher hiring too, so that they can get some kind of financial benefits from that in terms of salary and compensation point of view. And other thing is that now they are focusing on tier 2 and tier 3 cities, as there is no any kind of boundaries. Would like to say something on this, Omkar?
Yeah, I think from a hiring perspective, right, specifically companies which are hybrid or remote, uh, talent access for them has become essentially boundaryless. So talent for them is accessible across the country essentially, right? Which for them increases the talent pool. And if I think about candidates or employees, for them, better opportunities are available because they don't intend to leave their, let's say, place for X or Y or Z reasons, right? So in that sense, companies which are remote or hybrid, they have a very wider access to talent pool across the geographies essentially.
True, true, very true. So other thing is, as I share, like after hiring, pre-boarding is there. So pre-boarding previously, it's just kind of formalities and the employee candidate connect. But nowadays, it is very important phase, because this phase only is the decision maker phase, when we know that this candidate will join the organization and or not. And because of that, to make them excite to join the organization, it is very important that they should know before joining what is the purpose of the organization. What, because nowadays compensation is not only the matter, they are looking with the compensation, what kind of benefit you're going to give them, what kind of well-beings offerings are there, then what is the social stake of the organization in the market of in a sense of CSR activities or HSC activities, then what kind of flexibility and work-life balance companies offering. These all things are coming in the picture. And even though now some the manager connect, would be manager connect is also very important, because they are talking with them, they are connecting with them, they are getting some sense about what kind of their career growth plan in this organization, what will be the what are the technological stack, what is the work culture, what is the learning opportunity, and that will give them confidence and make them excited to join the organization. You would like to say something on this,
On this,
Omkar?
Ruhi, I think companies have started designing the onboarding journey, the minus 90-day journey, or let's call it as, let's say, offer to joining journey, right? They have not just kept it manual now. They have kind of automated, and there are tools coming up which are AI-based tools, right? Which create an entire offer to joining journey, wherein companies engage with the candidates based on what company profiling is, how is the journey created. They create multiple engagements, multiple touch points for that matter, through which, because they're AI-enabled tools, right? Companies get insights how engaged the candidate, and if they need to do something differently before it's too late, right? So I think these tools are coming up, and in the future, we'll see a great surge in this tool, or companies kind of adapting to these tools, right? Because they're going to get insights very early on in the candidate journey, how engaged is the candidate, or if they should do certain things differently. So this is one change which we'll see, wherein right now there are only a couple of tools, let's say, which are kind of doing this, but we'll see a surge in this, because companies are finding this as a great value prop.
Yeah, very true. Because some solutions are providing them experience as well, through which they will feel like they are the part of the organization and can make them excited to join the organization. Now, the third point is onboarding. So onboarding is always very structured format, and always people are focusing on this. But nowadays, the main important thing, or we can say the main challenge, is the remote onboarding. And some organization, they already have some policies and processes for how to go for the remote onboarding. But in COVID era, there are some organization where this was the first time, and it was really challenge for them. And during that time, it was very struggle phase for the new joiners who join in such organizations, because it was the first experience for them too. And at that time, there was again manager connect and their buddies, and these all kind of connect are very important. And because of that only, maybe all leaders are now agree on that at least onboarding should be hybrid mode, so that they can get more connect, more collaboration with their team and their managers, so that they can be productive early and they will feel connect with the organization. Do you would like to say
Got
something
it.
on this?
Yeah, I think on the closure part, right? The way I would like to kind of put it, companies which are fully remote will stay that way. Companies which are hybrid in nature may look at moving to, let's say, a remote setup. And companies today which operate in completely in physical setup, right? They may see moving to a hybrid kind of a model in the years to come. So all in all, I think to close on past versus present versus future, I see things moving to a hybrid work setup in all formats, if not completely remote. I think hybrid is going to be the future of workplace, because that will also increase the happiness quotient in employees, because they don't have to keep on running between, let's say, travel, office, etc. They also have time on their hand to cater to their personal aspects, right? So I think hybrid is going to be the future of work.
I'm completely agree with you on this, that a hybrid will be the future of the work if we are considering all the pros and cons of the remote and full-time office workplace model. And whatever we have discussed now, so in that also most probably hybrid will be the future solution.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think thanks, BW team and Happy Plus again once again for having us here.
Thank you.
A picture, please. Okay, from conversation on past versus present versus future, let's come to the present, that is today. Up next is a panel discussion on prep today for a better tomorrow, work culture importance. Please join me in welcoming our panelist for the same, Mr. Umang Sharma, Global Operations Leader, Innova, Mr. Hemant Kumar Bhatia, Chief Human Resources Officer, Vedanta Limited, TSPL, Mr. Pushkar Kumar, Chief Human Resource Officer, Kane Assets, Kane Oil and Gas, Vedanta Limited, and the session will be chaired by Mr. Talis Rizvi, Director, BW People and BW CFO World Community. Let's collectively welcome them now. I guess, let's. Thank you. Also, for all the session chairs, please make sure that you're well in time with the timer. That's not really my job, but yes, I have to take care of that now.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone is happy out here listening to a number of people and keynotes. Especially Ashish is the happiest person out here. So I would request everyone to get connected with him during the day and understand what are the initiatives that Happy Plus is doing and how business world has aligned with them, and they're trying to recognize organizations and how they're trying to keep their employees happy and maintain their well-being. So coming to this particular session, we are talking about today, as Malik just said, so it's prep today for better tomorrow, work and culture importance. So we are joined by Mr. Umang Sharma, Global Operations Leader for Innova, Mr. Hemant Kumar Bhatia, Chief Human Resource Officer for Vedanta Limited, TSPL, and Mr. Pushkar Kumar, Chief Human Resource Officer for Crane Assets, Crane Oil and Gas, Vedanta Limited. I'd like to welcome you all on behalf of Business World. So you've spoken about what the future would be like and why the people should be happy and how the things have changed. And we have faced a few things in the past. The last 2 years have not been very good for entire humankind, as well as for all the employees. So the first thing that we would like to understand is about your organizations. What are they? What are the kind of employees you have? And like to understand that what are the highlights post-COVID that you have seen and what were the challenges during COVID? So with this, I would like to request Mr. Pushkar to give insight about his organization. Pushkar ji.
Yeah. So I come from an organization, it's a metal and mines company, $15 billion global company, Vedanta. We are into zinc, we are probably all possible natural resources you may think of, and very recently into semiconductors and stuff like that. So it's a very well diverse business that we have, and I belong to the oil and gas part of the business. We have, as a part of our employee base, very strong, technical people who are geologists, reservoir engineers, petroleum engineers, people who are drillers. Then, equally importantly, people from enabling functions like IT, legal, assurance. So roughly about 1,400 people on roles, and then we have a huge base of contractual employees, roughly about 10,000 of them, all across different installations where we extract oil and gas. So I think one of the biggest post-COVID challenges is that, there is a context to what we are doing right now, and it is true for all the organizations. One has to realize that, the economy right now globally is not doing well. Even the growth rates, GDP growth rates, these are not really great to talk home about. Unemployment is very, very rampant. And despite all of these, most of the organizations during the COVID time, they have been doing their best in terms of trying to keep the employees on roll and do whatever best is possible to help them in terms of fighting the entire crisis. And the Indian organizations all across the globe, they have done fantastically well in terms of supporting their respective employee base during this challenging period. The most important challenge that we are facing is that most of the organizations, as they come out of this unfortunate era of COVID that we know of, is about growth, is about getting back to productivity levels, and therefore there are a large many number of initiatives, changes which are happening in many organizations, and this could touch each and everyone in the organization. So I think there's a lot of uncertainty as a consequence of which you have to be very, very careful with regards to your change management strategy as such. So if you have a great change management strategy in terms of taking people along in your journey towards getting back to the growth path, which was there, which you were riding on pre-COVID era, I think that's really where the challenge lies. It's all about the fact that unemployment is rampant, highest in the last 45 years. GDP is not growing as much. Demand side of the economy is not doing really well, and you have so much of social media talking about it. So employees generally get negative about it, and they also start getting negative about the plans of the company. And that's really where the challenge is, where the leadership needs to step up, and they need to talk positive about the company. They need to show the vision, the larger purpose that the company stands for, and make sure that each and everybody is a part of that particular journey, adding value to the organizational growth and productivity part. That all of us need to focus upon as a necessary consequence of what we have emerged out of from a very, very catastrophic phase in our lives. So that is what I would say.
You spoke about uncertainty, and the challenges which have been there. So I'll put the next question to Umang about his organization and what were the challenges and how managing the people, and was there any initiative that you took to keep people happy as well, when you're getting them back?
Thank you for having me here. Inaugural is a digital transformation company headquartered in Atlanta. We're about 2,500 strong, of which four and a half. I think I agree with Pushkar. I think this change management strategy is very important to me. Like any other organization, we have, it's like, with people slowly coming back to work, people just don't want to come back to work. Productivity at home sometimes not as expected as it should be and things like that. I think it's important that, and before I say what's important, I think we had it a little easier because we are a startup versus the larger size companies. The connect is there. Regular engagement activities. I don't think so. It's is very important. I think compensation is no longer. I think people look for work-life balance. People look for, there's a study by Gallup that says 95% of people feel respected at work. I think these kind of things that were not important previously are very, very important. I think people need to be empowered. I think, if you give them that level of empowerment, one of my favorite lines is telling our employees, look at yourself as an entrepreneur with a salary. Giving that level of empowerment, giving them new technologies to work on, what is relevant today and what will be relevant tomorrow. Like I said, it's a digital transformation company, so we play around a lot with AI and things like that. So having them do these kind of things and get them deployed to such kind of activities, giving them a clear career path should assist in making sure that this time is.
Thanks, Umang. Moving on to Mr. Hemant. So Hemant, you spoke about TSPL, and we had a discussion earlier that the major employee base that you have are contractual employees, and the strength that from management side is on the lower side, but the major engagement for the organization happens with the contractors and people who are there. So, post-COVID, what are the key challenges and what are the highlights that you would like to put forward with respect to happiness?
So, good morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in this forum. So now we believe in MIP system, which is management in place with respect, be it direct role employees or maybe indirect role employees. So past 1 year, we have implemented this in our business partner management also, that head safety, head commercial, head HR, and then their plant in charge. These MIP positions have the defined JDs and defined qualification and experience, and then the person is onboarded. Now going to the L2 and L3 level also, we have a defined skills and defined experience, so that we have basically set the skill set and experience for the entire lot of this direct employees hierarchies. And with respect to this performance delivery and well-being has been our value of Vedanta. Our chairman always says, you don't work, you enjoy. And once you will enjoy, you will be happy, always your delivery will come. So we have in this the initiative called project managers. We for the freshers, for the diversities, we give them the role of their likeness. If they want to contribute in particular vertical, yes, we will map them and we will give them the this matrix, and they will automatically achieve that. Now post COVID, there has been a lot of shift, I would say. People are not bothering about the big names. For example, Tata, AV Birla Group, Vedanta. I can give you some examples in which management trainees from premier MBA colleges have joined us. They remained there for 2 years after the COVID. Once there was opening up, they have gone to the various low-level names, startups, and these startups were very close to their home. They wanted to remain with their mother, fathers. They wanted to remain with their relatives because we all know that this 2 years, many lives have been lost. Our near and dears have gone. So the mindset is completely changed. They don't bother about the package. They don't bother about the big names. They bother about the engagement, well-being, close to their relatives, because the times they are in the panic state that when this will come again and they will be in trouble. So these things have played a very vital role, and in down the line, I can tell you, I have a firm belief that there will be hybrid working, which is upcoming. We have started on a very low level, but then we have to go on a full steam to retain our talent, to complete our business unit objectives, and to get into the business. So this has become a very important thing, and this we take care of in our all the HR initiatives and along with our operation and maintenance strategies also. Thank you.
It's a wonderful culture, coming from the chairperson himself, talking about, people should be happy at workplace and enjoy the work so that becomes more productive. So I'll come back to the second question, and that will be closing one as well, because we are running a little late. So we'll go to Pushkar ji, and the thing that I wish to understand, that when we talk from the happiness perspective and the cultural perspective, how does employer branding play an important role? How being happy versus high salary has played role in the recent past? So we like to be.
So I don't really think that salary is, at least as far as our organization is concerned, because we have very, premier institute technical talent, which is with us, and they get some fabulous salary retention bonuses and everything possibly that we could do in terms of tangible things to retain them has been done. Still, there are a couple of people who would like to leave the organization, and I don't really think it's about the compensation. I think it's for us to introspect as to what really is missing in this entire picture. So one is the connect with the larger purpose. The larger purpose of the organization is something, that each one of us, if I look at the entire organization, more than 99% of the people are coming to work because of the fact that they believe in the larger purpose of the organization, which is about producing 50% of domestic oil and gas, the production. Our current share is 25%, and to take it to across to 50%, that's the kind of vision that we have. And why it becomes important, and we keep that hammering day in and day out, is it will bring down the imports. You have 80% imports. Your oil and gas, you import as much as 80%. So if you increase your domestic production, you will release a lot of foreign exchange for poverty alleviation, right? So that's the kind of purpose that everybody is driven to. So the purpose is there. There is a business plan. The business plan is working fine. Your compensation, your people practices, your policies have come across. There are policies which, take into consideration the entire family, which means that I celebrate, if somebody is passing 12th standard, 10th standard with 90% and above, we do celebrate that in terms of, sending across gifts to the entire family, congratulating them. Also, we have very recently come up with scholarships for people who have their kids in IITs and global universities and various other, leading institutes across different fields like psychology, legal, etc., etc. So we are doing all of this thing, but still there are a section of people who would like to leave, and these are really good people. So you really need to go across and try and understand as to why they would like to leave. And when I talk to those people, I think it's fundamentally a disconnect with regards to the kind of communication that we do. So if your communication is right about what you are trying to do in terms of making sure that they are understanding the purpose, the business plan behind that particular purpose that will help you achieve your numbers, and the culture in which they are, operating and the policies and the processes and the touch points and the employee experiences, when you start having these candid conversations with them, you perhaps will realize that many a times they do not appreciate it because things are taken for granted. So I think it's very, very important. It is a cliche, but in terms of employee connect, how leaders reach out, at what frequency they reach out, is HR on the ground? Are we talking the business language? Are we talking our DNA? I think all of that becomes very, very important, because what really is happening is that in day-to-day rut, we forget that human touch, going across, talking to people, really understanding their issues, is we forget that it is important. So I think when I talk to some of these people who are on the fringe and who would like to go off, and many of them don't have convincing answers, they start fumbling as to why they would like to go out. Probably there is another offer from another decent company who is doing equally well, and they would just like to jump off. You understand that perhaps the perspective is missing. So
Right.
it becomes important for us to make sure that we have a direct connect, and we also strengthen our managerial capability, build that managerial muscle, so that, you know, the experiences that the employees have at different touch points through managers, through HR, they really become very, very, you know, praiseworthy, and no employee ultimately leaves the organization. So that's what I would like to reflect upon.
So among same thing to you, I'll not take much of time explaining it. So employer branding, happiness versus the monetary aspect.
Right. So I think
And
I'll,
if you can make it quick, we are
yeah,
running a little bit.
I'll take it in two aspects. I think the joining part, onboarding part versus retention, right? I think this is an idea from an onboarding part, this is an idea from our HR leader. You know, what we've started doing is during the onboarding process or the interview process, we allow the candidates to interact with our current workforce. We give them the option to interact with our current workforce, so they know firsthand what our culture is about. You know, it's better to hear it from them than from us. And from the retention aspect, I think it's important that you constantly upgrade your workforce. You know, providing them those 360-degree benefits. You know, whether it's assisting them in their further education. You know, tie-ups with training academies like Next Level Learning and things like that helps a lot. Apart from that, I think it's really important that the senior management talks to them a lot, letting them know of the vision of the company, you know, a clear career path, letting them know of the clear career path they have in front of them is important. And I see the time, so I'm going to stop.
Thank you. So Hemanji, coming to you on the employer branding part, like basically you are working with the contractual forces, but leaving that aside, we'll talk about what are the strategies with respect to happiness that are required in terms of contractual employees as well. Are they happy inside the organization or not? And what are the retention policies that you have for them?
In this, Connect plays the very important part. I would say that we have 4 layers of Connect with them. Our CEO connects with them, which we call Vartalap, and CEO connects with them each month. They directly talk to them with respect to the safety, with respect to the operation and maintenance targets, and their well-being, their observations. And after that, our Chief Operating Officer also has got the connects with them. Then HODs also have got the connect with them, and we have a coffee with CHRO. So like myself, I used to go to different business partners and talk to these people directly in a very casual way, and so that they can come out and we look into their observations, grievances, and solve it out. So that has been our connect point, where we listen to them. We try to open them up with respect to the things they want in the workplace, so that we can provide them that ecosystem in which they can perform to their best level. So this has been our strategy, and giving them high leadership roles, which will basically elate them, and in that they operate with the higher level of efficiencies. So we always give them the leadership roles, and we will, for example, any problem is there, so we will make the task force and we will choose one of them as a project manager along with the team member. We will announce some incentive and we will give them the freedom, empowerment to solve that problem. And we have seen the results also in the field, that if we will take the external person out in the company, it will take time, but then the talent is there, the knowledge is there, the experience is there. You give them the opportunity and you will get the results. So by that way, we go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Hemanji. So in the end, I would say that we had a couple of points that came from Mr. Umang Sharma, which were about resistance to change. And during the change, how do we manage the employees, and how do we look at the perspective, what they have in mind about being with the organization and staying happy with the organization. And he spoke about a lot of measures, which are gestures, which are from the organizations and maybe towards the family of the employees, and celebrating the people together. So that's one good thing. Maybe it gives some hope and willingness for them to stay back with the organization. We heard Umang about his organization, and he said it's a fairly new one, but pretty happy. And there again, he spoke about what can be the employer branding strategies, and why do the people feel associated, and how the senior managements and the cohesiveness amongst the employees plays an important role in keeping them happy. And lastly, Mr. Hemant spoke about the management engaging directly with the employees. So in format of Coffee with Karan, so that's what he spoke about, getting connected with the top management of the organization. So I feel with these are certain measures where we can look for a better future, and we can do some prep and modify the things. And for help, you can reach out to Dr. Ashish Ambasta. So how he can help you and guide you to make organizations better and happier places. I'd like to thank all the panelists for joining us today. Thanks a lot.
Oh, a picture, please. Group picture. Thank you. Thank you so much to all the panelists and Mr. Rizvi. You kept looking at me after every 5 minutes for the timer. Thank you for that. Okay, if I ask everybody in the audience the question that Mr. Rizvi asked our panelists, that if given an opportunity, what would you choose? Monetary benefits up to the industry standards, or a happy workplace? So how many so you're for both of them? Okay, second. Okay. How many for industry standards, monetary benefits? One. You can be honest, it's okay. You? I know you have EMIs to pay, of course. Okay, and happiness? Everybody. Lovely. Okay, that solves the purpose. Moving on to our keynote address on well-being is a movement, a change which is not constant. Please join me in welcoming on stage Ms. Shruti Bhardwaj, Head Human Resources, Nutrition and Ice Cream, South Asia, Hindustan Unilever, to deliver the same. Want to hand mic, please? My focus is completely on the ice cream bit. I mean, I won't lie, and I'm sure many of them also.
In fact, I will share with you a very, very, a relevant anecdote that in our ice cream team, we call ourselves the happy people. So our WhatsApp group is actually the happy people's team group. When we do workshops for leadership training, etc., we call them joy shops. So it is, I think, happiness at the workplace and being happy and being the whole place at the workplace is really constant. It is a pleasure to come here and speak to you on this, share my thoughts with you on this. So thank you so very much. So I'm Shruti and I work for Hindustan Lever. I head human resources for the South Asia business of foods and refreshments for Unilever. And what I hope to do over the next 8-9 minutes is really not only share my thoughts on this subject, but also do that through the lens of a little bit of how we've been practicing well-being at HUL, the changing phases of well-being, but equally what actually has stayed constant about well-being and how does that actually inform the well-being in the past, present, and future. Now, the last 2 years of the pandemic, it's brought us very, very intimate to two dialogues, which in corporate speak, we are all very familiar with. The first one is the tectonic shift that the pandemic has created in the way that we conceive the work, the workplace, and the workforce. We are all very, very familiar with this dialogue. The second one is really the massive acceleration that we've seen in digitization, the adoption of digitization, how center digital has become in our life. The third very, very massive and significant change that we've witnessed at an accelerated pace is the conversation on well-being. Never before has well-being been so center of plate in people strategy, in business strategy, on the minds of people, on the minds of employers, on the minds of leaders. And all of this really means that we have to dig deep as business professionals, as HR professionals, into what really well-being means. At the core of it, it is about a duty of care that each individual has towards themselves, a duty of care that leaders have towards their teams, and a duty of care that an organization has not only to its employees, but to the entire ecosystem in which it operates, the suppliers, the vendors, the partners, and entire ecosystem. And clearly, no, doesn't seem to be. Okay, yeah. And I think the beginning for this well-being, the one thing that I have observed, and I can say this, with my experience in HUL, is that organizations which have had well-being as a part of their DNA, organizations which did not start thinking about well-being when the pandemic hit us, they have been the most resilient and have been able to launch the most comprehensive response to COVID and COVID support as compared to others. And at Unilever and HUL, I think it stems from the ethos of the company. The ethos of the company, which is rooted in purpose, because we believe that brands with purpose grow, companies with purpose last, and people with purpose thrive. So at the core of the business, there is purpose. And because of this, what it helps us actually do, this fundamental focus on purposeful and meaningful, and that is the only sustainable way of doing business, is actually what has shaped, not today, not yesterday, but literally over the last 10 plus years, the overall approach and philosophy of well-being at HUL. And it is about holistic well-being, because well-being is not simply about medical benefits, COVID support, medical tests, checkup. Well-being inherently is about how do you enable your employees to be their whole self, to be their happiest self, and to be their healthiest self at the workplace. And therefore, for us, it is really 4 key pillars for well-being. There is physical well-being, which is about being a healthier you, a fitter you. And this starts with an approach. For example, in HUL, what we have running for decades now is what we call a lamp lighter program. Under this program, what we do is we ensure that we have a very strong cadence of regular checkups, but it doesn't end there. It ends with a very detailed engagement one-on-one with the company doctor and the employee on what are the red flags, what are the lifestyle changes, what are the current medical problems, what are the envisaged future problems, and literally a customized individual plan. We track it, then we follow up on it. Sometimes we do name and shame around it. but essentially it elevates the dialogue and it brings your own physical fitness center of plate, top of mind for each and every employee. Purposeful is something that allows each employee, when you have a purposeful approach to well-being, it is about not just bringing a part of yourself to the workplace, it is about bringing your whole self to the workplace. But for us to do that, we have to spend time reflecting, introspecting on really what are our true internal drivers, what are our intrinsic motivators, what helps us find purpose in our work, and what helps us find purpose in our life. So we've invested a huge amount of time in giving people the time and a psychologically safe space to work in cohorts to really unpeel this for themselves, because we all know it at a subconscious level, but sometimes you need to consciously go through a process of really sort of mapping your life journey. What are the childhood experiences that have shaped your purpose? What really drives you? What makes you tick? How do you show up? And when you do that, you are able to encapsulate for yourself in a sentence or a word or a paragraph what is what what is your purpose. And then you're really able to very consciously seek that in your work life, to be able to manifest that in your work life, and that makes for better well-being. Mental well-being for us is really all about helping people be mindful about the mental energy that they have, and not just be mindful about it. When you're mindful about it, you're also mindful about the impact that you have on others around you, the impact that you have on the energy in the room, and you are able to manage that. And when you are able to manage that, it also helps build resilience, especially during difficult times for business, during difficult socio-economic changes. So mental well-being is all about being able to manage your energy and to manage and shape the impact that you have on others. And then it is the emotional well-being, which is really about feeling more confident. How do you get yourself in a positive mental space? A lot of the support that employees get through an EAP, counseling, being sort of open to have a dialogue at the workplace on mental well-being, that itself is something which sits at the core on this. And I believe very, very strongly that it is this focus on well-being, holistic well-being, linked to purpose, and a consistent focus on this, not yesterday, but over the last many years, that led us to really mount what really counted in the last 2 years, which was a massive, huge scale COVID response. It spanned across multiple spectrums, whether it was medical infrastructure, whether it was policies, or whether it was how leaders really drove well-being at the workplace during the time of the pandemic. But beyond all of this, most organizations did this. Some did it faster, some did it slower, some could do some of it. Some were constrained by money, some were constrained by resources, but everybody did some shape and form of this. But essentially what stood out was the 360 approach of it. It is not just about, medical support. It is not just about policy. It is not just about leaders doing a call. It is about doing all of it. And doing all of this, not just for employees, but through the entire ecosystem. So whether it was the 150 plus volunteers who stepped up as nightingales to support employees and connect them with medical resources, or whether it was a industry changing policy on domestic abuse, which we launched, and we made it open for anybody to replicate, because it is during pandemic that we see a spike in domestic abuse, with women spending more time at home, with families all cloistered together. Or whether it was how leaders actually led it from the front and bringing into focus the entire philosophy of servant leadership, leading with empathy, something that all of the leaders were trained to put their arms around, embrace, and live. So that is really the thought that I want to leave around this table, which is that when you are consistently focusing on well-being, you are able to, in times when you need to call upon it, be very resilient. And the future of well-being, already we are seeing that it is going to be different in the world of hybrid. How do you manage an employee well-being when you are really wanting to keep the benefits of remote working that you got unlocked, But through hybrid working, how do you maintain the well-being? How do you manage well-being when you have workforce that is now fully remote? How do you manage well-being in that context? How do you manage well-being when your employees are not the traditional way that you describe employees, but a large mix of a gig workforce and a full-time employment workforce? How do you define well-being when you are now working in a multi-generation workforce? You have, the concept of YOLO, you live only once, competing with still people who, are of a generation where work-life balance, well-being means something completely different to them. So really, it's incumbent upon us. And therefore, what well-being means and how it manifests will change. But the fact that well-being has to be center of our agenda, that doesn't change. And I want to end with a video. It's a short video, and it really sort of speaks to the piece about embracing the context. And I'm going to play a video that we made on our efforts for solving domestic abuse, which really went up to a spike. And it shows that, it really highlights what each one of us need to bring forward as duty of care. That's at the core of well-being. We have a duty of care. And just want to play this video for all of you, and then we'll end with that. Thank you very much.
बेटी यही कहती है कि माँ तो चुपचाप क्यों सहती है। घरेलू हिंसा के खिलाफ आवाज उठाइए, खुद भी स्ट्रांग बनिए और बेटी को भी स्ट्रांग बनने का पाठ पढ़ाइए।
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am, for taking us through all that's been happening at your organization and what efforts are also being taken to make sure it stays that way. Moving on, now it's time for our next conversation on adaptability and inclusion, positive workforce implementation. Please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Dheeraj Modi, Vice President and Global Human Resources Head, NLB Services, and Mr. Somanathan, Chief Marketing Officer, iSource, ITES. Let's welcome them, please. Thank you so much. Mics, please. You can start that way, sir. There they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We were thinking we'll be talking to each other without the mic. That would be a secretive conversation and we'll exchange notes and we'll go in. But thank you so much for the mics. I think first of all, we should introduce ourselves. So Somanathan, over to you.
I'm Somanathan and I've got close to 15 years of experience. Similar to how the world has changed its life. So before COVID, I was a marketer, and after COVID, I became in charge of people management and, of course, recruitment, all these human resources related part. Before COVID, I used to write an email to my CEO stating that the human resource team is not helping me to hire resources. First, hire them first fire the HR team, and then let's hire the HR team, new HR team. But right after getting into the people management, I'm worried that I've written so many emails complaining the HR team. And again, the recent the adoption to the new world. So let's call it as a new world. That is bringing a lot of changes in terms of people mindset, the way how we live in the recent time, and how we value the life and the families. And similar to that, I'm looking at even handling employees in the same way that should make the environment more happy, right? I'm sorry, I took so much of time.
Thank you so much. And I did not write any email to fire anybody for that matter. Right? Since I'm an HR guy, I cannot write mail for myself. But of course, we face the same challenges. My name is Dheeraj Modi, and I'm heading HR for NLB Services. Great to be here. And I think your journey is fascinating because being a CMO and then taking an HR role, why do you think that taking care of an employee or being a happiest workplace is important for the organization?
Thank you. So making the people happy is always important. It's not just with the, with the company, because only when they're happy, they implement a lot of ideas. So I want people, when they start their day, in the morning, it could be up at 10 a.m. or 9 a.m. They should have a feel that, okay, I'm going office today and working. They should not have the feel of, bunking a college like a student, right? So that's more important than anything else, because as a US based company, we would want people to interact with US customers, and of course, as I said, only when they are happy, they would understand what the company is trying to achieve.
So everybody knows the problem and everybody knows the solution. We there are surveys where we know that happiest organizations are performing 2x, 3x, their stocks are performing well, their EBITDAs are great. It's like we know that we wanted to be an IS, we know how to become an IS, but still there are very handful of people who become IS, right? Same is the happiest organization. We know that we want to achieve there, but still not many organization or all the organization achieve there. What do you think what is lacking? Why organizations are not achieving what they want to achieve now?
Okay. So it is similar to how a professor teaches at to a student, right? So they keep talking and do not allow the students to speak. Or our job is to understand whether the message what we convey, that's really going to their mindset. So we should give them opportunity to talk as well. So not just in terms of the knowledge, in terms of their work-life balance, and whether they are really happy with the monetary life, because everybody's there in organization. The only reason is, right, they are here to earn. So we should also be satisfying them, and also, as I said, the work-life balance. We should not allow them to spend so much of time in office. I mean, we encourage people to spend a lot of time with their family, and we make sure that everybody's they in their family are happy, and they are healthy as well. So we used to ask them. In fact, we are a very small company, 250 people company, who are working with us, and we have close to 500 plus people all around the world working for us. So uh, we, at least to the managerial levels and the team leaders, we used to talk to their family members as well, and we bring them once in a month or twice a month. We talk to them, and we make sure they're happy, because that we strongly feel that that will give them more empowerment. As an employee, as I said, we relate their family. So we always say, this is not your company, this is a family.
Absolutely, I'm 100% in agreement. But if I take a clue from your conversation, there is very important factor which comes across all those what you said is trust. How do you see that we can build a trust? Because I know there is organization, they talk about trust, but I said that, and then he was sharing an example, one of the HR, he said that if I need to upgrade my laptop, I need to go for a 10 approvals, right? One way you're saying that I want to trust my people, the other way that you need to go to 10 approvals to upgrade the laptop. The actions are not what you're trying to say. So trust is a very important today in the organization. And I was hearing Shruti, that unlimited well-being leaves. I think this is fabulous. That's how we are messaging them that organization is trusting them, and that's how they're not abusing the policies. So I was amazed to see that organizations are coming forward and creating these kind of policies. What is your view on
Yeah,
this?
absolutely. So when it comes to trust, now that we do allow people to work from home or hybrid model, so we allow them to use their computer or our own laptop, since you mentioned about laptop, and we don't track them at all. We don't ask them to enter their time sheet or what time you are logging in. We don't get into the part, and even in fact, very recently we thought of building KPIs and KRAs, all these, but then finally they decided to go with, okay, let us go in their own stream of handling things, and then we'll try to control things. So we have a sales team. We allow them to work from home even though they handle confidential information. We don't strictly hide things. I've heard from companies, they don't reveal the customer. So we would allow teams to exchange what they achieved, rather than we as a company, we revealing to the employees. We would allow them to announce it to us.
I think wonderful, wonderful. These practices, in the market, when we share our thought as an HR leaders, I'm sure you are a little away from that, and being a marketing guy, we are branding them like a best practices, right? And organizations are trying to, adapt best practices from each others so we can do better. What is your view in terms of sharing these best practices, or do you think that these best practices is just another fascinating name to just to launch your process or policies?
So when it comes to adoption, so the way how I was handling things, say for example, branding our services, right? So completely, I'm using all those ideas to hire. So the hiring is no more with the job portals. Hope you also agree with me. And so many people are they are applying jobs through LinkedIn, and in fact. Uh, I'm all using all those tactics to hire an employee from social media, and the way how we treat customers earlier, right? So uh, we use we somersault to engage a customer, to retain them for next set of businesses. Similar to that, we are trying to handle an employee as well. So that's one adoption from a marketer to a HR. I've contributed to the company, and also we are hiring more than HR professional. We are hiring social media experts, come HR professionals to hire and treat employees. So now that the online reputation is important for a company, so adoption from a job portal to social media, and the way how we treat a customer, the same way an employee has to be treated, so that the employer also will equally giving them important.
Absolutely. That brings to a point that social media is actually a key, because you are an happiest place within the organization. There is a lot of inclusivity. There are people who are, they trust the organization, organize trust the employees. But how do we attract people from the market? Because that's your own culture. So do you think the forum like these, where, thanks to Business World, creating these kind of forums, is showing us, you know, sh- uh, our visibility, increasing our visibility, and we are getting stamped that yes, we are these kind of the organizations, are actually helping hiring as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So, say, assuming I'm applying for a job with any company, the first and foremost thing what I will do is I'll go ahead and go through their social profiles and the reviews that they have received at common portal as a class two, right? So when I see not no so much of positive reviews about the company, I'm not definitely going to join the company. So I would expect the same thing from an employee as well, right? So when an employee comes into social media and looks at the profile, so they have to feel the they have to have the feel good moment about a company. Otherwise, they don't be having of interest joining. Even if they join, they would look for an opportunity to leave the company, because the recent the challenge what we have is that the attrition rate and retaining an employee has become more challenging than retaining a client.
Absolutely, absolutely. Wonderful to know your perspective, especially on a social media side of that, how dependent today we are. And we as an organization, we are primarily into staffing solutions, wherein it is very important for us that how do people perceive. And thanks to, again, my thanks to Business World and the forum, that we are getting this kind of visibility, which we can show what kind of organization we are, what kind of process, policies, and how do we trust employees, is helping us in getting more and more talent and retaining talent as well. Thank you so much.
So I have a very common question to you, and it is open to the audience as well. How are you managing these 2K kids?
These two?
2K kids.
K?
So-called 2K kids, yes. The recent passed out students.
KDs.
2K kids, there's a term called 2K kids, right? So anybody is aware of the term 2K kids?
Yeah,
Any idea?
I'm so sorry, plus you have to explain me the term.
Probably anybody's in the crowd or audience can, because the recent times, yes.
Okay, the once you're passed out of post-COVID.
Not just post-COVID, the kids who have grown up during the 2K times. Yeah.
Okay, how are we managing them,
Yeah,
right?
yes.
Okay. So
They don't care about money. They don't care about friends. They don't care about the company. They care only about Instagram.
so of course, we've hired many engineers, and we've hired people from management graduates as well, from management colleges as well, like IMs and IMDs of the world. And of course, there is a difference. The expectation has gone far up, because we as an HR professionals who are in this industry from 10 years, 20 years, you have to think what they are thinking little proactively, what their expectations are. They're looking for a very fast growth. They wanted to work. They're looking for a bite-sized learning. They're looking for a bite-sized delivery as well, which is quick and fast. So for us, a quicker career progression, depending on the result, not the number of years. Their compensation also is depending on the delivery, not what they brought in. So what we need to do is we have to make our policies more and more flexible. It is not about control. It is about flexibility and empowerment and trust, and building a culture wherein most of the people are Gen Z and Millennium is actually helping us being a young organization.
So in fact, one more point I wanted to add here. We are offering a lot of, on top of the training program, we are encouraging people to join organizations like IIM. So because see, people are from, not everyone is born with a silver spoon. So there are employees, they might have done their arts college or engineering. They might have wanted to go for an PG, but still they couldn't have done it because of their family situation. So we are allowing people to apply for degrees, and we are spending for that as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you.
So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. A picture, please. I think the maximum amount of time I have heard "smile please" is while getting myself clicked. And that reminds me that there's a photo booth outside. Please make use of that. Do click as many pictures as you can. Happy pictures, our photographers are there. So I have to also inform you about that. Moving on now for our next panel discussion on restructuring work-life balance. I think that's a question that most of us are looking for answers to. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same, Ms. Sonu Vadewala, Senior Vice President and Head HR Access Securities Limited, Mr. Pradyumna Pandey, Chief Human Resources Officer, Mother Dairy Fruit and Vegetables Private Limited, Joining us virtually for the same is Mr. Subhadeep Khan, Chief Human Resources Officer, BALCO, and the session will be chaired by Mr. Ashish Kapoor, Director and HR Business Partner, Ernst and Young.
We have you, Subhadeep. I hope you can hear us well.
Yes, sir. Hope I am audible.
You are. We had a chair for you, little, just removed it, but great that you could join us virtually. And a very good morning to both of you. Hi everyone. I think it's an esteemed pleasure that we has given us this opportunity to sit here and talk about, I think, a very impending topic. We've been discussing this day in, day out. And a very good mix, because I think all of you represent very different industries, you know, FMCG, securities, of course, so M&A, markets, and of course, metals and mining. So I'm just thinking that it's a very different meaning that all of you would have when we talk about, you know, anything to do with work-life balance. And it's interesting, I was just speaking to somebody in my office, and one of those Gen Zs, and I said, you know, what's your view on work-life balance? And he had a very simple thing to say. He said, you know, once the remote control was developed, do you go in and change the channel anymore? I said, no, not really. He said, then when the work-life balance and this hybrid thing has been developed, why do you expect us to come to office anymore? Now it's done, dusted. We don't want to be there. So I think maybe to start off, it will really be helpful to know your views on work-life balance, which is very specific to your industry, you know, because it could be very, very different. So if it's okay, maybe I can start with you.
Sure. Thank you for the question. Thank you for inviting us here. So in terms of work-life balance for us, I think across industries, as per my experience, the imbalance in work and life is more of a symptom than the disease actually. So the symptom is a work-life imbalance, but the disease could be either in leadership, either in our processes, either in our systems or our policies. So in case of, you know, even we've done those errors where we've tried, are we clocking in at the right time, clocking out at the right times? Are we turning off the ACs? Are we turning off the electricities to make sure they are having that flexibilities, or giving them those breaks, or doing engagement initiatives, etc. So while we are pumping in all the force there to ensure that the work-life balance remains, but then the core issue is the leadership treating them well? Are they finding meaning at work? I think most of our panelists here have spoken about purpose, about engagements, about autonomy, about empowerment. So are those in place? And then I don't think we need to really think about work-life balance, because it automatically is a summation of all of it. So that's what we've gathered around.
Thanks, Anu. I think very, very helpful. Mr. Pandey, what's your thoughts, maybe if you can share?
See, I represent industry. I am from manufacturing background. Almost 30 years I have worked in manufacturing. And when we used to early discuss about work-life balance, the intent, the idea was that the person, when he comes in, when he clocks in, he should bring with a happy mind. He should come with a happy mind, and he should be more engaged. And being more engaged means more productivity, correct? But I want to make it reverse.
Okay.
In a sense, why as an organization, I should not think that when he's clocking out, he should go with a happy mind. That is what is, for me, is a work-life balance.
Interesting, yeah.
And there, I think the responsibility on organization comes whether I have created an organization which is inclusive, because that brings somewhere that happiness to the person. That am I part of the big picture? Am I important in this organization? Am I being heard? Am I being treated equally? That is one. Second, it becomes important as a leader, we have a responsibility to create that motivation in the organization. So the motivation driven by leadership behavior becomes important.
Okay.
Are we recognizing their efforts? Are we making, empowering them? And finally, I think when we talk about organization, this engagement, this happiness comes when there is a transparency in the entire system, in the entire process. So a discipline which is driven by process and systems becomes very important for us. And people are now talking about reducing the work days. Like they say, whether we should go for 4 days instead of 5 days. But for me, as a person from my manufacturing, I will not vote for it for sure. Reason being, I started my journey from plant as plant HR head. I was working 6 days in a week, and I was working 8 hours in a day. I came to corporate. I got 5 days a week, but I started working 8.5 days in a day, hours in a day. Tomorrow, if you go for 4 days, definitely you are going to ask me whether you will work for 9 hours or 10 hours in a day.
Correct.
I don't. That will not bring that happiness or that work-life balance for sure. That is what.
No, very interesting views, Mr. Pandey. I totally agree, and I think you brought a very important point in between that culture and what's the culture that the top leadership is driving within the organization. And I think the transparency that comes along with it plays a very important role on how people feel with regards to, are they passionately coming to the organization, or are they just clocking in, clocking out? Shivdeep, your view, I think again, very different organization, and a very different skill set, I must say. What's your thought on the overall piece?
See, I belong to a manufacturing industry, which is a continuous process. We operate round the clock. We are based at a very remote location. So, the pros and cons of working in an organization are very different than being in metros or something like that. So how I see work-life balance is somewhat like we have to see a difference between whether we believe in work-life balance via segregation or whether we believe in work-life balance via integration. So for like locations like us, it's more into like work-life integration rather than work-life segregation. The operational, discipline requires to clock in and clock out at the fixed time because it's a continuous process. But somehow, with the freedom of allowing people to do some personal work in between the duties, or maybe some work even via work from home with a setup like us, actually, we call it the work-life integration. And we found that this is actually making the employees happy. If employee in between the shifts needs to go to attend a session in the school of his child, most welcome, please do it. This makes him happy. So what I feel is that rather than just focusing on work-life segregation, work-life integration is making employees more happy. Another thing is that, what we were just discussing few days back, if you compare a college life and a day scholar's life and a hostel life. So, in the first year, the student prefers to be at home, not at hostel. But from the second year, he enjoys the hostel life more than the, life at home. The basic reason is that though he is more engaged into the work, but he is getting freedom, he is getting more people of the similar thought of his age group. So maybe, the combination of people with whom you are interacting rather increases the happiness quotient. And again, that's what we call it as the work-life integration. So rather than just focusing on work-life balance, I think focusing on work-life integration helps us a lot.
Well put. I think very, very aptly said, work-life integration is the key. And I think people don't mind working those long hours if they're passionate about it, if they're really enjoying the work. Of course, Mr. Pandey, you shared about, how the shift probably will affect. We might have to just do more hours, even if you're reducing. But Sonu, what's your thought? I mean, this entire conversation that's happening, there's this huge study that's happening in entire Europe, where, people are trying to actually force fit certain organizations into working 4 days a week and see how the results are. What do you think in the India context, especially, with their organization?
So we are completely dependent on markets.
Correct.
Market chalu hai to Axis Securities is also working,
Correct,
or any other organizations are working. And even in my previous experience being in hotels, service industries, etc., it is very imperative that what and who are you serving. So in that, creating those flexibility in terms of shortening the number of days is not a possibility for us. But yes, how do we create those days better? We in our organization have this Spider-Man mantra of with more power comes more responsibility. And we ensure that the leaders are not only creating happy teams, happy organizations, but we instill this responsibility in them that you have to create happy homes. Because the way you treat your employee, the employee will take that cycle and treat the person at home. That person will create that happiness in the society. So it's a multifold ripple effect. And hence you bear the responsibility of not only creating that happy moment within your teams, but creating a ripple effect of creating happiness in the society. So that's the message that we work with for any leader. You could be a people manager, you could be a team leader, you could be the MD, but are you carrying that on your shoulders of creating that happiness multifold in the society?
Very well said.
See,
Dr. Pandey, yeah, Mr. Pandey.
On these 4 days a week, nobody can reject that idea because somewhere it will come, but it depends upon what business model you are
Correct,
following.
correct.
That becomes important.
Correct.
And more important is, like, I think the panelist who is
Shubhadeep,
online,
yeah.
he talked about the line between work and life is blurring now.
Yes.
So, and the digital technology is helping us to move in that direction for sure.
Correct.
Important for us is, as HR, it's my responsibility, or our organization's responsibility, that we reimagining and reconstructing the processes becomes very important, because and you cannot drive the entire business on the policies which we were following earlier. So we have to reconstruct the policies for sure. And technology is in, but the proximity with employees is important. Leaders should understand. We need to train our managers to deal with the stress, that how they can deal with the employees, those who are under stress. We have to train and coach them. Second, I think it's important that managers understand the harmony between work and life. That becomes important. So we need to coach them, we need to train them, that communication from leadership should go in a way that people should understand that what is important, what line as an organization we want to draw, which direction we want to move. If we say that if you want to move at exactly 6 out of the office, it has to come from the leadership itself.
So you're saying empathy becomes the key, therefore. We teach our managers, we teach our leadership, and it has to float from top down, right? I mean, it doesn't work otherwise. Shubhadeep, your views on, the 4-day construct. Of course, I mean, I can imagine same thing. It can't work in an organization like yours, but what's your general thought?
Yeah, so, two perspectives to it. First perspective, the infrastructure across our country, apart from just coming to work, there is also a pain of going to the work location. Specifically in metros, it takes 1.5 hours. So you say, like, even the person is away from home for 12 hours, but actual productive hours is probably 9 to 10 hours only, because, there are 2 to 3 hours just he's traveling. So probably scheduling the work into 4 days would definitely make the things more productive, number one. Number two, we need to also understand that, the things which are being discussed in Europe, they are into a developed economy. They have, less number of challenges than what we have in India. So the challenges are very different in our country, and we are still not there. But we are catching up to that speed, and we are going up to that level. So probably still not there, but definitely considering the overall infrastructure, I still believe 4 days, 5 days kind of a work schedule makes people happy. Splitting the work makes people happy, and even inclusion of technology like work from home, this also makes people happy. The travel pain will come down. Secondly, if we talk about industries like us, we take care of multiple categories of people. So there are people who are at a very senior level, they are very well educated. Again, there are people who are from the bottom grade of the society. For them, earning is the top criteria. And we cannot create a much of a disparity among the two classes of the people. We cannot create. So we have to maintain a common work schedule so that, disparity doesn't exist. We have a commonality among all the aspects of work schedule. And, again, cater to expectations of all classes of the people who are working in the industry. So this thing will depend upon the location and the type of industry. Probably in metros, I think 4 days will be a better schedule. But for organization wherein there are different classes of society working in the same organization, it will be an equal match that will work better than the 4-day schedule.
Beautiful. I think the important aspect of, and of course you spoke about hybrid, I think that's anyways becoming an overused word, I would say now. And I was again talking to some of my team members and I said, what's your thoughts on hybrid? And they said, what are we, frogs? Sometimes water, sometimes land, what do you want us to do? So we want to, stick to either water or land. Tell us. But again, lines are blurred, no doubt. And hybrid was being pushed heavily. Pandemic, of course, helped leaders in making leaders believe that this is possible. I think that changed. But now with everything opening up, offices opening up, expectations are that people come back to office. right? And I think we spoke, Mr. Pandey, you also mentioned, and Sonu, you mentioned about the purpose that is important nowadays with the younger generation. That at EY, for example, we are making sure that there are two things we are focusing heavily on. One is purpose, which is doing something for the society beyond, and passions beyond work, which is your hobbies, your interest. How much can we make sure that employees are doing beyond office and beyond work? But in terms of hybrid, and getting people back, so no, maybe I can take your views. What do you think your organization is thinking around? Is working from home, of course, people have had the best years, the organizations have had best years and people were working from home. Does that hold true? Is the organization going in the same direction? Would hybrid be the new, work culture in terms of office and home? What's your thought?
Yeah, sure. So given our parent company, Axis Bank, has already adopted that completely hybrid, right from MD management to any group of employees, of course, barring the branch offices.
Correct.
They are working hybrid twice a week from office and rest home. For securities, we've always been working from office throughout the lockdown. So given the SEBI regulations, given all those regulations that we have, that we need to be working from office, of course, now it's more about we adopting and creating space to make it more hybrid, as per not driven by the pandemic, but driven by what the purpose is. Is the purpose from the business side? Is the purpose is it driven from the employee side?
Right.
Can we create a balance between the two?
Hmm.
And how do we adopt to it? So that is where we are coming from.
Fair point. Okay. I'll just change the order a bit. Shubhadeep, quickly, your views on hybrid. Is it something, again, for a manufacturing plant or organization similar, could work, could not work? What's your thought?
I think it will work and it's the future. Shared services and hybrid model will be the future going forward. Let it be any kind of industry, it will be the future going forward.
Okay.
I think, there's a big change in manufacturing. Now it's coming up as the shared services, the enabling functions like the finance, HR, procurement, commercial. It's moving completely into a hybrid and a shared services kind of a concept. So that's the future.
Pandey, your thought again, and the industry you come from or you represent, very difficult. Somebody has to do the groundwork. It can't otherwise work. I can't sit at home and make sure things reach everyone's house. So what's your thought?
See, one thing, if you talk in general, flexibility needs to be there in your the way you work.
Correct.
So you need to allow your people that option of where, how, and when. That has to be in our thought process, because the future is going to be that. For Mother Dairy, you talked about purpose, and I work for Mother Dairy, where we say that we are there to serve the customers, but we are also there for the farmers. So the purpose drives us. During entire 3 lockdowns, not a single person was there who has taken off, except if he is suffering from COVID, fine. Otherwise, everyone was on field. And that drives everyone. That is where I say that work-life balance, people were, during COVID, they were there in the field. And they were feeling good about it, that they are serving the customers, procuring from farmers, that all those have things gone. I don't see any immediate hybrid working in my organization for sure.
Okay.
But I can't deny the possibility of going into that direction for certain functions. But for procurement, for sales, they have to be on field.
Understood. Thank you so much. With the time that we have in hand, I think I'll just try and go around and just take probably your final views on, restructuring work-life balance. What does it mean for you? Any message that you would want to pass on to the audience at large, that when we talk about restructuring work-life balance, I think Shubhadeep put it very well. He said it's work-life integration now. But what's the final thought? And then let's close on that. Sonu, if you're okay, we can start with you.
Yeah, sure. I think, is the mic on? Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Hi. I think, as rightly summoned by most of us, it's integration. I would also pick up that word. And the lines are blurred. There is nothing like this is my professional side and this is my personal side. The traditional school of thought had that you won't know my personal side. This is what I bring myself to office. But those personas have been merged into one. There is nothing like personal and professional separate.
True.
So you come what you are and you do what you want to do. So again, driven by what is your purpose. Like we have this agenda as, why do I do what I do? That's the standard line where we make people curious, even if you're doing MIS, how is it reflecting or affecting the revenue charts of the organization? So how are we connecting those small dots to bigger pictures? And, as I said, all the culmination of, this practice of what I do, why I do, having the responsibility to create those happiness moments, whether it's with the leaders, whether it's with the team, whether at your homes, all together brings us to, creating this work-life balance, harmony, rather than keeping it two separate versions.
Okay, thank you so much, Sonu. And a quick line maybe, Mr. Pandey.
I think when we talk about work-life balance, it's not only ours. It's not only ours what we work. It's beyond that, and responsibility has to be taken by the individual himself and the organization for sure.
Thank you. Shubhadeep, any last words quickly?
Just what I will say is that.
Okay, that's the perfect time to.
Yeah.
Okay, we can hear you again.
Yeah. So I think autonomy, recognition, and purpose matters more. And I think work-life flexibility and work-life balance work-life integration will be the thing going forward.
Very well said. And thank you again, all the esteemed panelists. I think I totally agree. It's the purpose which is going to drive the future workforce. And I think as far as they are driven, they are motivated, it doesn't really matter, if they're working from home, they are in the field. So thank you again for sharing your views. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am and gentlemen. A picture, please. Mr. Khan, is he there virtually? You can join in the picture. Okay, never mind. Thank you. Thank you so much. So whether physical, virtual, or hybrid, purpose has, and will always be the driving force for everybody. And on that note, it's time for our next keynote address on peace and satisfaction at workplace is crucial. To deliver the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Mahendra Inge, Head of Human Resources, Serum Institute of India Limited.
Good afternoon to all of you. I'll not take much of your time. Before lunch, I think you want to remain happy for the whole day. So I'll take 5-7 minutes to start. Basically, if you happiest, first of all, I would like to thank Business World and my friend Ashish, who thought of me and called me to participate in this survey. Thank you, Ashish. So before we move on, see, I belong to a company called Serum Institute. I think if you have heard recent time, whatever excellence that we have delivered on Covishield. So we represent that, but we as an organization has been the similar kind of organization for last 55 years. Only that our excellence and our everything, the entire people management, that has come into the play only after we became known to the public. We are privately owned company and not really very known. So I joined this company 8-10 years back, and what I've tried to understand, what is the difference in this company that the rest others which I worked never had. So basically, for any professional or any human being, if he is coming over for work, I think what he expects is basically his security. Essentially, if you go by the Maslow's theory, and even if you stick to that, I think you can excel and deliver the best. All 5 parameters, I personally believe, because my attrition rate represent what I am talking. We are less than 5% in terms of our attrition, and that is year on year. That there is no change. So what it indicates? It indicates that my work is a secured workplace for people. My people are taken care well. And the technological, you see, after the primary needs, the technological advancements which my company is providing or not. So the top management, the technological advancement is to the extent that we are at the world-class level. So any virologist or any microbiologist who wish to make career or who intend, it's a dream company, because the technological advancements are to this extent. So the culmination of all these 4 or 5 things, the management, basically whatever nice things we are talking about, happy workplace and all, it finally depends on the top management whether it do the walk the talk or not. Otherwise, we can speak nice things into the seminars and conferences, but finally when it goes to the ground, and if we are not talking, the top management is especially not speaking what it really means. I personally believe the top management here, the empathetic and the employee first approach, I can say since its inception, there are number of examples that have happened in our company where, you know, the empathy has preceded over the business. So it is there inbuilt into the company. Positive work culture, the new ideas are always welcomed. The most of our business managers, the project managers, which I call the individuals, 2 individuals, those who worked on the Covax and the Covishield, they are at the level of assistant general manager level. Hardly spent, but they spent 20 years in the system and they know what they are. So my point here is your ideation is highly encouraged, and you are given opportunities to really work on those ideas. Open and transparent work culture, upward communication, we are the hallmarks when it comes to the upward communication. Anybody can approach the top management at any point in time. Even the smallest, the worker at the shop floor, he can approach the owners, and vice versa, they can also go to him and his things are resolved. So upward communication, I can say we are the hallmark in the upward communication. Employee well-being, see, my attrition itself indicates well-being is absolutely taken care. And in recent past, the physical health, yes, we were already taking care of the people. But in recent past, what we have decided that we have added the psychological care post-COVID, because during the COVID, where people were sitting at home, we were the organization we were producing the most. We are the organization, we could save the 50-60 million deaths in India. So that was not an easy task. So psychological well-being, counseling desk, everything that has been at the disposal. The great work-life balance that I was talking about. You see, we being the manufacturing and research company, we are not driven by typical shifts, the schedules, the hard things. No, we are absolutely flexible workplace where we have 12 to 13 shifts. We don't want that we have to be bound by the 4 or 5 shift typical manufacturing setup. No, we have 12 shifts. We see that employees availability at a particular time, because our processes are such that employees are required at 11 p.m. in the night or early morning at 4 o'clock. So we don't want even if we spend 6 hours, it's fine. For us, it's a 1 day. So we don't want individual to really do a grind of 8 hours or 9 hours. No, you do your job and pack off. That's it. So that gives a lot of freedom to the people to operate, you know. Then employee caring workplace, which is there. I mean, I will quote a recent example. We are not governed by insurance policies. You know, in every company, there are insurance policy and a whole lot of things. During COVID, my company, we have taken the reserves of 10 crore rupees for the people and their relatives, you know, because we were working. So we don't wanted our people are left in the lurch. So our people were taken care. We hired 6 hotels and the beds were reserved for employee plus his extended family. So he is not he's not worried that what will happen to my family. In our own hospitals, 15 beds were always reserved for our own people. So people, their relatives, everybody is taken care. So when you come to the serum, people always feel, yes, they are secured and they are in the safe hands. That's something very remarkable. And I think the credit goes to the top management for creating this culture. And the micromanagement is the biggest enemy of today's time, actually. The all nice things we will speak in the conferences, but then when it comes to the managing people, believe me, there is no micromanagement in my company. There is complete empowerment, trust, and that trust is bringing in the satisfaction back. Because you see, recent example, while we were hiring, we had to hire around 1,000 people. The top management gave us the target. Hey, you have to do it. My counterpart into manufacturing, who was responsible for Covishield and all, both of us decided, and flawlessly. There are no constraints that you do this, you come to me for this decision and that decision. You take all good decisions. Only thing is that you know what is good for the company. This is the level of trust that has been put by the management. For any mankind, I feel, if you don't expect anything to really excel in this world. So the trust that is empowerment, that is there already. State of the art technologies, which I just spoke, we are the best when it comes to the vaccines. Because there is nobody else in India, and in the we are at par with GSKs and Novartis when it comes to the technological advancements in the vaccine business. So for a professional who wants to join in and make a career, what he needs: job security, that is there; the career enhancement, that is there; the technological advancement which he dreams of, that is already there. So that's how it becomes a happy and satisfied workplace. Then learning and development opportunities. Naturally, the state of the art technology has brought in a lot of learning opportunities for the individuals, and with that, the soft skill enhancement also is taken care by us, skill-based things which normally any HR would otherwise do. Then there are no unrealistic expectations. A lot of times in my 30 years of career, I have seen there is a mismatch of expectations. So there's no mismatch. We expect certain things from you, very small things, and you just deliver on that and be happy. That's it. We don't want any unrealistic expectations from anybody. Then we have the well-defined career progression and succession planning, because this stability, that 4-5% attrition, that brings a lot of stability. So in this, the career progression, appropriate career progression plan, if it is not in place, it's going to be mess. Because there will be a lot of expectations in terms of growth from the people. So the proper career progression and succession planning is already in place. And I'm very proud to inform here, our entire board, the senior management, the board itself is they are people, those who have grown within the organization. I mean, you will not see anywhere, and they are the best in class technocrats and the financial experts. The entire board of Serum Institute of India is consisting of the homegrown people. So that indicates the culture. And even the second rank of the people at my level, we are also homegrown. We know grown within the organization. So that speaks volumes about our culture, the kind of satisfaction that we people derive. And the people down the line also look up to it, that this is something that we can also think of. So I think, speaking more on any other thing, I thought of bringing in a video of my ambassadors, my employees, those who will speak about Serum Institute. It's a cross section of the employees, those who have grown within the company. So I can speak nice thing about my company because I have to, that's my job. But I think if my people speak, that would be really nice to hear. I request to please start the video, please. Thank you.
Serum Institute since the last 25 years. I joined Serum Institute in 1997 as a junior officer and have climbed gradually but surely my way up to head an independent QC section today. Looking back, I can say definitely that working with Serum has enhanced my knowledge and skill tremendously. Apart from skills which are academic, I've also improved a lot in my leadership, team building skills, which Serum Institute gave me the opportunity to go forward with. Serum offers an excellent work-life balance, and as a lady, I can vouch for this, having worked here for so many years. Apart from having a world-class setup, infrastructure, and facilities, the atmosphere to work here is very conducive, and a lot of freedom is given to all those who wish to forward themselves.
Hi, myself Prashant Basre. I have been associated with Serum Institute of India for the last 29 years. Started my career way back in 1993 as executive assistant, and today I am working as assistant general manager in the international business division. The work environment at Serum Institute is conducive, which has helped me in shaping my career. The work-life balance is just great, which has helped me professionally as well as personally in my life. And I would like to say this wouldn't have been possible without the support and encouragement that I received from my seniors, colleagues, and needless to say, our owners, which has helped me all these years working with this organization.
Hi, my name is Dr. Hitesh Malviya. I joined Serum Institute way back in 2006. I joined here as a senior manager, and then I worked here on several conjugate vaccine products. Right now, I hold a position of Director of Conjugate Vaccines, and my team is involved in development and manufacturing of several complex conjugate vaccine products. This entire journey of 16 years has been quite rewarding for me, not only from the professional perspective, but also at a personal level. The work culture over here in the organization is very relaxed and flexible, and we make sure at our level that the employees here are working on a very, in a very comfortable way, and these happy employees, when they work along with a very high level of training, they develop very high quality product, which is absolutely essential for our business. And we are in the business of making life-saving vaccines.
Hi, this is Dr. Plaza. I joined Serum Institute in the year 2000, and it's been a very long, happy, and satisfactory journey over the last 22 years. I joined as an assistant medical director, and today I am the executive director of the company. Over these years, I got multiple opportunities to work on different projects, which could culminate in successful development of many vaccines. This has been the hallmark of Serum Institute: a great teamwork, congenial atmosphere, and fantastic support from the management. And that's the reason why I am very happy to be a Seramite. And we all are proud that because of the great teamwork that Serum Institute could become the world's largest manufacturer of vaccines in terms of the doses supplied. Again, to reiterate, Serum is a very happy and great place to work at, and I feel very proud to be part of the Serum family. Thank you.
Serum Institute of India, protection from birth onward.
So thank you all. I think rather than doing too many things, I think we should only focus on basics, work hands-on, and support people, try to make conducive work environment, and that's it. Even if we do that, that's good enough. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. We all had our reasons of course, loving the Serum Institute of India. You gave us many more reasons to once again fall in love with it. Okay, that was a keynote address on peace and satisfaction at workplace is crucial. Moving on, up next is again a keynote address on be at your best to be happy at work. To deliver the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Professor Dr. Nitin Arora, Proctor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Professor Amity International Business School, Editor-in-Chief, Amity Journal of Happiness and Peace, Head, Reiki Center of Excellence for the Science of Happiness, AUUP. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Dr. Nitin Arora.
Hello, everybody. This being the August gathering, talking about happiness. Most of the people out here are from the corporates. I think I'm the only one from the academic side. I'm Professor Nitin Arora, the head of happiness at Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. I'm also called as happiness proctor. Just want to double check, is this the button, green button, right? Okay. And the topic given to me is be at your best at your work. If you are not happy in your organization, you are not doing your best so far. What I have to contribute with for this? Can I get the mic if you can? Yeah. I'm a professor. I don't like to stand in one place. I move. In the meantime, the mic comes. May I ask everybody who want to be happy every day? If I ask, win lottery every day, right? Eat your favorite food every day, right? Or you want to marry every day? I have few friends who have dozens of marriages, right? Who have dozens of marriages, who want promotions everyday promotion, right? Hidden agenda is there, more task comes to you, right? As you grow in titles, you will get more tasks also. How many of you want your company should have a double customers every day? Means every day you have more customers. If you want more customers, more tasks. I had one friend who was in Indigo Airlines. So I asked him, where were you working before? He said, I was working in Vistara. I said, why did you shift it to Indigo? He said, because they have, you can say, the high class customers. In Indigo, you have only the economic class. So those who are high class customers, they demand more services. So I can't handle those customers, kind of a thing. So when you are having a kind of a requirement, when you want more happiness, it's a doubt kind of a thing. Is the voice coming, please? There has to be sound in that. There was a sound in that. Otherwise, it's okay. So what I just said was only one point. If you want more happiness, people can keep on giving you happiness. They can hold your happiness. The problem is leakage. I had a friend who got a 1 crore salary, but then he resigned because the neighbor, the colleague, he got a 2 crore bonus kind of thing. He resigned. He got the bonus, he resigned the account. He was unable to hold it. Right? So the essence of your happiness is not giving. The essence of happiness is basically about how to hold your happiness. Mr. Mahendra, who was just before me, he had hit the bingo point for before my coming. He said, no matter how sweet we talk about, no matter how best we talk about, we eventually are at the mercy of our bosses, of our organization to give you happiness. Whether they give you flexible time, whether you give you bonuses, whether you give you whatever. Actually, we are asking for happiness. Kuch to de do, Baba. Kuch to de do, something like that. That it means our happiness is at the mercy of people. If somebody can give you a happiness, it means he or she can also take back happiness from you also. That is the remote control that people are handling. So if we are like that, so we have to understand what level we are into. Being a professor, I'll talk about what we do at Amity University also. At Amity University, we are blessed by our Honorable Chancellor, Sir, Dr. Atul Chauhan, Group Vice Chancellor, Dr. Gurinder Singh, Sir, who are heading the initiatives. And I have been given this task of heading this happiness sessions across university. Amity University has 175,000 students across the globe. We are not only in India, we are almost 10 countries out of India also. What we do, we are just 1.5 years old in happiness. To learn ABC, you might have spent 4 years, 5 years. अभी भी मैं किसी से पूछूंगा, please say का खा गा पूरा कौन सुना सकता है? Can anybody raise hand? का खा गा से लेके end तक 40 के हो गए हैं, 50 के हो गए हैं, अभी तक का खा गा याद नहीं होती है. So, but what about happiness? Can we learn happiness in just like a quick button? So I just want to say it takes time to learn even happiness also. So I have just inside, we have 4 buttons for happiness. How we do at MIT, I'll just give you an idea also. So if you see, we have happiness with an I and happiness with a Y at the bottom. If you see I, it means only me, myself. सबसे भगवान सबसे ज्यादा खुश मेरे को रखे, दुनिया जाए भाड़ में. If you have that kind of an I attitude in corporate, we sometimes say, बने रहो पगला, काम करेगा अगला. Kind of a philosophy we have. So I. So if people, those who want I, they have a happiness. They can avoid whatever. That's I. But when we think of the word Y has 2 I's. If you can see philosophically, Y has the 2 symbols I connected. It's an inclusive one. That when you want to focus on the happiness of others, Y means you. So to move from happiness from I to you, I have given a one model in MIT University, just give you a glimpse of that. We say body, mind, emotions, and energy. If you can handle these 4 gadgets, you will be able to handle your happiness. You will not be at the mercy of anybody. The whole emphasis of happiness all across the globe. I have been training in India, London, Singapore, whatever you name the country. I'm almost there. Stanford University, Embassy of Finland, they come to our MIT campuses for workshops. So when I'm observing only one thing, observing is only one, people are waiting. Koi kuch kar de hamare liye. Nobody wants to do something for themselves. If we want to do something for ourselves, we have only 4 points to be understood: body, happiness, mind, happiness, emotions, and energy. When we think of body has its own set point. कितना आप खाना खा सकते हो, कितना आप पानी पी लोगे, शादी में जाओगे, कितने रसगुल्ले खा लोगे आप, kind of a thing. एक लिमिट आ जाएगी. You have a limit of dresses, you have a limit of shopping, you have a limit of fitness. I have seen people who are Hulk Hogans. They have too much of body. ऊपर खाली है, ऊपर का सामान खाली है, right? Body ही body रह गई है, right? Those who eat, if you know somebody who eat a lot, after they eat, they love only washrooms the most. Clean करना बहुत जरूरी है, right? So there is a limit. If you want to understand the body happiness, there is a limit. Kind we say is, do you know its limit? If you don't know its limit, don't go for that, because the body will make you miserable. The body will give you miserable. So focus on health, focus on fitness, and many things. So when we say set point is simple like, अगर आपकी जॉब छूट गई है, बाई चांस भगवान ना करे किसी जॉब छूटे, राइट? अगर किसी की जॉब छूट जाती है, 2 दिन तक वो दुखी रहेगा, तीसरे दिन he will get back to his normal life. So उसका वो set point आ जाएगा. If similarly it is for the mind also. किसी की गर्लफ्रेंड चली गई, I am a professor, every day, other day I have to handle young boys. They have major issues, only these breakups, right? Number 1 cakes happening in the bakery is only breakup cakes, the most. I am single again, cakes are coming, right? So there is a set point in your mind, in your life, you will come back to the same thing. One of my neighbor in Jordan, when I was there as a professor in American University, he had 4 wives. I was newly married, my wife has yet to come, and I told my wife, okay, I am in this house, and my neighbor had 4 wives. My wife said, change your house, please. Don't stay in that house. You will get influenced. What she meant was, my set point might change. Indian set point is only 1 wife, 1 husband. If you are in Luxembourg is the country with the highest GDP per capita. 80% of Luxembourgians are divorcees. They are divorcees, right? You want that, you can have a set point of that. May I ask everybody, if you can tickle yourself, please, quickly. Just tickle yourself. Can you do that, please? ऐसा लगेगा अगर आप करेंगे तो कि दांत खाज खुजली हो रही है. But if I say, if you have a friend nearby sitting next to you, can you tickle your friend, please? Can you try? The same gesture, the same finger, you do it to yourself. It's a, you can say, daat khaj khujli. Do it to other. You are saying, I am extending my body to other. Same is your marriage, same is your hug, same is anything. When you extend your sensations to other, happiness will increase. This is the tickle of a company. Company gives you a tickle like this way. They give you a flexible time. They give you bonus. They give you a good performance appraisal. These are the top companies who are top in happiness all across the globe. Whether we say Adobe, Adobe says we give you the most satisfying work environment, goals and all. Google says fitness and fun are women in Google's history. Marriott says take care of associates, so on. They are giving you a tickle. So if that tickle makes you happy, they give you a tickle like that way. So when we say body, if I say the second one is the mind. When we say mind, the example of tickle policy was only about the mind only, that it will shift your assumptions. If assumptions are changed, you will get a tickle. If the tickle is there, you might feel a change, and the change is your happiness. People assume on that. At MIT University during the COVID times, I think among few top organizations across education world, MIT University have created a fund for people, for students who have lost their parents. No matter they were in the first semester or in the sixth semester, all their fees were waived off. This was the thing done by MIT. Most of the universities I observed, they were firing the people from the universities. MIT was not doing so. They were absorbing them. They were holding them, kind of a thing. This is Disney. Disney is the attraction for the fun, emotion. If you want to treat yourself, go to Disney. But Disney, how they treat? There's a mosquito bug here. The question, the problem Disney was facing was that people will come in Florida, people want to enjoy, but they will have mosquitoes around. So they made a rule that if I want to keep all my customers happy, to have good emotions, we want to get rid of mosquito. Mosquito for them was the only unhappiness factor at a larger level. So they made sure that they don't want any stagnant water. They don't want any stagnant water all across the rides, whatever you see. So in case we want to learn one thing from Disney is, if you want to make your emotions happy, guilt, comparison, or whatever you have, the jealousy, these are stagnant thoughts. If you get rid of them, then only you have a flowing mind, or you have a flowing happiness. If you don't learn from these organizations, lot to learn from there. Just a small video. Can you please play the video, please, from the computer? Because this won't work. It's my hard. It's not a best, right? It's my hard. So now he's just ensuring some buoyancy and the aerodynamics of the nature to help him. But this is the employee at work competing. But can you do that kind of something? Yes. Same work in a different manner. He's just being creative. So if all employees are doing the work, they can manage their energy in such a manner that they can utilize some higher powers. It's far more fantastic, and you will enjoy it more. I don't know how many of you drive this way. Anybody can drive this way? This way? And you can be creative and so if we are able to enhance our set point level, right, whether it is a body level, don't try to eat more, just be more fit. Try to enhance your mind level. Anybody who want a dumb husband or dumb wife? Nobody want a dumb employee. They want sharp people, right? So when I say set point level, you should always enhance. The only way is how much you can control, how much you can't control. The thing that you can control, try to control that. If you can't control that, still fine. In how much time I can control that? If you can get that point, whatever you can't control, please let go. Learn to let go. If you don't let go, your unhappiness will feel like you're sleeping with your enemy all the time. Avoid that as much as possible. Somebody said very wisely, unfulfilled desires makes you unhappy. Fulfilled desires
makes you ask more and more. So do you think your unhappiness is basically more demanding, more desires? Everybody says, sir, what is happiness? I will close with this one video in the next. What we are searching is not happiness. Happiness is basically convenience. Boss give me this, child give me this, whatever you want. It's convenience. Happiness is a software which is inside you. If it's inside me, जैसे मैं कहूँ कि मेरा ये खो गया है, इस रिमोट कंट्रोल ये खो चुका है, अब मुझे ये ढूंढना है, ये ढूंढने के लिए मैं पूरी दुनिया में घूमाऊं, but I don't go in this room. I'm a stupid person. This is inside this room. I don't search outside. Similarly, happiness is outside. This is a creative video that we made. We make our also original songs and videos. I'll close with this. This is called as happiness ki kasam, right? Happiness is a decision that you have to take it up. If you don't decide, it makes no sense. So you have 1 minute to make your life beautiful right now. You can dance with this song. This is our original song at MIT University. I write the lyrics, someone sing, someone dance, someone record, right? You all can dance.
कैसे हो आया क्या खुशियों की कसम ओ हेलो ऑफ ए मूड सैड हो तो सुनो देखो मैंने तो खा ली है हैप्पीनेस वाली कसम इसके साथ ही कह दिया टाटा बाय टू ऑल द गम हाय कैसे हो खुश हो क्या सच कहो ओके लिसन देखो ना झूम रही हूँ पूछो कैसे सबको रिकमेंड करती हूँ मैं हैप्पीनेस वाली कसम जिंदगी में एक ही काफी है नो टेंशन हम हैं मगन.
So this is what we say at MIT. Please make a choice. Decide कर लो खुश रहना है कि नहीं रहना. ये बहाने मारने हैं. अगर बहाने ही मारने हैं, then you will lost in the world of conveniences, not in the world of happiness. मिलेगी तो खुश होगे, नहीं मिलेगी तो दुखी हो जाओगे. Kind of a thing. With this, I end up. Thank you so much, and just want to say thank you, Dr. Batraji, who trusted me, who invited me kindly enough. Thank you so much, and thank you, audience. Those of you who want this song, they can get from me also. Thank you so much. So.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arora. So I think one other major component of staying happy, because I'm a Punjabi, is good food. How many of you feel that? Of course, backbenchers mainly, they always feel that. Good. So I think after, and I always say this, after food for thought, it's time for food for your stomachs. And picking up from how many rasgullas can you eat, it's time for you to also test that. That means it's time for a nice short networking lunch break. Also, as my team's signaling, please make use of the photo booth. बहुत ही मेहनत से बनाया है. Please take some pictures there. Stay happy, have your lunch, and we shall see you back at 1:35 or 1:40 maximum. Thank you so much. settling in. Hello? But there's this. Did I have something wrong for lunch? Is it? Hello? Ashish? Ashish? Hello? Hello? Nope. Hello? 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 Give me some more volume. I hope everybody's had lunch in this hall. Yes? No? Yes? Lovely. For all the ones who are outside, and if you can hear me, they can't. Okay. If you're outside, if you can hear me, we hope you've had your lunch. We are awaiting you. We are starting with the next session. Soumyajit, can you please check if agar आवाज bahar जा रही है तो? I think we'll give the people 2 more minutes. We'll start then. After that. Professor Arora, now that I see you coming to ask you the question that you asked us, how many rasgullas can you have in one? You avoid it. Usually, जो इंसान जो बनाता है वो खाता नहीं है. So, brownie points. We are good to go. Shall we go? Okay. Lovely. So up next is again a panel discussion on young versus seasoned employees, difference in point of view for employee well-being. Please join me. And now I assume that you've had lunch. You've got your energy black to welcome our panelists with a warm round of applause. Miss Shama Shri Chakrabarti, Senior Director, Happy Plus Consulting. Major Vishal Karat, Head of Mr. Praveen George, Chief Human Resources Officer, Iron and Ferro Alloys, Sesa Goa Iron Ore Business, and the session will be chaired by Mr. Arjun Yadav, Correspondent, BW Business World. Everybody for them, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya. Good afternoon, everybody. I think it's, as a media person, for the last 1.5 months, I've seen the most content when it comes to employee well-being, HR community, be it, I think the chain of events started from that 18-hour work thing, then of course the quitting, the moonlighting. And today the topic that we are discussing, young versus seasoned employees and their notion on well-being. Now, when I got to know that I have to moderate this session, I didn't even look as to what the full topic was. And I started reading it, young versus seasoned. The first thing, that came into my mind, I'm sure that you've also seen that viral video on LinkedIn, wherein that man is differentiating 3 generations. That the first generation, after the IT boom, that generation worked for standard of living, and the third generation now that is present, it's working for quality of life, deemed quality of life, which includes a quality workplace, which is an important component for the theme that we are discussing. So panelists, I want to start this conversation on that note, that of course we'll discuss well-being, but when it comes to young versus seasoned employees, what is the change that you're seeing on their perspective towards employment these days? Shamsri, who would like to start?
Yeah. So, what the change I have seen, definitely, I can say maybe. So people, generation, what I have seen, the patience level is low, right? And they look for things to be done very fast. And definitely in our environment, we need both kind of people. We just can't have older generation people, and we can move away from young, and we can learn a lot of things. The best part is the energy they bring in your work environment. But at the same time, what I have seen, so who has published the data? The maximum stress and anxiety level is between 18 to 29 years, which leads to the highest number of suicides in the world in this generation. Now, the stress or the work demands from you, making that balance is really, really something they have to be more aware that how they can be more emotionally can have better opportunities and can manage their those understanding and experience general, maybe because of their experiences they have gone through this journey already, and they are aware that how things works in life, maybe they can balance it. So in the talent or in the environment of workplace, what I have seen, definitely now Gen Z, today also I have learned one another word, 2K or something generation, but Gen Z, I want to say it, that they are coming here with a very high hope. They feel that the moment they entered the workplace, and immediately they also want to see them in the golf course playing golf. The journey between the day when you join and reach to the golf course and enjoy that luxury require lots of investment on self, mentally and physically, and that is required.
Thank you, Shamsri ji.
Thank you.
Summing up it is so beautiful. Vishal ji, your views on this?
Yeah. Hello everyone. My name is Major Vishal. I represent an organization called Genova Biopharmaceutical. It's the organization which has recently launched the COVID-19 vaccine, first vaccine on mRNA technology, the technology which we have cracked as a nation, the third organization in the world who have cracked the technology of mRNA. And I'm the reason why I said this, but let me come back. First of all, the young versus season, right? Now, I don't understand what is season. I don't understand what is young. It's a mental state, not a physical state. And it's being proven a lot. And then the topic which we have is to speak about the well-being. So I think purely there is nothing called season, but I like the way Shamashri put it. It is experience probably, yes, number of years would make a little bit difference here and there. So with that demystifying, I was looking at how do you put it first of all, what is stress? Let me first look at that. So if you look at stress, I put it this way: any change, whether it is physically, emotionally, and psychologically, which is draining you or straining you or creating a trouble for you, I will put it as a stress. If that is so, then what is well-being? So well-being is anything which is helping me for being happy and being contented would be well-being, right? And so before I again come back to what is the difference between both of them, I look at it, if that is so, then what is the one which is in my hand to address? Happiness, there are many folds of happiness, right? Well-being, there are end lists which you can go on the well-being. So probably what are certain, I would say, attributes by which we can address to manage stress, in the organization also. So whether it is, for that matter, emotional well-being, financial well-being, physical well-being, you call it spiritual well-being. Spiritual is not about just God. Spiritual is like helping people to understand the purpose of their life. I would put that way, that well-being, right? Or for that matter, intellectual well-being is also there, because I deal with scientists a lot, right? They get more happy if you're giving them a space of studying something which is new, or letting them talk about a core science which probably a person like me will not understand a little bit, but still give them a platform. So what are different different stage of employees which is there? how are you creating those opportunities for them to display these attributes of well-being? And that's the biggest difference. Now, one method or one formula for all of them will not work. Like, for example, yesterday I was again talking to someone and I was saying that, no, there's a lot of difference between industry and industry. At the same time, I'm experiencing there's a lot of difference in my own organization, right? So if I started an initiative about, let's say, emotional well-being, I cannot have one formula for all of them. I allow them to pick that, right? So what I can do as an HR is I can create different options for them rather than forcing it for them. That's where the HR will play a role. That's where HR will, go and connect with different, I would say, level of audience or level of employees and try to create that different solutions. Very interestingly, when we spoke 2 days back, I literally went and did a quick round of, I would say, first interviews of couple of very young, vibrant, specifically girls, right? And I asked them, what do you want? And the answers were very different. And I'm going to come back to that. First, let Praveen speak on that.
Right. Thank you, Vishalji. Praveenji, your quick thoughts on it, and Vishalji, I'll come back to you after that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. The context is very well set. And the topic for today being young versus seasoned employees, the difference in point of view for employee well-being. I belong to a metal and mining organization which does not believe in this disparity, while we have representation from both segments of the society. We take lots of freshers from our campus. We are probably one of the largest campus recruiters. We cut across the country, north, south, east, west, everywhere. And we have a lot of grooming activity that we do where we groom and create leaders from within the organization itself. So while we do so, we do not have a disparity between these two segments and call employee well-being as a faction that can take care of one particular segment and different for a different particular segment. Whereas employee well-being is a very, very integrated part of our organization, and it is taken care right from somebody's joining. And for us, it is more of contentment, happiness, and the engagement of an employee with the organization. It has to be a more voluntary kind of an effort for an employee or for the employee workforce to be committed to the organization's goal and deliver value. So anything that we do towards that is perceived as employee wellness for us. And when we say employee wellness, it doesn't stop with physical wellness. It doesn't stop with mental wellness. It doesn't stop even with emotional wellness. It goes beyond. We have multiple avenues where we cater to the needs of people. It could even be financial wellness. It could be purposefulness of what we are doing. These are the days where when we are in the market, when we look out for some leaders in different functional domains, what happens is everybody starts looking for a match between what are my personal values and what are the values that the organizations offer. So the most important part also becomes the purposefulness of the organization that meets to the requirements of what an employee is looking for as a proposition in the organization that they want to join. So when I have to talk about Vedanta and Sesagova, the business as a whole, so we have multiple kind of employee well-being interventions that we do, which are so much integrated in the fabric of the organization that we don't have to brand it separately, because right from the day a fresher comes and joins in the organization, they are assigned with a mentor. So 12 months of their joining with the organization, they are connected with that mentor and they are continuously guided throughout their periods of training and probation. So what happens there is the mentor gives an insider view of what the organization is and also helps them frame some objective KRAs and KPIs right from their days of the beginning. Could be very limited, but they are guided right from the way to start thinking and behaving objectively. And at the end of 6 months, what we do is also take a pulse from them in terms of what has gone well with them and what has not gone well with them. And with that feedback, we go back and tailor and custom make the kind of interventions that we do. So the experience that begins in right from the day one is what carries a long way for them. And we as an organization have a history of creating leaders from within, right from the topmost people who are there in the organization till the middle level managers or the head of the departments. Being a metal and mining company, we take a lot of pride in creating this. So the happiness for us comes from retaining our employees and creating a proposition that itself provides them a voluntary interest to continue with us.
Right. Thank you so much, Praveenji, for summing that up. Vishalji, I want to know from you that you're from the pharma industry, right? And during the COVID time, I can understand what the pressure was on the industry. Could you give some example or probably a case study of how the employees in your organization coped up with that pressure during that time?
Yeah, so so there's a story with me also. No, I was outside Pune city, and it was just that it declared the pandemic. Third day, I drove my car, except at one place where I have to tell that no, I am from army background and I'm going for my duty for something. Rest, I just told I'm in a life-saving drug manufacturing. I need to go, and everybody allowed me. So I'm giving you a quick two data points, which is there. My organization have 98% pride, positive scores. I have something all 98% positive score, which we have where people say their purpose is clear and connected, which is there. Now, you'll be surprised. If you go to my website and you'll see that we have a value called Happy Place to Serve. Now, this is not which we have got from Happy Plus. We had this. It has emerged. We did an initiative during the COVID time. We knew there's a lot of pain which is going on. And we did the similar thing, probably what any other organization in India has done. So I don't want to tell and repeat the entire story again. But we planted some, artificial trees, and we let people to express what they're thinking about the organization, what they're thinking about their purpose, what they're thinking about their role, and things like that. We call this initiative as Listening Tree. We were very surprised that the highest came out as they were so happy to serve with the purpose there. And we got this as a value of this. So this is one thing which I wanted to bring up, which is there. We reach out to the employees again and again to see that how we can map to their needs of their well-being. Now, it is not about, again, as I said, there are a lot of scientists which are there. So we provide them their solutions. So we run a program on PhD sponsorship. Now it's actually addressing to the well-being, intellectual well-being, right? Or we have a program called Umeed, where there is trained expert psychologists are there, and you can park a slot and you can talk anything and everything with that. We have a financial well-being support. We have a physical well-being support also, where somebody is liking about sports, right? They can connect to them. Like this, all those 8 attributes, we are trying to create different programs for different level, and this is how which is given there. I have a retention level of something like 96% for last 16 years. There's some reason which is working. I'm just trying to add more to this and giving more variety at a different level of employees.
Thank you so much, Vishalji. Shamshri ji, I want to go back to one of your points that you mentioned in your first answer, that the young today, for example, you gave that example of being in the golf course. From day one, they want to be there. What are some of the other aspects like these that probably, impact their mental well-being? Because as you said, they want to be in the golf course, and sometimes when they see things don't happening in that in their workplace so quickly, what are some of the other things as well, and what would be the role of the mentors, as Praveen was telling, to guide them here on these aspects?
Yeah. So thank you for bringing this, because I will talk about both the points. First, it's very important for well-being. Well-being is a very big word, right? It includes everything. But when we talk about well-being, generally it mentioned, when you measure, called subjective well-being. It's not well-being only. Why subjective? Because it's subjective towards you. So things that work for me may not work for other. Now, in this world where so much of competition, and one of the thing that actually drives us, that we wanted to become someone else every time. And now, because of thanks to social media, everyday post, if someone is going to Switzerland or someone is doing something, I wanted to become someone else. And during this journey, I miss something, that what is unique on me and what I want to pursue, right? And that's why well-being, and in Happy Plus we call, there are 6 dimensions in human life. You have to be happy. One is, what is your being? And when we talk about being, it is your mental being, your physical being, your financial being. Second thing is, what is your meaning? What is the purpose that you want to look for? The generation, and it can happen to anyone, even for experienced one also, because we always in a the competition to replicate someone's whatever we look at success. And that is what achievement I want to do, what I am pursuing, what I am looking forward. Is it something that I want to do for myself or not, or something that since the entire world is running for this and I have joined the rat race? Third thing is achievement. What is my definition of achievement? What I want to seek for my life could be possible for me. Being healthy is my achievement, right? Fourth thing is work life. Now, work life is a very debatable concept that people say that you should have a personal life, professional life. Trust me, work life comes when you love what you are doing. And that's why you do not count, I will be there at office for 8 hours. If you enjoy your work, you will do it. You will go extra mile. Right now, I enjoy my work and I'm doing my PhD also. I got everything managed in 24 hours because I'm really enjoying it. Fourth thing is, I think, fifth thing, sorry, the relationship. Everything we do, but we forget that relation to be maintained. And this is the biggest thing actually we miss. Relationship with self, relationship with others, and relationship with community. And relationship is something we neglect the most in our life. We take things for granted, but and we do not invest in. And since in this sixth dimension, we do not put that investment to build habits which can make us happy, and we just running behind something or the others. And that's why maybe that misalignment of what I need and where I want to go, and that creates the stress level for everyone. And the last thing I will take a minute, that how we can do it. Very simple. Build happy habits. And when I talk about build happy habits, it's not about that you have to do something big. For example, what makes, if you enjoy drawing or making painting, at least find half an hour for yourself for the week to do that. The moment you will do that, you will get the self-satisfaction. You'll connect with yourself. And I do not believe if someone said that I am so busy and I don't get time, because I don't feel that people cannot be so much busy to not have time for self. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Praveen ji, 1 minute, my timer is showing. What are your thoughts on it?
I tend to agree with what Shamshri was saying, because what is more important is how much we enjoy our experience when we stay within the organization. So we generally in an industrial parlance in human resources also talk about employee engagement being a measure of how much the employee is willing to take that extra mile to go and work for the organization. That will only happen if the person is enjoying the experience that they are going through. And that has to be self-driven. It cannot be artificially invited, or it cannot be under a strict rule or a frame guideline. So when we say that the motivation for having to do a voluntary contribution towards whatever we are doing, and to do it even so passionately, is itself a contributor to being happy, or can also be defined as the well-being of an individual. So there are multiple dimensions like we've already seen. The other dimension could also be the social dimension to it. For example, we recently in our organization had taken up a coastal cleanup drive. A coastal cleanup drive has got nothing to do with metal and mining, but to do with a social cause where we had participation from all of our employees. So that is how we had a large turnout from our employee workforce who joined for a social cause. And that was extremely voluntary. We just sent a mailer and called out to the HODs and said, we want volunteers who can participate in this. And that is how they also attributed or found themselves attached to the organization when it comes to this. We also ran a very unique campaign, which is called a Ghar Vapsi campaign. And we were really surprised when we saw that a lot of people who left us and went probably even within 1 year's time wanted to come back to us. We did a survey and tried to understand what is that was bringing them back to us. They were very excited about a lot of employee value proposition that we offer, the kind of challenges that our workplace offers, the kind of inclusivity that our workplace offers, the kind of connects and transparencies that we have. Vedanta is an organization, Sesagova included,
is a place where we get to meet our chairman, vice chairman, the senior leadership so very often. And it doesn't happen with one small sect of people. And it happens right from the lowest most rung to the topmost rung. And this happens at a larger frequency. So the connect to the organization, connect to the promoters, connect to the values, connect to what is in it that matches between me as an employee or as an individual to what the organization offers to me is an amazing marriage to have, because of which I would say we have succeeded in all our strategies that we have done towards employee well-being.
Right. Thank you so much, panelists, for joining. Yeah.
And I purposefully wanted to say this. So today morning, which we started where Dr. Batra gave us a context, since our thing is seasoned and young. So 2 days before, my daughter read something and came back to me and she said, she's in second standard. She said, Dad, happiness is new wealth. So the youngest, I'm saying 2 years, and which we heard it today in the morning. I just wanted to highlight 3 things quickly. 3 books which I love, which I'm going to connect with Chamasri, just came up on mind. One is Mindset by Dr. Carroll, must read. Okay, it will change your perspective. Second is I'm looking at a very beautiful small book. The book title is Make Your Bed, written by a retired admiral of US SEAL. Read it, you will love it. And the third one is by Richard Bandler. The title is not very catchy, but the pic or the photo on the front page is very catchy. There's a bus and there are 2 faces of the bus, and it says, who is driving your bus? With that, thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, panelists, for joining us this afternoon. I'm sure all of us had some good takeaways, especially the young journalist sitting there at the back, and me as well. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon. Can we have a bigger round of applause?
Thank you so much. A picture, please. Thank you. Thank you so much, Arjun, for sharing that. From a panel discussion, it's now time to move towards a conversation, which is on open communication and dialogue. Important to know what the employees feel. Please join me in welcoming for the same Mr. Neeraj Paul, Chief Happiness Officer, GGS, GUS Global Services, and Mr. Gaurav Sharma, Vice President and Head, Human Resources, Balance Hero India Private Limited. Thank you for that, for the prompt. But what happened to this side? It's only there, it's only the right side. I think Dr. Batra forgot to mention this in the morning. He does it every time. I'll repeat it on his behalf. कि ताली बजाना दिल के लिए अच्छा होता है. तो जब भी मौका मिले जिसके लिए भी, I think for your own self is too mainstream now. For others, of course. Sir, from there.
के लिए भी और मिजाज के लिए भी दोनों.
साहब तो एकदम शायर मोड में आ गए sir. But please, all the best.
Thank you and very good afternoon. It's very difficult to have sessions right after lunch. Thank you. It was fabulous lunch. Well, for this conversation, the topic which is picked up is pretty interesting, and we've all been from the HR fraternity here. All the time we want to, find this out at what employees are feeling, sometimes willingly, sometimes non-willingly as well. So that's a very interesting topic. So for this conversation, I would first like to have Gaurav to kindly tell us that what are his views on this and what are they doing at their organization.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Business World, for creating this platform and picking up the right topics, which are right now the buzzing topics. And in fact, I represent the Balance Hero and True Credits, which is the NBFC organization. We are primarily a fintech organization. And yes, the topic, look, I just want to share an example why and how this feedback keeps on changing and how this feedback is very, very relative and how employees compare. Just sharing an example, I asked one of my employee while sharing the appraisal letter, we gave a good amount of increment to that employee and said that, are you happy? And that employee looked here and there and said that, can I come back to you tomorrow? I said, why? He said, let me confirm what my other colleagues have got. So happiness is always relative, but then yes, it is important that feedback should be a continual process. It cannot be an event that we create that today is the feedback day or today is the survey day. It has to be a continual process wherein the organization creates the mechanism where employees come forward and share their feedback. I was there was one entrepreneur which when I was discussing with him that how he has kept his organization engaged and the attrition is so very less. And he has an interesting example to share. He said that the young generation, and I'm picking up this topic which was previously discussed, that this young generation which is coming has loads and loads of passion, and they really want to perform. But in what we can provide them, if we can provide them the purpose, yes, definitely they stick around and they feel quite engaged. And that's what one of the previous panelists when said that we provide the purpose, like he was talking about the postal cleaning. Yes, it connected. And similarly, we also launched a program known as Sahayak program, which was towards the digital literacy, because digital is the in thing. So we have launched a Sahayak program, which basically is educating the needy people towards the digital literacy. And actually that way we are giving them that sense of purpose so that they remain engaged. Having said that, we also have launched various things like we have an open office hours wherein everybody can block the calendar of the management. And the oath of management is that they cannot disclose what the employee has discussed with them. But employee is free to discuss anything what they have discussed with the management. You know, until that trust gets built, the employee will not come forward and start sharing that feedback. But having said that, Neeraj, I would like to know that what exactly you are doing, and you are a Chief Happiness Officer, very nice title, and in fact, it gives a feeling of happiness. What you have been doing in your organization?
Thank you, Gaurav, and I really agree with you on the point that trust needs to be built. You know, if whatever initiative that you want to do. Well, so I represent GGS, which is Gus Global Services. We are basically into education, and sir, we are here from education industry. So we are both into offline as well as online education and edtech space with various entities like Adaptability, Pearl Academy, and UPS in Dehradun. So we have a very different set of employees. I mean, we have academic and non-academics, and both of them are very difficult to, you know, kind of understand and go deep root and find out what they feel. So we have different kinds of mechanism. And one thing that we very strongly believe at GGS is an open conversation. So the kind of mechanism that we have had and we have been having is a very open conversation to the leaders, especially with our CEO, with whom we share a different kind of camaraderie. We have Chai Pe Charcha, we have open houses, we have focus group discussions. And based on these discussions, you know, then we have now formulated certain initiatives which are further goes down to mind, body, and soul, that how happiness can be brought to mind, body, and soul. So we have for mind, we have Mehuna, wherein it's for more for the well-being, what Shamashri was explaining a session before regarding different kinds of well-being. So something to do with that. Then we have for physical health, we have Sanjeevni. Then we have Ashai. Ashai is for, because a lot of our staff, which is the support staff, basically they feel that nothing is being done for them. So Ashai is something wherein, because we are into education, we have brought free of cost graduation for the ones who are 12th pass. So we are giving them laptops, we are giving them all the facilities, we are giving them mentors, and we are also giving them language training, and we have got them the BBA from UPS, which is our university. So it becomes very, Ashai gives a lot of Ashai to them to, do something better. So likewise, we have positive culture, then we have a lot of other things that we are doing under the happy space. But one thing which is very important, which you also touched base, Gaurav, is basically, and which I really want you further to elaborate on, is regarding building the trust factor. Now, when we talk about how employees and what employees feel, and you really picked up a very good example of somebody who got an increment, and he said that I would first like to find it out at how others are feeling. So how you're building that trust factor at your organization, and is there a set mechanism with which you are doing, or is it that you are doing it more conceptually?
Look, actually, I'm just connecting the previous topic when it was told about the young generation. And actually, we are on the cusp of a different industrial revolution now. It's more connected revolution. We talked about the industrial revolution, mechanical revolution, and then now this is the revolution which is coming as the connected revolution, sorry. And wherein every employee, if they say something, it spreads very fast. And ultimately, for building that trust, your intent should be there. Taking feedback is very easy, right? I sit with you and I say that, okay, give me your feedback, but then what happens after that? Generally, we don't close the loop, and that actually creates the deficit. Unless we are closing that loop, and that's what we have been doing. We actually, whatever feedback comes, we are not afraid of facing the employees and answering the tough questions also. And our management gives that much of empowerment to the employee that we use a tool called Slido, and wherein employees can ask anonymous questions. And the management comes forward in the town hall and answers those questions, that why the feedback was not implemented. We generally try to close the loop so that there is a reasoning that why a certain feedback has not been implemented and what are the actions that we have planned based on the employee feedback. And that is actually creating a culture wherein employees are coming forward and expressing their views openly. And that's how we have been able to, somebody was talking about 90% retention rate. In fact, I can also proudly say that we have a retention rate similar to that range. And in this type of scenario wherein you are losing a lot of technical talent, that type of retention rate we are very proud of. And people don't want to leave us because they say that this is the organization which hears us, which listens to us. And that's why your intent is very, very important. Employees should know that what is your intent. But you talked about what lot of initiatives that you have taken, Asha, and how employees feel connected with these things.
Yeah, so these initiatives, Gaurav, are basically the outcomes of what they have felt or what they have spoken during the focus group discussion. Because when we had this focus group discussions with the randomly selected set of people from various departments, what we have done is, because we come from education industry, everything boils down to doing some kind of research behind it. So we took the keywords and we found certain variables and we put it into analysis and we did some kind of analysis to it, and that gave us an indication that these are the areas where probably the employees want more. And as you rightly said, it's a connection revolution, and I would rather name it as a network revolution rather than connection revolution, because networking is very strong amongst the employee fraternity. And also what you said, I completely connect with that the loop needs to be closed. The employee can feel and they can share feedback. So in GGS, what we normally do in our annual event, it's a very open conversation wherein it is unfiltered conversation which happens between the employee and the CEO of the organization. So you can't miss whether it is good, bad, ugly, whatever kind of feedback. And then we go back and we analyze and we see that what feedbacks we can work on and we can bring on changes, and what feedbacks we can't do anything about it at that point in time. But then we give a reasoning that, you may have felt this way, but this is what it is, and this is what can be done, this is what cannot be done. So I think it is very important for not just for HR, but for the entire management of any organization to keep tracking and having these periodic checks that what employees are feeling. Also, we have a very strong mechanism, taking one more minute here, of the exit interviews, wherein we have a very open conversation to understand that what you have felt. And most of the time, people have gone out probably for growth, and not because they have been facing issues with the bosses or with the overall ecosystem of the organization. They have been very, very receptive about the things that we have done for them. But yeah, and of course, our retention rate is also probably 95, 96. And we coming in from a very technical kind of, wherein it's very, very difficult to hold back a faculty for that matter, because some other university may catch hold of them. So, but then still we have maintained this because, and we have people being there since last more than 2 to 3 decades. So that is what has helped us. These kinds of initiatives have really helped us to keep them grounded and keep them intact and keep them connected to each other. So that is what, as a last note, I would like to say is that it's very important for all of us that we be connected with our employees. We keep going back to them, not just on certain occasions, but on a continuous, regular, periodic, as a practice to understand that what they feel, and also closing the loop as Gaurav was talking about. Gaurav, your closing remarks.
I want to add one important point here. Like previously, whenever we used to call any prospective candidate for the employment, we used to be very concerned about how our office looks like, whether it is a swanky office or not, and that used to create that X factor for the employees to join that organization. But then no more. Surprisingly, with the COVID pandemic, that is no more the case. Yes, definitely it is a contributing factor. Office good hygiene is important. But at the same time, the employee wants to join the organization where they feel that we will be heard and we will be valued. And that can only happen once you have that feedback mechanism, continual feedback mechanism. What also COVID has done is that because the group dynamics is slowly getting reduced, because many people work from the home, so they were not getting influenced by the larger groups. They became very, very vocal in expressing their individual opinion. So when it comes to that, whether this young generation is impatient or impatient for the result, I would differ. I would say that they're very vocal about what they feel about the things that are happening and which are affecting them, and they really want the organization to take results based on that, actions based on those feedbacks. If that is not happening, yes, obviously they become impatient and they try to find the way out. So again, one very important thing which I want to highlight and close my comment is that feedback, again, I'm repeating, feedback is a continual process. It cannot be said that today is the pulse survey, today is the engagement survey. No, it cannot be an event. It has to be a continual process. Please create a mechanism where employees feel free to come and talk to you and give their feedback openly and freely. And please, let's definitely close those feedback and give them the results on the basis of that.
Yeah, absolutely, completely agree, Gaurav. And I guess that all different kinds of surveys which are available today, they definitely, they give us some guideline, they give us some kind of direction to work on. But then probably when we have this continuous kind of feedback of what employees feel, actually is what the real-time feedback is all about. And it is probably unfiltered, it is more clear, it is more crystal clear. And that gives us an indication whether we are heading right, wrong, or wherever we are heading. And it also shows us the path. So let's close all the feedbacks and let's place the happy organization all across. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much for listening to us. Thank you so much, gentlemen. A picture, please. So that was a conversation on open communications and the dialogue. Important to know what the employees feel. Sir. Thank you so much. And from a conversation, it's time to proceed towards a next keynote address on building a happy workplace. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage Mr. Harshvendra Soin, Global Chief People Officer and Head, Marketing Tech Mahindra. Now, I feel that this side is still very empty on the Tali Bajana side. I think let's फिर से करते हैं. I know all of you. I'm the middle one. Thank you, sir. Yeah, please. A hand mic, please.
Easy to walk around.
Yeah.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And, I was quite pleasantly surprised when I looked at the topic of this presentation, building a happy workplace. And I do have a context to it, and it's a 10-minute thing, so it will be very fast. We all know this, so I'm not going to spend much time here, but clearly all of us are not super excited every day. And there is issues, and the issues culminate when people leave the organization. And we call it the great resignation or the great reclamation, as I call it. But if you remember, some companies have bucked the trend. And I represent a company called Tech Mahindra. We have about 160,000 employees across 105 countries. And while you see a lot of IT companies have gone up in attrition, we are the only company in the peer set that's actually come down significantly last quarter. And this quarter, we hope to come down further. And there is a reason. And that's something that I want to talk about in the next 8 minutes and 40 seconds. While I was listening to the wonderful conversation that happened just now, there are many things why you make a happy workplace. And it could be purpose, it could be support, it could be holistic well-being or engagement. But one thing is clear, that companies today have to turn from brands to purposeful companies, because nobody's joining only brand. You need a company with a purpose. But is it really happy workplace, or is it something else? And I think, to me, the challenge is not happiness, but something more. Happiness is step one, but what people need to endeavor to make is great human experiences. And you may ask, everybody's been talking about happiness, so what is great human experiences? So here is what we believe it is. It's not engagement. It's not even employee experience. Today, what's relevant, and this is, I don't know, how many HR folks are here? Oh, lots of them. So when you go back into your organizations and you talk about employee engagement, let me tell you, it's prehistoric. Even when you talk about employee experience, employees have moved on. So what is it that really happiness of an employee is all about? It's about what we call at TechM human experiences. And human experiences are, or is, a function of a user-like experience, a customer-like experience, and an employee-like experience, which means today, all your employees want to be treated as your customers. Today, all your employees want to be treated as users of the product you make. And of course, the employee experience is important. It's a holistic happiness of an employee that matters. And that happiness, may I submit, translates into what we call human experiences. And here is our mantra. We are a tech company, and everybody tells me, oh, you're a tech company, so obviously your technology is very good. The tech companies are normally worse on employee experiences, and we have changed that 4 years ago. But our mantra is this. I always say, don't use technology for the sake of technology, but make it or use it to make people happy. Use it to impact human experiences. And our belief is that while technology is an enabler, moments of truth are still human. And if technology can enable human experiences, then it's successful. And I will give you a few examples as we go forward on what I mean when I say human experiences. It's so funny. I was explaining, we had a meeting in the morning in our office of a forum called Women in Tech, and we were discussing. And I was telling them that with metaverse, actually, everything in HR has to change. All processes have to change. Metaverse has redefined how people expect to be treated. Imagine, if you don't know what metaverse is, I'll explain to you in a simplistic term. Earlier, you used to write a chithi, a letter, drop it into the post box, it used to go home, right? Then we got email. You used to type the email, click the button, it's called digital version of that, and it used to go to another email box. Metaverse is a combination of both. And that's what's exciting. So your reality is a different reality, and I'll give you some examples on how you can really make technology the engine to drive happiness, or more importantly, to drive human experiences. And because I had only 10 minutes, I'll only give you about 2 or 3 examples. So maybe first I can show you, if you can show me the daily, yeah, this one. Just click on it. Hold on. And you have to click on this, but I'll tell you what this is. In our company, you know, when we talked about happiness to people, they said, oh, we're terrible to wear these ID cards. Everywhere you have to wear the ID card. Then when you leave your ID card at home, attendance doesn't get marked. Every door you have to swipe the ID card. It's just not enjoyable. And we're an IT company, what can you do? So in our company, there are no ID cards, by the way. So everything is facial recognition. So you go, you show your face, you enter every door, your attendance, your payroll is fully untouched by human. It's automatic, but more importantly, this is also a moodometer. The moment you show your face, it captures 8 emotions. And on an everyday basis, on a location, so it's not individual specific because it is GDPR compliant, I get to know the mood of my locations. And wherever it dips, I find out on real time what happened. You know, in Hyderabad, we didn't give one leave for elections and it dipped. So you actually know that why it's dipping. And if you can just play that on that, yeah. So that's how it's very simple. You just go, you click on that, you know, this whole iPad and your entry is done. And anywhere in the world, it recognizes you, anywhere. It doesn't need, you need to be just an employee with an employee code. So that's one example. If you can go back. Let me show you another thing we did. If you go to K2, I'll tell you what K2 is before you click. Hold on. So we, about 2 years ago, introduced our first non-human employee in HR. Full-time employee with an employee code, but non-human. It's a humanoid. It's called K2. It can answer all your queries, which most HR people spend their lifetime doing. Now, no HR person is happy saying, what's your leave balance? What is your travel entitlement? We don't do that at all in TechM. This K2 does it. And it can recognize you again by face and give you everything. Just give an example if you can show. Just play that.
Hi Shayak, you look sharp. How are you doing?
I am doing great. Can you please help me find out what is my coverage for the medical insurance plan?
Sure, let me check it up.
Hey, don't you need my GID?
Nah, I recognize you. Your ID is 91404. Hi Roshan, good afternoon.
Hi Keto, I need to go to Mumbai. Can you tell me my entitlement, please?
Sure, let me also show you your travel options. By the way, you need to settle your last travel.
So you see what happens is, why is it happiness? Because no HR person wants to do this.
Hi Shayak, you look.
They don't want to do this. They want to interact with people, and therefore all of this is done by K2. And imagine in pandemic, this guy never got COVID. So it was 24/7 available to every single person. The next version of K2, actually the fingers will move. It's going to be 3D printed. So you never know, they might code also. And it's a very interesting environment. But we just introduced, just about 2 weeks ago, probably the world's first metaverse recruitment process, which means it's totally in metaverse, and the real, experience is like you're actually doing a physical face-to-face. And if you take a look at it. you're talking to a Harsh or a CP, and once the interview is done, and it's actually random questions, you can have any question in the world that a person can ask, and the exposure is like you're sitting across a table, and this can happen anywhere. The biggest advantage is I can do 1,000 interviews at the same time, and every interview will, candidate will feel he's talking to me, and this is just brilliant. It has really, taken the fancy. I know time's up. Can I have a minute more? Yeah, okay. So I want to also show you something else, which is UVO, and it is. We talk about happiness. Why are we unhappy after every travel? Because you fill those travel vouchers, right? It's terrible. Why are we unhappy applying for a leave? Because the pain you do to apply for a leave if you're sick is like you have to go into 3, email addresses and fill up your passwords 5 times. No, that's not happiness. What does an employee want? In TechM, for example, and I'll see some examples, all you have to tell your computer is, I want leave. That's it. It's UI, which is voice enabled. It'll quickly update your calendar, inform your colleagues, inform your boss. It can also ask you about whatever other entitlements, meetings, etc., that you want to change. Everything is done without any interface. All the travel bills are filled automatically by a chatbot or an RPA. If you can show this quickly. I don't know if you have that. I don't think we have UO. Okay. We don't have UO, but the example is very clearly that technology can be a good lever if you use technology for the right reasons and not for just the sake of using technology. Use it to bring happiness, use it to really impact people on the ground with what I call human experiences. And remember, this is my last slide, which says, we all bring our whole self to work. Happiness at work impacts life outside and vice versa. When you go home, people say happy employees bring in huge amounts of productivity, but happy employees also go home and then create positivity everywhere in the nation, in communities, and in the work that you do. So thank you very much. I know it was a short time, but I hope you got something out of it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. From building a happy workplace, it's now time to move towards a next panel discussion on the next frontier of C-suite performance, leadership requirements, and new age thoughts. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same, Mr. Abhishek, Senior Director, Human Resources and Chief Operating Officer, Eli Lilly Services India Private Limited, Ms. Anika Darasha, Director, Human Resources, Lois India, Mr. Sanjay Khan, Head of Human Resources, Retail Finance, Hero FinCorp Limited, Mr. Anil Kumar Misra, Chief of Human Resources Officer, GeoMart Partner, and the session will be chaired by Mr. Harshvardhan, CEO of CSC India.
Hello. First of all, let me say that this is a very important topic. This topic was as apt 20 years back, and when business world is going to do this kind of event 20 years after, this subject of leadership will remain as such. What kind of qualities should be there in a leaders to run the organizations, you know. The other thing what we have discussed is the happiness. Many a times, happiness and convenience, we get confused. You know. It may be a convenient thing, but you still may not be very happy on that. You know. Years back, when I used to work for a company, I would say retention rate was almost 99.9. And that time, initially, we brought gym in the office, grocery shops in the office. Everybody was picked up, dropped. But those kind of things today will not make the employees happy. Their expectations are different, you know. So I would say that the things are changing very fast in a digital marketing world, in a, how do I say, artificial intelligence, which is coming. Things will be very, very difficult, you know. One mistake in your digital marketing can put your shares of the company down. Okay. One statement can create problems in your glass door when the employees leave here. So the tomorrow's CEOs will have to be very knowledgeable in terms of digital marketing, artificial intelligence, and how to make people very happy. And I was talking to one of the colleagues here who made a very nice presentation, and he asked him, what are the qualities required in a tomorrow's CEOs? The first thing what he mentioned was listening. If the seniors cannot listen, then it becomes very difficult, you know, to translate and to find a solution. Second is what he said is the wholesome. You can't say, I only know the sales or marketing or HR. In order to run an organization at that level, you have to have the information and knowledge in every field so that you can have a proper 360 view so that you can give solutions, you know. I would say that in different stages and different organizations, happiness level may be a different, though it is a one word, you know. When you give somebody a leave in one place, it may be possible to give a leave. In other place, it may not be possible to give a leave, and you will have to compensate differently. Anyway, I leave it to my colleagues here. They are the expert in their own field, and would ask you to, on the subject itself, if you can tell us what will be the leadership requirements in the future and how they are different from today. You know?
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Abhishek. I represent an organization called Eli Lilly and Company. I was happy to hear some of the fellow colleagues from pharmaceutical industry. So it's a pharmaceutical organization having a presence in both as a capability center in Bangalore, as well as we have a sales and marketing affiliate based out of in Gurgaon. Now, when this topic was presented to us for the discussion over here, I think we all have seen a change in terms of our own leadership approach, particularly in last 2 years. I myself have seen that approach in my own leadership style, because in 2019, we were around 400 people in Bangalore. Today, as we speak, we are close to 2,500 people. So as COVID was picking up, we were also picking up our hiring numbers, and we almost kind of we grew our organization by almost 5 times. Now, when we saw that, we exactly saw a real combination of the new age expectations in terms of flexibility, in terms of being a tech-enabled organization, in terms of being more having access to the leadership, being more resilient and adaptive management. Now, when we look at on the other side, which is talking to what the leaders should be doing, I think the first and foremost thing, and I saw some of our colleagues talking about, is that the open and transparent culture. So you talked about listening. I think communication is the key. The third is making sure that we are not using our positional power rather than we are using our personal power to influence the organization. And the last I would like to add, and this is something I pick up from the Marshall Goldsmith coaching style, is the display of courage, humility, and discipline, coupled with care and empathy. So that is something that I would think all the leaders need to exhibit and continue to exhibit to win the confidence of employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anika, and I represent Lowe's, the GCC of Lowe's, which is actually based out of Bangalore. We're about 8 years old, and we're part of Lowe's Incorporated, which is, you know, the US's second largest home improvement retailer, a Fortune 35 company. You know, as you mentioned and as you said, Mr. Abhishek, absolutely. You know, totally second and echo what you're saying. And I think all of us as leaders, we're leaders in our own capacities. But I think truly what we're looking at here is the CXO level. And I think it really goes beyond the business acumen and driving productivity and, you know, making sure people are doing what they need to do and the organization is doing what they need to do. But what is really the new frontier for the CXOs really is that humanness that really comes into the equation. You know, how are we also being agile, especially in such a, you know, in such a VUCA world, such a bubbly and volatile world that we are today, especially with the pandemic. Agile, adaptable, and flexible in everything that we're doing. And of course, as a lot of my esteemed, you know, esteemed colleagues and speakers here have said, is really connecting people to the purpose of the organization. You know, driving activation versus just engagement, and really being catalysts for change and transformation. I think in today's day and age, everything, you know, decision making has to be fast, it has to be quick. Leaders are definitely decisive, but along with empathy is what is important, really, in terms of, you know, connecting back to talent. And that's really what builds companies. It's people today that builds companies, and not really losing sight of that. So I would, I think, stress definitely on the empathy and the connection that we need to make. And it's really a top-down approach. If we get it right at the executive level and at the CXO level, it's the top-down approach that matters, finally.
Thanks very much. Can you tell me one thing in terms of the qualities of CXO today and what will be in future, let's say down the line, 5 years, 10 years? Let me repeat my question. You know, anything different? What CXOs are having qualities? What they will be having different after 5 years and 10 years?
Okay. I think the difference between what it was in the past versus possibly today and in the future is being more facilitators than enforcers. You know, being able to facilitate the change, facilitate dialogue, facilitate the essence and the culture of an organization versus enforcing and directing it. So
excellent.
that is the one thing that comes to my mind.
Your comment, sir.
You want me to answer this question, or shall I
start from the beginning?
Okay.
You know.
Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Anil, and I represent Geomart, Reliance, relatively new to Reliance world, but otherwise, yeah, been in HR for quite some time now. Before I get into the theme, broad 5 trends is what, you know, I would like to highlight. What's changing all around us? Once we know, okay, this is the problem statement, this is the starting point, then probably life becomes easier for all of us. With that premise, let me try and talk about first point, which already Harsh talked about. Number 1, workplace flexibility. Very recently experienced, all of us, because of the COVID, it has forced us to change our ways of working, and workplaces have become much more flexible, right? And hence, our ways of working, especially in HR and people management, also needed to go through plenty of changes. That's one thing which we all have seen. Now, work from home, work from anywhere. I don't need to get into those details. We all are aware. Number 2, we talked about the new kids on the block. It's no longer Gen Yers. We talked about Gen Z, all the people born after 1995. By and large, today, my business has got 39,000 people. But if you look at the average age, that, you know, it hovers around 29 and 30, not more than that. Now, what is different? Pardon me if I'm sounding, I'm stereotyping. I'm not trying to do that. But by and large, there are some inherent qualities which is quite unique with those young people. So to what extent I think behave, act like one of the Gen Z, yeah, is very, very important to connect. Yeah, probably through that, I can bring in the much required element of happiness. Number 3, often the previous speaker also talked about technology. When we are talking about Industrial Revolution 4.0, and Klaus Schwab, the foundation chairman, talks about augmented reality, how the future is all about technology, and hence we need to embrace technology. But to my mind, there are 2 important elements. One is high tech. The other one is high touch. It's no longer tech or touch. It's both. It's not versus. ability of a CHO to influence, bring a change would depend largely on how well I know how to balance high tech and high touch, right? You would not like a chatbot or a robot coming and wishing you on your birthday. Yeah. Okay. There are certain things which is irreplaceable, and human touch hence would become always important. Fourth one trend that we are also seeing right now is about our gig economy. Whenever there is a crisis, it puts tremendous pressure on our ways of doing business, and more specifically cost. Now, how do I, as a CHRO, make sure that I have those required support in terms of headcount, but at the same time, I control the cost? It cannot be done only through FTE or full-time employee route. I need to have part-timers. I need to have gig economy, gig workers. By the way, as a nation, we are third already out of the top 5 countries. After US and China, we are third. Then comes Japan and Mexico and so on and so forth. Some other time, maybe we will talk about that. But as a CHRO, I need to have the ability to smell and find out which are the changes happening all around us, and quickly need to adapt and cater to the business. If that happens, probably that is happiness for the business leaders. That is happiness for CEO. When we talk about young people, understanding what excites them at work, okay, it's no longer Rangoli competition or kite flying, employee engagement. How about dating allowance or give me movie tickets? Probably that is fun at work for them. To what extent I go there and say that, hey, you know what, I've been organizing kite flying, so it works well, so it will work well for you, 29 years old also. Does not work that way. So one critical element is how fast I can get the signals, reorient, re-baseline my ways of working. And then if I go back to my stakeholders, that would be the true service I would be rendering as a CSR.
Thanks very much. Very well explained. Sanjay, welcome. Your initial thoughts on the leadership for the new age.
Sorry, come again. I'm sorry for being late, first of all. I got stuck in a traffic. Sorry, but can you just please repeat the question?
I said you share your initial views on the leadership thoughts for the new age. What kind of qualities, qualifications, traits CXOs leaders should have in the new age?
Hi, everyone. My name is Sanjay and I represent Hero FinCorp. I heads the HR for a retail finance business. We do captive financing for Hero MotoCorp. So we are a group company. With respect to the topic, there are 2-3 things which are very important, which I feel it. One is that how do you have a disruptive mindset? Yeah, we have been doing certain things with a lot of traditional, or it's been outdated now. So if you have to take a next move, I think COVID is one of the thing in which a lot of us actually break the different ways of working, being it mental well-being, mindset, and all the stuff. But the important piece is that how do we ensure or come up with the new innovations where we make the disturbance in the market? That's always a key for us that we have seen through it, and that's what we have been doing it. That's one piece. Second is having a self-awareness. Whatever that you become, you need to be humble and you need to have a self-awareness what you're doing it, which should be aligned to your core values. I think as an organization, we have grown many folds into different line of businesses and products. But I think the one thing which is a key for us as an organization always been the values. We have never compromised on our values. We will be moving to a festive season. In India, the great billion festival days are coming, as Amazon says. It's also very strong festive season for us, for all banks, NBFCs, and especially for Hero MotoCorp and Hero FinCorp. We will be going all out. There are a lot of things happening on the ground across dealerships in 30,000 pin codes. The only idea is that how do we stay connected to our core values? And the values never change for us. Profitability, cost, all those things will be all those things are there and they will continue to be there. But important piece is how do we ensure that we are connected to the people? How do we ensure that quality is happening? how are we ensuring that our customer is first? Sales is not first. How do we ensure that our customer is first? So these are the few things that we are focusing. I have associated with this organization for almost 8-9 years now, and I have not seen the change in the value system, especially in front of the promoters. So that's very critical. And I would say that we should always align to the values, the people part. I think that will drive us. The trust, integrity. In different organizations, different values are there. But if we are aligned to the core values as a human being, I think definitely we'll be able to achieve. We are not here for a sprint, we are here for a marathon. That's what we tell our people. And we want to create a institution, not a one-time kind of a stuff. So from that perspective, I will say we should always align to our core values. That will help us to achieve and reach where we want to be as a human or as a professional. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Well explained. One thing very important you mentioned about the touch point. We certainly wouldn't like robots to come and wish us on the birthdays and all that. It's okay. Keeping up the technology can be overwhelming. Every day there are new things are happening. Do you think senior leaders should support reverse mentoring? Because they may not be having that much of knowledge. So do you think that reverse mentoring is going to work in the technology field for the seniors?
I 100% echo that. Thank you for asking that, sir. I think today the generation that is there, and I'm witnessing that in the organization, that the people and the adaptability with the technology that they have, I don't think I can ever go there. But what hinders me, or maybe sometimes the thought, is my own self-imposed ego, or the perception that may be formed with the colleagues there that, oh, he is doing reverse mentoring or he is talking to people. So just setting that and getting the thoughts from our colleagues, it has helped me so much in getting to know not only about technology, but also about their thought process, also about how exactly what they want from the leaders. So it helps in various ways, and we have actually adopted it as one of the practice for appointing a Gen Y or Gen Z, whatever we say, as one of the individual for all the senior leaders, one mentor, one person who would be doing the reverse mentoring for all the leadership in our organization. So I'm a big fan of it.
Very nice,
Yeah, I know time's up, but I just wanted a minute. And I too agree that reverse mentoring is a great way to really bridge the gap between the tenure and the experience that CXOs come with versus what's really happening on the ground reality. And I don't know if it has to be a real formal program, but possibly in a way more, inorganic, or rather organic, in the way it kind of matures. So let me say one thing. Imagine there's a company and it builds a great product, and it's something that they feel customers would like. But the new age talent or a millennial would really know how on Instagram, we see unboxing videos. I don't know if a lot of Instagrammers have seen unboxing new products, and at least the new age would know that, right? But how that unboxing video and how that influencer who's doing the unboxing video is really making or breaking the perception of that product, right? So it's really how we're upward kind of, there's a different way of learning. And I also feel with reverse mentoring is what you're doing is really instilling confidence and that value impact back to the folks on the ground, that the CXOs and that top level management can really start instilling, and builds that pipeline as well. So just a couple of points on that.
Excellent, very nicely explained your views.
Yeah, reverse mentoring sounds very trendy and that's a technical jargon, but I don't believe in that. To my mind, okay, what do you mean by reverse mentoring? Okay, you are good at something and I'm good at something. Let's build a task force. You help me out. Individual, it's always a debate about individual brilliance versus ability to take people along. Whosoever is good, irrespective of age, why don't we collaborate and help each other, and ultimately without losing focus on the top point? Yeah, in that context, it's fancy to use reverse mentoring. In our unconscious mind, it already happens. We don't realize there are plenty of things, as rightly said, we pick it up from our children, and that happens unconsciously. So learning should never stop. Focus should never be missed. Does not matter if you are a little more tenured, I'm a little more younger. or otherwise. If you are good at something, meritocracy-driven organization, let's collaborate and work together. Rest all jargons are good to be discussed in a forum like this.
Okay, when we say leadership and when we say new age leaders, will age matter? Because nowadays unicorns, I would say from my own institute, 25% of the country's unicorn are from there, and the age of the people is only around not more than 32, 33 years, average age. So when we say earlier, you will only become a director when you are 50 years old, you will become a CEO when you are 45 years old. Today, for future leaders, does age matter? Or let me say, that kind of experience matters.
So you would have heard the comments from the CEO of Zepto. He's, if I'm not wrong, he's I think around 20 or 22 years old. And the way my own CFO, he was telling me that when he heard him speaking in one of the conference, it looked like that he is as if he has gained experience of 50 years. So I think I'm not sure, and we have numerous examples of that. Whether we look at we are proud of our own ecosystem of the startup. So when you look at Ola, when we look at Oyo, when we look at erstwhile Flipkart and all that, I don't think everywhere experience only matters. It is also the I think during the course of journey, the risk-taking ability, the zeal to do more, the innovation driven approach, and also the, I would say, something new, the desire to do something new and break the chain or break the rule, that could help people do well. I'm not sure, I'm not 100% confident that experience is always required to reach to these levels. That's my personal thought.
Yes, age is very important. Now, which age you are talking about? Mental age or physiological age? Yeah. Mental age has nothing to do with how many years I've been practicing HR and how many years I've been in a position. Now, that was on the lighter side. On its more serious note, in a value-based driven culture, in a meritocracy driven culture, what matters is what has been my net value addition to the company. It has nothing to do with my age. And if I am capable enough, by all means, that is assessed, then, let's go ahead. Does not matter actually, what is my physiological age. By all means, that CEO title should come to me if I'm capable enough. And
Thanks very much.
demonstrated that.
This is very encouraging, especially for me, coming from a CHRO saying that the physical age doesn't matter, so it's fine. I work with a company called CSC. It's called, I don't want to confuse, there are other CSC companies in India as well. It's called Contemporary Service Corporation, USA. This company is into crowd management, and they use a lot of technology. Crowd management, what I mean is that they manage Olympics, US presidential inaugurations, and FIFA Cups and many others, So a lot of young people are there in terms of because of the technology, etc. But you are right in terms of, but still when it comes to hiring the people, when a lot of other people are available, I would tend to agree that experience and the knowledge and today's artificial intelligence and other things are equally important. So I would say thank you very much. It has been a very learning experience from all of you. And some of the encouraging statements have also come in. And thank you for your patience. Thank you.
Thank
you. A picture, please. Thank you so much, ma'am, and the gentleman, and of course, Mr. Vardhan for chairing that session. Okay, continuing a journey with panel discussions. The next one and the last one is on mental well-being is a catalyst for growth. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Ms. Manakshi Thakur, Head of Human Resources, Pranaya. Ms. Kavita Dasan, Vice President, People Practice Team, ABP Network. Mr. M. Saktivel, Chief Human Resources Officer, Sterlite Copper. And joining us virtually for the same is Mr. R.N. Murthy, Managing Director, Tata Tinplate. And this session will be chaired by Dr. Ashish Ambasta, Founder and CEO, Happy Plus Consulting. Yeah.
Okay. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are awake and you are taking care of your well-being. That's the most important thing. I am very excited about this session particularly. Why I am excited? Because there has been a lot of talk around well-being, happiness, and subjects like happiness since morning. Okay, and when we talk about these things to a CFO or a CEO, the first question they ask us, okay, so what is the ROI? What is the money we are going to get out of doing all this? Because in their mind, every rupee you spend should give you some return, right? And the more I speak about, there are something which is about well-being of people, and there is intangible benefits which is going to come, somewhere it does not cut ice with them. And I think over the years, obviously COVID has ensured that there has been a lot of focus around this coming back, but it is a great opportunity for me to have our eminent panelists coming in and talking about this particular aspect. We have got Mr. R.N. Murthy joining us from Jamshedpur. He is the Managing Director of Tata Tinplate. And he's the one who has asked me this question right in the beginning when we went to him at the beginning of Happy Plus. So I thought it's better to have him here and ask some questions. And it's important for me to take a opposite side of this and ask him that why somebody like him would be investing in the well-being of his employees. So sir, from you, we'll start from you.
Thanks, Ashish. Actually, one of the reasons I've been in this group for 35 years is the fact that it's been a very happy experience because of the atmosphere, the culture, and the kind of relationships which we have built over years. And having experienced that throughout my career, the importance of having a great boss, the importance of having caring people, empathetic people around you, you always feel more energized, and not only mentally, but physically as well. And therefore, I have no doubt that there's a strong payoff in having happy, engaged people in the workplace.
Yeah, absolutely. Coming back to Meenakshi, you represent a company which is into manufacturing, right?
Right.
And come what may, if we are from a technology company, we can always say, okay, work from home and do hybrid and stuff like that. You can't do that. That's what I assume. And if you can't do that, then obviously people can say that you are not taking care of them the way other companies are taking care of. So how do you deal with situations like this? And how do you ensure that even in those situations when you have to come all the time to office, your well-being is being taken care of?
Okay, thank you. So I am Meenakshi Thakur and I am heading the Runaya group. So basically, this is a group that takes care of green metal production. So basically, we are into reducing the carbon footprint. And to your question, though we are a manufacturing setup, but most important thing, how do we take care of our employees? So every organization does that. But the most important point is taking care of the family. So once you have your employee who is mentally satisfied, that his family, his kids, and everything is well at their home, then definitely the productivity and mental well-being of the employee will be better. So if I say that, I mean that for the family, you can have the social club wherein their spouses, their children can be there. For their kids, you can have the education or the sports facilities, so they can be engaged there. Similarly, for the employees, especially during the COVID times, we have learned that the medical facilities and all related stuff is very important. So I feel once your employee is mentally satisfied, that his family and his kids are being well taken care, then that would be accounting for a better productivity.
Okay. I will come back to Kavita. You came just in time, and I'm sure it would have taken an impact on your well-being. You are from media, and we know the type of environment media works in today's era. You have got no fixed time. Things can happen at any point of time, and you have to be the first one to be there and the last one to leave, if at all you want to leave. Okay. So my question to you is that with such grueling schedules and tough work environment, how important it is for you to take care of your well-being of your people?
I think that's fundamental. It's non-negotiable. See, 70% of our workforce reports from ground zero. And COVID, like you giving example to Meenakshi, and rightly so, manufacturing has its own challenges, but media, believe me, is next level. Because COVID is the time when maximum eyeballs were on the news channels. Everybody wanted to know what's happening, and with everything locked down, I think there was no lockdown for us. None of us worked from home. We were all working from office. It's as bad as it sounds. But believe you me, the kind of work that we guys have done was, it's difficult to put in words, because we almost had a hospital to our end. We almost had hotels to our end in terms of end-to-end ensuring our employees don't go back home only. Because any kind of case that you can think of happened. Our people were not allowed to come back in society, gated community, because you guys are going to work and we will have COVID. All kind of scares were there. But anything and everything that was required was taken care, from safety to ensuring our well-being of people. And I personally believe, my personal learning has been that mental well-being has a direct impact. If your career well-being is taken care, your social well-being is taken care, your physical well-being, your community well-being, financial well-being, these are the 5 elements. If they are taken care, believe you me, mental well-being is an outcome. I think it's a sum total of all this. If an employee is happy doing what he's doing versus the society, the social well-being, he's passionate, he's taken care of, I think people really go out of the way doing things.
Absolutely. Mr. Shaktivel, my question to you is, when you go to your CEO and ask for investments in initiatives like this, like something around well-being, physical well-being, or mental well-being, or emotional well-being, I think at the end of the day, it adds cost to the entire initiative, right? How easy or difficult it is for somebody like you to go and convince your top management to let the money go in this direction? And if they ask you to show returns, first of all, do they ask you to show return? And if at all they ask, what do you say or do?
First of all, happy evening to all of you. I think this is the right forum for me to say this instead of good evening, happy evening. And as a person, generally, we believe in morning when we greet people. Generally, we don't say good morning. We always say the happy morning. I think my colleague is there, Praveen. Whenever we greet in the everyday, we always share with the happy morning or happy afternoon or happy evening. That's the way I think we always do that. I'm from Vedanta, from corporate business, Dr. Ashish. Maybe before coming back to your question on how we approach to the management on the well-being, from my perspective, well-being is not a fancy word from my perspective. If I look at that if you do your normal routine HR processes in a more deeper way, in a more purposeful way, maybe little more altitude and then less attitude, then your well-being is achieved. Because every employee coming to work, I don't think they come for work, they come for the purpose. And we as a company, we make them to work at the end of the day, not for the purpose behind. So I think it is all up to the managers. From my perspective, there are 3 dimensions to it. One is on the self, what we do for them, and for their family, what we do for them, and then for their own development of the individual, maybe to face the future, what we do for them. If you look at from Vedanta perspective, maybe my previous company was Hindustan Lever. I never seen a leadership team always asking for the question like, what is the impact for the money which you are spending for the employee? No, the question, there is a last question will come for it. Always, whenever I deal with including the chairman from the Vedanta, I always say that, Shakti, what you do for the employee first tell me. Whenever any project coming up, any expansion going up, you always say that, are you taking care of employee and their family? Then automatically result comes to you. So there's the last one will come to us like what exactly on the ROI on the employee perspective. Yes, there'll be ROI on the finance perspective on the what are the ROI on the project, how we get soon money back. But on the employee perspective, and we are the topmost on the part of it. Maybe I will share more examples in the coming time.
So it means your life is easier. You don't have to convince because they are already understand the value of it. So that's nice. I'll go back to Mr. Murthy. You represent Tata Group, and we all know Tata as a group is known for taking care of their people very well. I have myself witnessed that for last so many years. But humans are like, they are different, right? Humans are different because the more you do, the more expectations get created, right? In COVID environment, I know that the way Tata Tinplate has taken care of their employees, but still there will be need for better medication, better hospital facilities, better doctors, on the physical side of it, even on the mental side of it, a lot of expectations will be there. As managing director of the company, how do you ensure that you don't put a lid on the expectations, but at the same time create good experiences for them?
Yeah, thanks, Ashish. So firstly, we of course invested in medical care significantly, not only during COVID, but prior to COVID as well. So what we really do is we don't invest in everything ourselves. We have access to the Tata medical facilities in Jamshedpur, and we have access to several other hospitals. So whenever specialists are required or help is required, it's readily available, and that is made available to all employees and their dependents. Secondly, we also have in our fold counselors, and in some cases, psychiatrists also are used where mental support is required if there are medical reasons for it. So we have a complete array of package of services across India which we can avail. So that is the whole idea, and I think having our own hospital next door is a great source of comfort to all our employees. They have quick care, they have personal care, and despite having a 40% occupancy, we run it, and it ensures that it has great service at 40% occupancy.
Super. Coming back to you, Meenakshi, I would like to understand a well-being program cannot be generalized because you have many people and many people will have different expectations and needs. In a diverse workforce, how do you ensure that these initiatives on well-being are well delivered and well received? And do you have any mechanism to check that you are going in the right direction?
Yeah. So for this, rather I would term this as quality of life. So we believe in improving the quality of life. So this has 3 aspects. Of course, the mental well-being, and then the quality of infrastructures that you provide, and then professional well-being. So these 3 things in some or the other way cater to all the needs of all category of employees, the direct and indirect, and also to their families. So I believe if you work on this specific factors, then definitely this is a one-point solution for all kind of well-being.
Okay. Kavita, I will ask you, you are a very positive person yourself, so I am sure that helps your organization leading the well-being agenda. You've also worked around it in terms of ensuring that happiness levels of your organization goes up. Have you seen, can you give some examples where you saw solid results, tangible results coming out because you took care of your people well, and when you required them to invest at a time of crisis, they came out. So any example?
Good question, Ashish. So last year we worked a lot. And we were also the first news media organization which was certified as happiest place to work. There's a lot of work that has gone in. The good part, the tangible ROI, if I may put it, was that my attrition, especially in media, what happened was, I think post-COVID, there's been a lot of openings that has come in. Up to certain level, job open, and we all know about the recession and the talent war that's happening. Our ability to attract and retain has been higher. And that's largely to do with the culture that we've been able to build. The fact that you focus so much on employee wellness, well-being overall, I think that has been one very positive thing. Our businesses have grown up. I personally believe the productivity ratio has gone up. We've completely done away with the time office and attendance and stuff. We've moved into a measurement yard where we say it's the output that matters. It doesn't matter where you work from, as long as you've been able to give us the output. So that was another big piece which we've seen as a change. Our productivity metrics have improved, our businesses have grown. So we've seen positive trend everywhere, including absenteeism. When we actually came up and said we don't want the routine attendance and leave monitoring, believe me, there were people who said there'll be misuse. It's less than 1%. So people are more responsible, and as long as they're measured on output, things really work.
So super. Mr. Shaktivel, I now have understood that your top management and the leadership team is someone who ensures that you go ahead with these initiatives. Can you tell us from your real life example, some of the challenges you face when you go and try to implement well-being initiatives, and then how do you overcome that?
Okay, so maybe yes, I think maybe fortunately, wherever we are just trying to do that kind of the well-being, maybe I'm fortunate enough from the company perspective because I'm with Vedanta for about 15 plus years now. Maybe if you look from the previous companies where I worked for also, maybe there was some kind of thought process like in exactly company, what exactly they will be getting from that perspective and how to go about it. But it's all about the, I think the previous speakers also talking about it. It's about the thought leadership is very important, in this program. It's not about the, coming what I give you and then what you give me back. There's not a question of when to do that because like she was talking about. So ultimately, your bottom line and the top line is depending upon the kind of talents, how well they are engaged in the company. Because if you look at during, I think if I remember right, 2008-9, when the world has undergone the economic recession. And then during 18, 19, 20, again, the pandemic recession completely. But I never heard of a single statement from the company side, what about the layoff, what about the, compensation cut, what about the, the kind of the touching anything on the negative side of the employee? No, not no, big no. That is the way actually that we always come with the perspective, like we always believe like they are the bedrock foundation for the company. And if they are not, well being taken care in terms of their one, not only for self, but also, for example, for their own family, what you do them. When many companies today are talking about we are talking about the employees' well-being in terms of their health care, their medical claim policy. But what about something happens for the employee? What will happen to the family? What happened to the well-being of the family? For example, in Vedanta, maybe I give another example like maybe one of the very few companies who have gone for the life term insurance policy for the employees, even for the 5 times of the CTC, the employee will be getting in terms of the any and eventualities for the employee. That is the greatest well-being for the family as a complete setup. And there are so many things that are happening, but otherwise, I strongly believe in like the well-being is not a separate process, but the process in itself.
One of the things which increases your well-being is the work you do. If you enjoy what you're doing, your well-being goes up, and that's what I'm experiencing. It's almost 18 minutes, and I realize that I've just started the discussion, but we have to stop. We have got just 1.5 minutes left. So I will go back to each of the panelists for their final point of view. And I will go to Mr. Murthy once again first. What is your message to fellow CEOs who might or might not have the same level of conviction as you have as far as driving well-being is concerned?
Yeah, I don't know how many CEOs don't have that conviction, to be honest. And I don't know whether I'm qualified to make that statement, to be honest, but I think there are enough books and experts like you talking on that subject. So if they, I'm sure they became CEOs because they know that people are their biggest assets, right?
Sure. So Meenakshi, from your side, I would like to hear what's your message to fellow CHROs and business leaders who want to do but aren't able to do it in the way they want to do it?
Yeah. So my message would be do take care of the employees professionally with a 360-degree view, and also do take care of their families so that they are at peace when they are at their work.
Absolutely. What about you, Mr. Shakti?
I think in a simple way, it is the oxygen for the body. Simple. I think you have to take care of it, the entire part of the body will be taken care.
Okay.
So I believe that go with the passion. If you're convinced that this is the right path, don't stop. Things will follow. The business results will help you prove this to management and otherwise, because not everybody is lucky to have management which is convinced about it. So it's not an easy journey, let me tell you. But with your conviction and passion, I'm sure the results will.
Super. So we are on time. I'll just summarize in a couple of points. I will say that having the blessing of your top management is the first requirement. Ensuring that you understand the needs of your people and try to customize your solutions at their level will be the second one. Third will be ensuring that you have a framework or a process in which you keep taking feedback and go back to them in terms of ensuring that it is, customized to their needs, and ensure you do this with a lot of passion. And in this process, you don't lose your own well-being. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is Mr. Murthy still there? You can bring him on the main screen for a picture. I mean, if he is. Is there? Oh, can you bring on the center screen? Yes, sir, he's here. I mean, oh, there he is. Sir, अब फोटो लीजिए सर. एक और ले लीजिए सर, वो भी हैं. Why not? Thank you so much. Thank you. One of our panelists in one of the sessions during the day had mentioned that don't let a good performance make you happy. Perform well because you are happy. And somewhat on that note is our next keynote address. It's on let the workplace be your favorite hangout. I think before we invite our fellow speaker for the same, to ask all of you, आप में से कितने लोगों के लिए your office is your hangout space? Your professional space is your hangout space. You love to go there, sir. You love to. You love to. Is it only because you're saying that you're married, Soumyajit? No. Your wife's in the same company. God bless you. Yeah. In positive, of course. Hey. Okay, moving on. A keynote address. Let the workplace be your favorite hangout. Please join me in welcoming our speaker for the same, Mr. P.K. Khurana, founder and chief mentor, Wow Happiness.
Good evening, dear friends. When I got the agenda from Devika, I was very happy to know that my address will be almost at the end of the event. That means I will have the opportunity to learn from all of you. And even if I come up with just 2 slides, first slide saying, learn from the eminent leaders that have already said. And the second slide saying, thank you, everybody will appreciate me. My name is PK Khurana. I come from a state which is PK after 8 p.m. every day. And to remember my name, you know, it is PK, every Punjabi is PK after 8 p.m. Though I'm a teetotaler, my parents knew that औकात कुछ है नहीं, नाम तो ठीक रख दो कम से कम. बट अगर कहीं मैं महाराष्ट्र में पैदा हुआ होता और मेरे पेरेंट्स का नाम भिड़े होता तो ग्रामेटिकल मिस्टेक भी दूर हो जाती. फिर पीके भिड़े, पीके उल्टा, पीके पलटा, पीके गिरे, पीके मरे, वटेवर, ग्रामेटिकल मिस्टेक भी दूर हो जाती. पर चलिए, जो है ठीक है. I come from a state, as I said, which has the honor of being made a film called Udta Punjab. I come from a state, I don't want to discuss politics, but yes, I come from a state whose chief minister has been thrown out of a flight for being PK. So please forgive me for being PK, and I will try to summarize what all the eminent speakers have said. I have come up with a very, very basic presentation with very basic points, because I know I'm here to learn from all of you, and we will try to learn from each other. So thank you very much, Business World, Dr. Batra and Dr. Ashish, for co-sponsoring this event and organizing this event, being a partner. And luckily, the session started with Dr. Ashish, and my turn has come after the session he has chaired just now. So thank you, Dr. Ashish, for giving all of us being together, sharing views, learning from each other. This is how we grow. My topic is, let the workplace be your favorite hangout. Even if you be the best organization on this planet, whatever you do, there will be certain number of employees. Attrition rate can be anything. It can range between 5% to 50% or whatever, but there will be certain attritions always, because everybody has certain aspirations, certain goals, which may or may not go along with your organization's objectives. So we don't need to fear the resignations. Resignations are a part of our life, but yes, we need to continue with the training programs, with the programs for well-being of our employees, of our colleagues, so that the organization grows, so that the society grows. And as has been said earlier, if it is a place which serves the society as a unit will grow and will be happy. And we need to raise the index of happiness in our country. For that, we need to keep on doing certain things which eminent speakers have said. I will just share certain things. My aha moment came in 2005. We have a company called Quick Relations Private Limited, which is a public relations company. I was a director marketing with a newspaper group before that, and I founded that company. We were working for Vodafone all across the country, and since we are based in Chandigarh, our head office is in Chandigarh. I was in touch with the up North Delhi office of Vodafone, and the CEO was Mr. Arun Kapoor at that point in time. His marketing head once told me, people join Vodafone because it's a brand, but after 2 months, they start working for Mr. Arun Kapoor, not for Vodafone alone. That was the statement that caught my mind. Then I started investigating, what does Arun Kapoor do to make his people engaged with him or to follow him. And that is the That was the starting point. And then I kept on adding, learning from others, learning from my clients, learning from my children, learning from my employees, learning from the parents of my employees. And this is how this presentation has come up. We can say that a company culture can transform workplace into the favorite hangout only if the management is willing, top management is willing to get it transformed into a hangout. Culture is how employees act when the CEO is not there, when the decisions are needed to be required to be made, and when no one else is looking, and when people feel involved, people feel that they are included in the decision-making process, and then they try to make the organization grow. Company culture, as has been said, as even Happy Plus punchline says, adding happiness bit by bit. So it cannot be built in a day. It cannot be built by pep talks. It cannot be copied. It cannot be drafted in a single session. It's a continuing process. It's always a grand idea. And what the idea is, that has already been explained by various eminent speakers. I will just say it is the purpose. It is the purpose of serving the society. Because as a happiness coach, I have seen, I have experienced, and I have learned that if someone is sad, if someone has anxiety, if someone is angry, the only solution to get rid of jealousy, anxiety, or loneliness is by making others happy. When you make others happy, you become happy. That is the essence of happiness always. So grand idea is serving the society, having a purpose of this. And once you adopt that, it becomes very easy for employees liking the workplace as a hangout, as the favorite hangout. And you need to have these rituals every single day to remind, to reinforce the purpose of the company. And your company, your brand is not the hero. The social media handles, whatever. As has always been said, that the customer is the king, but your employee is your first customer. Unless he or she feels included, he won't be the kind of reseller that you want him or her to be. So employee, colleagues should be the hero of your company always. And you need to celebrate those things always. That has already been emphasized upon. I don't need to spend time on this. And there need to be evangelists who propagate these things always, continuously. These are the 5 elements of a magnetic culture that make a sustainable company grow. You need to build systems. Now, there are companies where even for a leave, asking for a leave, there are systems. They need to understand the leave policy for even such basic things. But for systems, you also need to ensure whether you are regulated or over-regulated. There needs always to be a human element along with these systems, not just the systems, but also the human element. And you need to reward the mistakes also. We have a culture in all our companies and in all our client companies, where if someone commits a mistake because he or she is doing an experiment, trying to do something new, and if even a huge loss happens, nobody frowns at that. But yes, if it is repeated, then it is not working. Then there are certain systems to prohibit those things, but mistakes are not frowned upon at all. So these are simple things that happy culture principle make. And as I said, what I learned from Mr. Arun Kapoor was connect the connections. There are two things what he did. He knew each and every employee by name. He knew each and every spouse of the employee by name. He knew each and every child of the employees by name, what is the age, what they are doing, in which class they are doing. And he also made the connections within the connections. That means if you have heard of BNI, BNI has a system of sharing resources with your friends. So within the company, he created a system. If somebody needs an admission in a particular school and the other employee knows the management of the school or somebody else in the school, he or she will help the other employee. So this is how he built a connection within the connections within the organization, and the organization grew. And everybody said, we work for Mr. Arun Kapoor. So these are simple things. And family engagements, as I said, because if the families get together, they get to know each other, they try to solve each other's problems, they become friends. And this is how they become a community, not just a community of employees. They become a community in themselves, and they help each other grow. This makes the organization also grow. And a continuous process of feedback from the employees, not only the employees, but from their families as well, from their children as well. So he developed a process of having feedback, not from just from the employees, but from the families as well, and from the children as well. And there used to be sessions separately from children, for wives or spouses, and for employees. Then whenever someone left Vodafone, he used to have an exit talk with the employee to understand, because sometimes it is not possible for someone to open up or say something openly, but once somebody puts a resignation notice or a resignation, he or she may open up. So exit surveys are always very beneficial, very beneficial. Besides that, feedback from the people who have not left. Once people start leaving a company altogether, then those who stay back, if you ask them, why did you stay back? What made you stay back in the company? That gives you another feedback. And those specific words that the employee utters give you the direction. These are certain things he used to do. Apart from this, what he used to do was having one-day manager in the company in a month. They used to have a Friday forum kind of a session, where the last Friday, they used to have a session when a junior employee was made the manager of that particular section. This way, there were two things that happened. One, he could identify the talent. A person, he may or may not speak up well, he may or may not phrase the words in a way that can be understood, but if he performs well, you can identify the talent. Second was, sometimes a person wants a particular change in the department, but he cannot convince his boss. But once he is made the manager of the head of the section on that particular day, he introduces the changes which he wants the organization to follow. And this way you can fill the gaps and you can make the organization grow. So these are certain rituals which make the company grow and which make the employees happy. So this is what I wanted to say. This because of the time limit, I think this is Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity and sharing my views with you and learning from you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for that. Let the workplace be your favorite hangout. And of course, sir had the reasons to tell us why should it be that ways. I think since the morning, what we've been discussing is that a happy organization is a must. And for that, please join me in welcoming our speaker for the next keynote address, which sort of sums it up, which is the future of organizations, happy organizations. Mr. Praveen Purohit, Deputy Chief Human Resources Officer, Vedanta Limited. So before you deliver your session, is that your team there? क्योंकि सुबह से शांत बैठे थे, जैसे I called out your name, सब जाग गए. But all fine club, let's say. Please come, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Maybe just go to the previous slide. No, I will come to this. Okay. And then I press this one. Can you go to the previous one? Okay, let it be. It's okay, fine. So maybe thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Maybe I think I know all of you must be waiting for the moment now, and I don't want to come in between that. All of us are eagerly waiting for the award ceremony for which we have been here since morning. So I will not take much of the time for the simple reason that a lot of things has already been covered. So a couple of things what comes to my mind, and before that, let me take this opportunity. I don't see Ashish here, but Ashish, I think it took us a lot of time. We saw best workplace, we saw great place, great place to work. But कुछ तो मिसिंग था लगता है इतने सालों में, कुछ तो मिसिंग था कि अभी ये हैप्पीनेस की जरूरत पड़ी. And finally, I think Ashish and team, kudos to the business world team, Anurag Batra ji and entire team. Amazing the way you have picked up this topic. It was much due for all of us. And this is first of its kind, I believe, in the country, where we have finally recognized that this is the most critical topic we all need to focus on. And finally, we are here. So Ashish, kudos to you for bringing this amazing subject for many of the large conglomerate or many companies which have been looking forward to this. In addition to this, just let me tell you, I was glancing through the website of Happy Plus and what Ashish and team has created. It's something so amazing. Believe me, if you look into the tools and techniques, what is needed, many of us, we do it knowingly, unknowingly, but I think it's also a high time we recognize the importance of those tools and techniques which can help organizations. Maybe for example, and I will not deny the fact that I am 100% there, maybe company like me, which I am representing, a natural resources company, 6th largest globally. I represent 100,000 people who work with me in Vedanta Group. I have 75 locations globally, chote, bade, big size factories. We contribute 1.5% to the GDP of the nation. Last year, we contributed 55,000 crore to the exchequers, to the government in terms of taxes, so on and so forth. We touch lives of 42 million people, which gives us a lot of satisfaction. But the point is, I think somewhere when you are running such organization, you need support of some experts. And that's where I see people like Ashish, his team, Happy Plus can contribute amazingly. And whenever you get a time, please go into the website, see more, interact with experts, and you as an organization can gain a lot of momentum. And business world, amazing for picking this up, this topic, which is much due. Okay. In fact, the way I said, बहुत सारी चीजें बात हो चुकी है. I don't want to get into it, but something which I personally feel, it has worked in Vedanta. I feel if you consciously practice this, any company, whether it's small size, medium size, big size, if you have a right HR processes, systems, everybody have talked about it. But if you do certain things, it might work brilliantly. It has worked in my company, and I'm sure it can work. There are 5 things which I just want to share with all of you. Might be the nomenclature, the essence would, the essence will remain same, but कुछ चीजें आप करते रहेंगे, you must be calling it differently. But these are the 5 fundamental things. Maybe just can you move to the next slide? Okay, so these are 5 subjects, 5 key pillars you can call it. And believe me, 100,000 people who work in Vedanta, they follow this. We all adhere to this. We are a team of 500 HR professionals, and this has worked with us amazingly. Number 1, I think any of the employees, any executives, any people who work in organization, they look for purpose. We have spoken enough about it, but they want to be part of the organization which is growth oriented. Believe me, if you have that mindset, if you can project it, if you can, exhibit that kind of demonstration that yes, we are a kind of fast emerging, fast growing, growth oriented organization. We are working with a purpose. We are an organization which are contributing to the local, to the state, to the national level agenda. Believe me, in today's context, in today's workforce, people want to be part of that kind of organization. Number 2, we strongly believe leadership from within. When anybody joins you, they look forward to growth. They look forward to a kind of career. And what we have done in our company, across 10 large businesses where we operate, we have ensured people get significantly higher role even at a young age. We strongly believe if people are ready 60%, 70%, give them the opportunity. And invariably, we have seen they have proven in terms of achieving the milestone, giving us the outcome deliverables. It's very important that, whether it's a fresher or whether it's a lateral or any expats, people need anchoring, people need handholding. If you have those anchoring process in place, whatever I'm saying, it might be sounding very simple in nature, but believe me, these are all very, very pragmatic in nature. Bahut pragmatic hai. If you do it very consciously, and let me tell you, it doesn't happen so easily. It requires a lot of guts. It requires a lot of courage. And I will come to that pillar when I talk about differentiated reward and recognition. It might be sounding very simple to all of us who are sitting here. Many of us are, very experienced professionals, but itna easy nahi hai. Rewarding people, giving to somebody who is less in age, but, very good in performance, giving boss less, but his subordinates more. It doesn't happen so easily. So that's where the differentiated reward matters a lot. We strongly believe even the people, those who come from campus, we include them in stock option scheme. People look forward to a kind of reward and recognition. Leadership from within, 2 things I will just share with you, especially the decision-making role and visibility. People look forward to a kind of visibility in the organization. When you have such a large organization, khushi tab milti hai when people are seeing me. When I get a platform where people can see me that yes, falana, dhikra ne bahut acha kaam kiya, you see them on the forum, you give them a kind of decision-making opportunity, and then you see the kind of magic what the person delivers in terms of the outcome. I talked about the differentiated reward. It's very, very important if you are thinking for the high performance organization. Diversity, equity, and inclusion, for the simple reason, as we speak, in my organization, I have 30 nationalities who are working. I take people from Kashmir se leke Kanyakumari tak. I take people from the underprivileged institute, Northeast College. I give opportunity to all the people, those who deserve to be in a location, to be in a place, to be in an organization where they can flourish, where they can contribute directly to the pillar number 1, which is nation building. And it matters a lot if you have that kind of diversity, if you have that kind of inclusion, if you can value the ideas and suggestions. Aajkal ke youngsters, they are so good in digital and technology. I think many of us, we spoke about it. But do we have those opportunities? Do we provide that kind of projects? Do we provide that kind of high impact role, what they want to do? Can their ideas and suggestions be valued? Whether we have a people, where we have a forum where people can, hearing those ideas and suggestions, rewarding those ideas and suggestions, that can give us a great outcome. Finally, I think one of my colleagues talked about it, quality of life, most important. I think we all have done that in whatever little bit we could in any of the organization, the care part of it, the well-being part of it. In our organization, the way I said, 100,000 people, but we went beyond that. I think our chairman, Mr. Anil Agarwal, he said कि हमारे लिए, हमारे employees के लिए, family के लिए तो करना ही है. But can we take one extra step? Can we help all the business partners, those who work with us? All the business partners, we have 10,000 business partners who work with us in various capacities. Can we help their family as well? In whatever initiatives we took during COVID time, we ensured that it is not limited to employees and executives and their family, but it is also extended to the business partners. Finally, couple of points. I think since many of our locations are remote, we come from a manufacturing setup. हमने बहुत बात की है इसके बारे में. It's very important we provide best of the infrastructure facilities. When you have operations in remote locations, people need to feel that whatever one can experience in metro kind of locations, they need to have that. If just to name one example, in case if you have not heard, the aluminium business, what we have, Jharsuguda is a location in Orissa. And I always tell people, I am not from Reliance, but I give that example. 2 locations nobody should miss to see in their lifetime. The way we say Taj Mahal को देखना है, अगर आपको कोई 2 manufacturing locations देखने हैं, Reliance Jamnagar, the way I have heard, I have seen it, amazing. Second, the Jharsuguda location in Orissa. Believe me, it's one of the finest location what India could have produced. And that makes us proud. That makes us a kind of, a kind of organization where we feel, end of the day, it's all about how do you inspire the dreams of people, 100,000, but the 2,000 people who joins with a lot of aspiration. We hire 1,000, freshers plus, 1,000 on the graduate level, 2,000 people year on year from the most premier institute from the campus. And they look forward to a kind of building aspiration. They have a dream. If you can provide them a kind of dream, if you can provide them a limitless growth, I think you are making a happy organization. Finally, I will just end with, and yes, my time is up. I'm just reminded of what my Guruji used to tell me, कि दुख एक तमन्ना का और न कोई बात है. Tamanna is nothing, but I'm just relating it to a greed. Greed होती है हर एक को बहुत कुछ चाहने की. दुख एक तमन्ना का और न कोई बात है. तमन्ना मिट जाए तो सुख हाथों हाथ है. तमन्ना एक कारणे करे जीव पाप है. तमन्ना मिट जाए तो पाप नहीं आप है. And when you become up, you are a happy person. In whatever you do, you are happy. With this, thank you so much for giving this opportunity, and great job done, Ashish and team, and Anurag Batraji and team. Thanks again. Thank you.
Thank you. What energy sir has. Sir, are we being promised a trip by you to Odisha? You think that's out of the box. But okay, thank you so much, sir. Thank you. With that, we come to an end of the summit bit. And after all these lovely and enthralling discussions that we witnessed and heard today, it's time to move towards the evening's celebration. Once again, my name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor to welcome you all to the inaugural edition of BW People and Happy Plus presents the Happiest Workplaces Awards. Before we move forward, may I please request our team to play the BW Legacy AV to give us our audience members a glimpse of the BW's world and the journey, of course. BW People imparts the latest insights of Euroride CEOs, corporate HRs, recruitment and staffing firms, HR tech providers, solution companies, government skilling organizations, and NGOs. The community caters to freshers, job seekers, employers, employees, policymakers, service providers, and each person related to the job market and the HR community. May I please request my team to now play the community AV. Today's awards ceremony is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and on www.bwpeople.in. We would request all of you to please join in and share your celebrations of this evening by using the hashtag Happiest Workplaces. I would once again take this moment to thank our partners for today. Our travel partner, joytravels.com, our digital media partner, IWM Buzz, our coffee partner, Beanley Coffee, our fan partner, Fandrum, our beverage partner, the Thick Shake Factory, and our media partner, Exchange for Media. Ladies and gentlemen, since the advent of COVID, we are convinced that happiness is the true differentiator for individuals, organizations, and of course, our society. With this thought, BW People and Happy Plus launched the Happiest Workplaces Awards to honor companies that prioritize employee happiness and well-being over other factors in their pursuit of business sustainability and business success. Being certified as the happiest workplace means creating a culture where people take the center stage along with business growth. And before we begin with the awards ceremony, may I please request our team to show us our today's event AV to give us a detailed glimpse of Happy Plus, this award, BW, and this initiative as a whole. And now, to open the awards ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage our chairman and editor-in-chief of BW Business World and founder, Exchange for Media Group, Dr. Anurag Batra.
Good evening. It's my honor and privilege to be here, and I've already spoken in the morning, so I'll keep my address really short. This is the first year of the initiative. So really first year is like the child is born, so to say. The child will grow up and will make you proud. You have to nurture the child in the right way. So really, I've seen it with many, many initiatives that they grow if there is the right process behind it, if there's the right intent behind it. And I think we have both. We also have the knowledge which Ashish and his team bring. So clearly, we started in the COVID time, and it should have happened earlier. It's better to be late than never, and I'm sure we'll calendarize this IP, and we'll work with you to be able to improve it year on year, both in terms of depth and in breadth, but more importantly in depth. The breadth happens naturally as the years go by. That's what I have to say. I think you heard the expert throughout the day on happiness. I'm not an expert on happiness. I'm not an expert on organizational happiness. I did talk about what it took me to build whatever we've built, and we are on a journey where there's a lot of work in progress. I just want to say that we have to be human-centric organization, which we are. Media business, there's nothing else, only people, there's nothing else, right? And again, I am very proud of my journey. I say it with all humility. Whatever I could do, I did as a founder of a business. And people who work with me know that I am very sensitive to what they feel. And I tend to think in a very human-centric manner. And again, as our MC said, you have to balance business growth with compassion. I'll use that word. And I think happiness is a multiplier. As I said, a lot of Karthike, good to see you. He's a young colleague of mine. He was unwell, so I've noticed him for the first time. Yeah, he had a serious accident. So good to have you, Karthike. And I just want to say that organizations that are represented in today's survey and are represented in this room must be doing something right to be able to feature here. And I want to say that we do everything with high knowledge, integrity, and a process. Next year, maybe we'll add jury layers, and the first year there'll be a lot of improvement. So feedback is welcome. We'll use feedback to get better. That's how feedback should be. I leave it at that, and we celebrate all of you and the work that you are doing to be able to make your organization happy. Leaders have to be happy to be able to make their organizations happy. They're happy if their relationships are better. They're happy if they are physically and emotionally looking after themselves, because self-care does lead to making sure that you also are in a position to be able to look after others. So I think a lot of leaders in the room, while we are responsible for everybody's happiness, we're also definitely responsible for our happiness. And again, it's okay to be sad sometimes. Human beings are such that we always want more, because we compare. As I said, vanity is very important. Oh, I'm better than the other. That better can be represented in a better title, better salary. So this is a never-ending quest, right? But we also know what makes individuals happy, what makes organizations stick together. And as I said, everyone is looking at deep and meaningful connections and doing deep and meaningful work. Of course, the commercial rewards are one part of it, but happiness is I talked about the 6 parameters. Ashish talked about some inputs. So you know all that. I wish you luck. We are all on the journey. While we chase perfection, I think we'll always stay a work in progress. We can be close to perfection. Some of us have, some of you have possibly very close to perfection. Some of us have some more journey to traverse. So we respect everyone who's made that journey, and we wish you luck. And I'm sure when we meet next year, we would have improved upon the process and the depth of what we do, and suggestions are welcome as it is the first year. Thank you. God bless you. We're an editorial product. So all the content today is an editorial content for us. The winners in their case studies is also editorial content. So whether it's BW people, where of course there is much more space, or the main BW business world, your stories and your work can benefit others. It can inspire others. It can help other people benchmark what you're doing right. So I'm sure when all the content that needs to be taken to a larger audience than just this room is in all platforms, it will help in spreading this happiness movement. And I keep saying it's sometimes okay to be sad as individuals. We will be. The things we'll feel glum about. There are things, not every days are equal, but as long as you have more days that make you happy, and some days when you're not happy, you have a colleague or a friend or an organizational support system which helps you get over whatever is bothering you. Because we live in a very pressure-oriented environment. There is too much. Biggest burden is the burden that we set on ourselves as organizations and leaders and individuals of performance, because we're comparing, our turnover is this much, our valuation is this much as leaders, not just talking of people down. So I think we have to be, as I said in the morning, we have survived after COVID as individuals, as families, as organizations. So everything that we get is a bonus. I know when we get back to office, we get back to the same pace sometimes, but I have become slower. I must tell you, some of those who have worked many years with me will tell you that I have become slower. I've become calmer. I think that's the right word. I am a hyper person and I'm super energy, but I learned to take whatever comes happily while I still get worried about things. But I'm happy with whatever we achieve. As long as we enjoy the journey, we'll stay happy. I think you should enjoy the journey. Today is part of that journey that you will be celebrated here. I see some very accomplished faces in the audience. For lack of time, not acknowledging all of you, but I'm sure we'll get to acknowledge all of you while the awards happen. Thank you. God bless you. Stay happy. Make other people happy. If you make other people happy, you will be happy. Mostly.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. Also, as Dr. had mentioned, you would like to thank our jury panel who helped us arrive to this powerful list after an intensive jury deliberation. Well, before we begin with the awards ceremony, I request all the winners, once you've received or collected your award, please step down from stage left because we would need your picture for the magazine. Also, all the winners, please stay back because after the awards ceremony, we will also have a group picture for the magazine once again. And a humble request, because somebody mentioned it during the day, that one major component or factor or reason or characteristic of a happy team is celebrating success. And this is, of course, the happy list. So अगर आपका नाम आए या अगर आपके किसी भी colleague या peer का नाम आए, please make sure to give them all the love and your wishes in the form of claps, hooting if you want, allowed, no problem. Yeah, please keep doing that. There are 30 of you. And with that, it's time to reveal the winners of the inaugural edition of BW People and Happy Plus presents the Happiest Workplaces Awards. To felicitate our winners, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and Founder, Exchange for Media, Dr. Ashish Ambasta, Founder and CEO, Happy Plus Consulting, and Dr. G.P. Rao, Founder, GPR HR Consulting LLP, Business Coach, Workplace Facilitator, and Inspirational Speaker. Okay, so the first company to have made to the top 30 list of happiest workplaces is Bharat Aluminium Company Limited. I would request somebody from the team or the entire team. The entire team. Please come. The first company that has made it to this top 30 list is the Bharat Aluminium Company Limited. Let's give them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. They're starting the list. Congratulations. Yes, stage left. Okay, the next company to have made to the top 30 list of happiest workplaces is Eli Lilly Services India Private Limited. We would request the team or all the members of the team, and that would be nicer to have all of them on the stage. Please. Congratulations. The next company to have made to the top 30 list of happiest workplaces is Go Quick. Let's give him and his entire organization a huge round of applause. Okay, and the next company to be joining the top 30 list of happiest workplaces is ESL Steel Limited. Request the team. Congratulations to the entire group. Okay, the next company to be joining the happiest workplaces awards, a powerful list of top 30. Mother Dairy. We can have the entire team joining, sir. Do we also have the team here? Congratulations, sir. You know, if your team members are here, we request all of you to join us on stage. Don't worry about the pictures, we'll give them to you. We are nicer people that way. We promise you. Yeah? Okay, the next company that it will be okay. The next company to have made to the top 30 list of happiest workplaces is Sterlite Copper. Congratulations. Sir, stage left. Picture, please. For all the winners, just a quick reminder, please exit from stage left for your picture for the magazine, and also stay back for a group picture at the end for the magazine once again. Okay, the next company to be joining the top 30 list of happiest workplaces is Ferroalloys Corporation Limited. Request all the team members to please join us on the stage. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Congratulations. Also, a quick announcement. If anybody's interviews are left to happen, please let us know. Our team members are here. Soumya, Jeet, Karthik, they're all here. And Neha ma'am, of course. Ma'am, can you please wave to them? So they know. Yeah? Okay. The next company to have made to the top 30 list of happiest workplaces is Tata Tinplate. Let's give her and an entire organization a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Moving on, the next company to have made to the top 30 list of happiest workplaces is Lowe's Services India Private Limited. Thank you. Congratulations. And the next company to have made to the top 30 list of happiest workplaces is Talwandi Sabo Power Limited. I'd request the entire team to please join us. Let's give them a warm applause, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, what happened? We haven't even made it to the... Abhi the 1/3 hua hai. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Dr. Ambassador, for helping us with the award ceremony. Thank you. With that, I was pleased to request the presence of Mr. P.K. Khurana, the founder and chief mentor of Wow Happiness, to join us on stage to help us felicitate the next set of winners. Please, sir. Okay, the next company to have made to the top 30 list of happiest workplaces is? iSources ITES. Let's give them the applause they deserve, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Congratulations. And the next company to have made it to the top 30 list of happiest workplaces is? Tata Play Limited. There's the team walking up on stage. That's congratulations, team. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Dr. Rao, for helping us in felicitating these winners. Thank you so much. I would request Professor Dr. Nitin Arora, the Proctor of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Professor, Amity International Business School, Editor-in-Chief, Amity Journal of Happiness and Peace, and Head, Reiki Center of Excellence for the Science of Happiness, AUUP, to please join us on stage. Of course, sir is here. Okay, moving on. The next company to have made it to the top 30 list of happiest workplaces is? Tata Consulting Engineers. Let's give sir and his entire team a warm round of applause. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, moving on. The next company to have made it to the top 30 list of happiest workplaces is? Sasagawa Iron Ore Business. The entire team, please come. Please come. Come. Please. We've already seen you now. Please come. Congratulations. Moving on, the next company to have made it to the top 30 list of happiest workplaces is? Runaya. Everybody, the applause, please. Thank you. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Okay, moving on. The next company to have made it to the top 30 list of happiest workplaces is Kane Oil and Gas. The applause, please. Congratulations. Moving on, the next company to have made it to the top 30 list of happiest workplaces is Data Patterns India Limited. Congratulations, sir, and your entire team. Okay, the next company to have made it to the top 30 list of happiest workplaces is Vedanta Limited Aluminium Business, Jharsuguda. I know they're locating all the team members while they're walking up. Let's give them the applause, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. You know, if you've studied in the boarding school, at least हमारे यहाँ होता था, they should have this hymn or something. If you're happy and you know it, I think we'll do this here. Yeah, because all about being happy, right? Let's follow this. Sir, leave that to them. My speech allows me this much only. Okay, chaliye. Moving on, the next company to have made it to the top 30 list of happiest workplaces is Hindustan Zinc Limited. Congratulations, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Khurana, for helping us with the award ceremony. Thank you so much, everybody, for so once. I would request Mr. Talis Rizvi, the Director of PW People and BW CFO World Community, to please join us on stage to help us felicitate. Please. देखो जब भी मौका मिले दिल खोल के ताली बजाओ. Let's not keep it half-hearted. Yeah. Lovely. Wow. Mr. Rizvi had it for himself also. Good. The next company to have made it to the top 30 list of happiest workplaces is Vedanta Limited, Lanchigarh. Harina, did I get the name right? Pavitra? Congratulations. Okay, next is a certificate of appreciation in this list. And that goes to Balance Hero India Private Limited. Congratulations, congratulations. Thank you so much, Professor, for helping us with the words. Thank you so much, everybody, for Professor Vance. We had a lovely session with him today. Okay, I would once again request Dr. Ambassa to please join us on stage to help us felicitate our next set of winners. Please, sir. Okay, and the next company to have made it to the top 30 list of happiest workplaces is Shinova Biopharmaceuticals Limited. Well, now we are moving a step further in this list. Of course, companies have made it to the top 30, but these companies have made it to the top 10 in this list. Ladies and gentlemen, for them, please, they are in the top 10. Congratulations. Okay, the next company to have made it to the top 10 list of happiest workplaces is iBasic India Software Private Limited. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. I'm only saying it. It also brings a rhythm with it. Yeah, with a beat. Congratulations, ma'am, and to your entire team. Okay, the next company to have made it to the top 10 list of happiest workplaces is StarTech. Let's give them. Thank you so much, Rohel, for prompting. Congratulations. Okay, the next company to have made it to the list of top 10 happiest workplaces is Fujairah Gold FZC. Congratulations, sir, and to your team. Stage a picture, please. Yes. Okay, the next company to have made it to the top 10 list of happiest workplaces is Access Securities Limited. Everybody, the applause, please. Congratulations and thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Rizvi, for helping us with the ceremony. Thank you so much. Everybody, for him, please. You also moderated sessions. Now he's here. I would request Dr. G.P. Rao to please join us back on stage, sir, to help us felicitate our last set of winners. Moving on, the next company to have made it to the top 10 list of happiest workplaces is Innova. They're all happy people coming to receive the award. And of course, the ones that are waiting back home also for the ceremony. On that note, if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. This, I am in love with it. Thank you for also partnering with me on this. Congratulations, team. Moving on, the next company to have made it to the top 10 list of happiest workplaces is GUS Global Services. You know, Mr. Paul had mentioned कि ताली बजाना दिल के लिए, उसके साथ साथ मिजाज के लिए भी अच्छा होता है. Thank you so much and congratulations. A picture, please. Okay, the next company to have made it to the top 10 list of happiest workplaces is LLB Services Private Limited. Congratulations, congratulations. And the next company to have made it to the top 10 list of happiest workplaces is Hindustan Unilever Limited. I believe that Miss Shruti Bhardwaj, she was there with us in the afternoon on the morning session, but I believe she had to leave due to some work emergency. So she couldn't be here, but nonetheless, congratulations to her and to the entire team as well. Moving on, the next company to have made it to the top 10 list of happiest workplaces is Serum Institute of India Private Limited. We have Mr. Mahendra and his team joining us. He also delivered a session for us today, a keynote address. Don't panic. I've got 10 people here shuffling maze mein. Congratulations and thank you so much. Thank you. We also have a special mention. And the special mention for the happiest workplace goes to Vedanta Group. I would request Mr. Praveen Purohit and the Vedanta team to please join us. Everybody who's here, please. Please, please, please. Wow. More the merrier. All happy people. Lovely big smiles, please. Though half of them are here, but the other half, please give them a huge round of applause. Thank you and congratulations. You request one of you to please get a picture for the magazine. Congratulations. Let's have the vote of thanks first. Dr. Ambastha, we request you to please deliver the word of thanks, followed by a group of picture. Thank you so much, Dr. Rao. Dr. Batra, thank you. Please, sir.
First of all, congratulations, all the winners. We need a big round of applause from everyone. So what you see today is culmination of last 1.5 years. It all started with my email to Dr. Batra, talking about why happiness needs to be recognized, why happiness is become important, and why it is so imperative for us to acknowledge those companies who are actually working towards creating their people very happy. The point which I wrote at that point of time, that you can be greatest, you can be the best, but if you are not happy, then it does not matter. And right from there, the journey started. We started speaking about modalities. We spoke about what's the best way in which we can create an impactful property, which not only exactly it helps companies showcase their work, but also create a network where we can exchange ideas, we can exchange our thought process, and can help others also become happy. So my sincere thanks to Dr. Anurag Batra for agreeing to take this property ahead. We had several people to thank in the background, Mr. Prasad, Mr. Talis, we have Soumyajit, Devika. All entire team of Business World has been quite patient with us, and it took us some time, but we ensured that we stuck to the process. We had a complete survey done for all these companies which you see here. Shyamashri from our Happy Plus is the one person who has been rock solid in terms of ensuring that all the data is collected well. So a big round of applause for her. We also have our entire tech team, Basant Kumar, Abhinav, Vinit ji, Hari. I think all of them ensured that we had a seamless presentation done from the tool which we use. The Plus platform was new at that point of time, but I'm very happy to say that all the surveys which was done flawlessly. We have got more than 2 lakh people use that particular platform, and for a startup in a very short period of time, it's such a commendable work. So thank you so much, everybody from the tech team. We also have to thank our juries, quite renowned people who ensured that they did not only give their time, but also give us suggestions in terms of how do we make it more proper. So big round of applause for all our juries to make it possible. We also have to thank all the participating companies because there was this intent of showcasing why happiness has become so important for us. So my heartfelt thank to each and every participant in this particular process. I know it was not easy because getting evaluated by a third party requires a lot of courage, and we asked a lot of tough questions from all the participating companies. So you need a big round of applause for yourself. Last but not the least, everybody in the technical team. I was here yesterday at 11:30 in the night to see what's happening here, and I could see a lot of people working here to ensure this is something which can be seen as a perfect platform. But I think hats off to their hard work in the previous night. the technical team, everybody in the, at the console, hats off to you. Done a fabulous job. And I would also say that it's a beginning for us. This is the first year. We would learn, we will grow. As Dr. Batra was talking about, the child has taken birth, and obviously it will grow from here. And as we move forward, we would look forward to your support, your companionship, and also the fact that this is one of its kind of property, which not only talks about how good you are, but also ensures that you have got a workforce who is very proud to be associated because you make them happy. And obviously, if you are making them happy, then we will create a happy workplace, which will be more productive. And at the end of the day, we want India to be a happy place, a happy country. You all will know that in World Happiness Report, we are lying low right now. But initiatives like this, if you look from a larger perspective, will take us there. And that's what the ultimate aim for all of us is. And with those words, I would like to again thank everybody who has been a part of this journey with us. Thank you so much. First time becomes the toughest one, but you have been with us. And I can assure you, when we meet next time, it will be far more happier than this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor, and congratulations. With that, all the winners, we request you to please bring your trophies and join us on the stage for a group picture. All the winners, please. And also, my name is Aditya Malik. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to host for all of you. We shall see you in the next season, hopefully.
Just a little thing. I guess when we are thanking everyone, it would have not been possible without Aditya Malik. He has been holding the fort since morning. A big round of applause for this happy guy. Aditya Malik, he was actually the man holding it together for us. Thank you, Aditya, for being there for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. All the winners on the stage, please. I would also request the BW team to join us on the stage after this for a group picture. Karthik, can you please make sure you've just come back? I know that. Yeah. All the winners with your trophies, please. Devika, can you please see that no one's missing? A few of you can also sit if you want. अगर आप चाहें तो. You can also sit. So you can sit in the front if you want. Wow, I thought that this was the end.